Well, good morning and welcome to the county ground at Northampton for day 2 of this LV Insurance County Championship match between Northamptonshire and Glamorgan. The first thing to tell you is that the weather is every bit as delightful as it was yesterday. Not a cloud in the sky, beautiful morning, possibly even a tad warmer than it was yesterday as well, because a keen east-northeasterly breeze yesterday, which has seemed to have moderated a little bit and coming more from the southeast this morning, so hopefully it'll mean that we get temperatures up. I think the forecast is around about 17 Celsius forecast for later in the day. Glamorgan will be resuming shortly on 324 for 7 in their first innings, with their captain Chris Cook 107 not out, and Northamptonshire of course for their part looking to polish things off as early as they possibly can this morning. I'm Andrew Rowd from BBC Radio Northampton. Sharing commentary today will be Nick Webb from BBC Sport Wales, and Ben Smith, former Leicestershire and Worcestershire player and now involved with the Ireland coaching setup. The umpires Steve O'Shaughnessy and Peter Hartley are just coming out from the Spencer Pavilion down to our right. Our commentary position up here in the Ken Turner, above the old indoor school here at Northampton. And Nick, interesting day yesterday. Good contest between bat and ball, and Glamorgan, do you think, set themselves at a target for this morning?
I would have thought just bat as long as possible, basically. It's a reasonably new ball still, so Northants might have something to say about that, but Chris Cook will have to judge his tactics as to how far to crack on with things. James Harris is a capable batsman, has batted as high as 6 for Middlesex as his current partner, with James Wheel and Michael Hogan to come, so you would have thought Glamorgan would have hoped for a 4th batting point at least to reach 350.
It's interesting, we were saying actually last night that the opening day of Northamptonshire's first 2 championship matches very similar to yesterday. First day against Kent finished on 301 for 7 and went on to get 450. Up at Old Trafford, I think Lancashire were 264 for 8 at the close of the first day. They just pulled a total up over 300, which turned out in the end to be a winning total. So interesting to see what happens today. Ben, what do you think Northamptonshire's tactics are going to be first off in terms of bowling choices? We gathered Nathan Buck, who came off the field mid-over last night, is okay. I think it was just a little bit of tightness in the hamstring and they just wanted to not risk it for the sake of 3 deliveries. But Sanderson's going to bowl the first over. You think Buck, Berg, maybe just switch the seamers around again?
Yeah, Rosington's favoured bowling Gareth Berg from this end, and this is the end that Sanderson started up yesterday and then actually went fairly quickly up to the top end. So maybe Buck or Parnell from that top end, Sanderson down and Berg from the bottom end, but we'll see. I would have thought he wants to try and keep things as tight as possible for this first half an hour.
Well, here's Ben Sanderson running away from us from this pavilion end, bowling the first ball of the day to Chris Cook, who drives up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Wayne Parnell. And there's no run, 2 slips in place. The rest of the field has got a wide third man down there on the boundary. He's got a point extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and then a man down at deep backward square.
I think who we could answer your question, Radders, is who is down at third man.
Yeah, we'll have a little...
Is he stretching, getting ready to bowl by the looks of things?
And it is Gareth Berg.
There you go.
Here's Sanderson running in, bowling to Chris Cook, who gets the first run of the day. Plays that away through mid-wicket, and Ben Curran has to make quite a bit of ground away to his right. Completes the fielding, sends in a return to Adam Rossington. One more to Chris Cook, who moves up to 108. And Glamorgan up to 325 for 7. Just reminding you, if you're just tuning into county cricket, relatively new to it, the rules this year, the bonus points are in operation for the first 110 overs of the innings. So we're in the 97th over at the moment. So Glamorgan have got 13 overs after this to get up to 350 or potentially up to 400. Northamptonshire need 2 more wickets to get their maximum 3rd bowling point. Sanderson in again, bowls to Harris, who drives back down the pitch where it's fielded by Ben Sanderson, and there's no run. Really is a glorious morning. We went through the whole of the day's play yesterday without seeing a single cloud. And the forecast is possibly for it to come a little bit hazier later in the day, but it is Beautiful sparkling spring morning here in Northampton. Looking forward to another good day's cricket. 2 slips waiting as Sanderson runs in again, bowls to Harris, who's safely in behind that, plays it up to extra cover where it's fielded by Charlie Thurston.
The reason, of course, for the good weather is that a cell of high pressure known as a blocking anticyclone is sitting over the country.
You've been talking to our mutual friend Dr. Hignell again, haven't you?
So reports Dr. Andrew
Yes,
Hignell,
yes, well,
Glamorgan, statsman, scorer, archivist and many other things.
Well, he would know. I take his word for it. Here's Sanderson in again. Bowls to Harris, who just gets that off a thick inside edge. It runs down to the man at deep backward square, and they come through for a single. So Harris is away this morning. He's up to 8, 326 for 7. Ben Sanderson, who spent a good deal of the match at Old Trafford and a good deal of yesterday feeling that the world was against him, I think. But today's another day. As Nick made the point, the new ball's still fairly new. It's in its 17th over. It was taken as soon as it was due last night after 80 overs. And here's Sanderson in again. Bowls to Cook, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Stopped by Sanderson. No run there, so Chris Cook 108. James Harris on 8, single to each batsman in that first over, and Glamorgan 326 for 7.
Yeah, I think Sanderson there has just got a hint of a way swing. This obviously is his preferred end, and the way the breeze is going from sort of right to left, I think it will just aid that away swing to these 2 right-handers. Where Sanderson is so dangerous is he's got that hint of a way swing in his action, and just takes the ball away from the right-hander, and then takes the swing off. So it's not as if he bowls in swingers. He bowl away swing, and then he'll just take that away swing off, which makes the ball continue on a straighter line and tacks for pads. So we saw a little bit of that in that first over, and I'm sure he'll be a lot happier with how he started there than he did yesterday. But it is Gareth Berg to start from the top end.
As he will run towards us and bowl to James Harris on 8 not out in his first innings back for Glamorgan, as he plays that one up to mid-on, and there is no run. Harris with Glamorgan between 2007 and 2012, also played 2 championship matches and a couple of one-dayers back on loan in 2014, and currently surplus to requirements for Middlesex's first team, so they must have a strong bowling attack while they do. Harris, there's hit on the pad. There's an inquiry from Berg, but no response from umpire O'Shaughnessy.
I think what Northamptonshire have done here, Nick, is they've gone with their best 2 seamers from yesterday. Parnell and Bucks, even though in the wickets column for Parnell they didn't probably threaten the batsman as much as these 2 bowlers did, although this won't be Berg's preferred end.
As he runs towards us and bowls to Harris again, who draws the bat just inside the line as it goes through to Rossington. Just a reminder of the Glamorgan side: Selman, Lloyd, Balbirnie, Root, Carlson, Chris Cook, Taylor, Douthwaite, Harris, Wheel and Hogan. And Northant's line-up, not necessarily in batting order: Curran, Vasconcelos, Thurston, Keogh, Proctor, Zaib, as Berg is in and bowls, and Harris is beaten with a rather vague looking shot outside off stump. Rossington, captain and keeper, Berg, Buck, Sanderson and Parnell. I think Parnell will be a couple of places higher than that probably.
I would have thought so, yes.
But my team list is not entirely in order, having written down everyone who played for Northampton the first 2 games, and then added Parnell on the bottom, as Harris pushes that one out on the leg side, and there is no run. 326 for 7. I guess in terms of ambitions, obviously Northampton need to knock over another couple to claim that maximum bowling points. Glamorgan 350 will come naturally, won't it, Ben, if they're still there?
Yes.
400 a bit out of range. As Next delivery is angled by Harris down towards short third man. It's retrieved by Zaib, running backwards from Gully, beating Proctor, running in from third man. They've gone through for a single. Harris has nicked the strike. He's on 9. It's 327 for 7 after 98 overs. I suppose a nice position for this 8th wicket partnership. You know, if they stay together, they'll get another bonus point, and there's not really any pressure to try and get the maximum.
No, not at all. I think they'll be delighted, Glamorgan, if they can get off to the same sort of start as they did yesterday. That was a good opening partnership. I know they were talking of two completely different batsmen, but if they can start the day in the same vein, they'll go past that 350 up around 375, 380. You never know. I mean, it will depend on how well the first change bowlers bowl, I think, this morning, because if Glamorgan just creep past the 350, playing with some sort of respect for the new, the opening bowlers with this newish ball, as the ball gets older, they'll have it their chance to dip the bread.
There's Ben Sanderson, who's going to start the third over of the morning. Just changed his field around a little bit. Still the 2 slips in place. As Sanderson comes in and bowls to Harris. Appeal for LBW, and not out, says umpire Peter Hartley. Might just have been shaping down the leg side. They've brought in a short mid-wicket, which is Ben Curran, almost in a catching position, and a more orthodox mid-wicket, Charlie Thurston, a good deal deeper, just the other side of the umpire. Deep backward square, mid-on in place, and on the offside, mid-off point, and a wide third man. And as we found during the first match here against Kent, as Sanderson's in again, bowls to Harris, who shapes to play that on the onside. It comes off, I think, just the pad. It does. Umpire Peter Hartley signalling leg by as it rolls just behind square on the onside. So 1 more to the total, 327 for 7. We did find Ben during the match against Kent here, the first championship match here played on this ground this season, that pitch just seemed to lose pace, become a bit flatter, the ball gets softer and the slips become almost redundant, and then you did find more fielders in on the drive rather than in the slip cordon. Here's Sanderson in again, bowling to Cook, who's beaten that side of the off stump, drawn onto the front foot. Good shape from Sanderson, goes through to Adam Rossington. Talking to Wayne Parnell last night after close of play, of course making his Northamptonshire debut in this match, and asked him about the pitch, and he said it's fairly easy paced, but he said he just thinks possibly because of the bounce, and I'll get Ben to just talk a bit about that in a second, which we did comment on yesterday, that there can be a ball with your number on it, as it were. Sanderson in again, bowls to Cook, pushing out on the offside, fielded by Ben Curran, and there's no run. And he said it's just a question of keep plugging away, which I think is about right. But we were saying yesterday, I mean, just the odd one yesterday, the bounce was a little bit up and down, and the odd one just seemed to die in the pitch a little bit.
Yeah, I think there was some variation in the pace and bounce, especially back end of the day, which you'd expect with a new older ball.
Here's Sanderson in again, bowls short, and Cook pulls that away down towards deep backward square. He's going to get a couple of runs, as Sabe has quite a long chase. No, it's not Sabe down there, as it's Buck down there. Quite a long chase round the boundary, and sends in his return, but 2 more runs to Chris Cook, who moves up to 110, and Glamorgan to 330 for 7. Cook's second championship century of the season. A very, very valuable effort for his side. Had to battle hard at the start, but paying the dividends for all that hard work. That's a lovely shot by Cook, who just stands up tall, punches that away through extra cover. Sanderson just dropping a little bit short, and that's hammered away to the short boundary in front of the west stand. That's a lovely way to end the over. 114 for Cook, 9 to James Harris, and Glamorgan 334 for 7. We've had 3 overs this morning, 99 overs in the innings.
Well, Cook's just started this morning how he finished yesterday, not how he started yesterday. Lovely flow of the bat, and you can trust his timing. His confidence will be sky high as a batsman when you're fortunate enough, and I was now and again, to come back in and you're 100 not out overnight. There is a lot more, your body moves differently, you're far more relaxed, your confidence is high.
Cook's 100 coming off 180 balls yesterday, as Harris runs that one down. Second slip gets a hand to it, and they take a single down to short third man as it's retrieved by Vasconcelos. 3:34. The scoreboard's having a little fidget. I think it was 3:30 before that delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah, 3:35 I think now. Should be.
We'll get to that in just a moment.
We'll get the auditors in at some point. They'll sort it out.
Yeah, with Harris taking that single, it should be 3:35.
It is now. That'll be right.
There we are. And just the one slip now for Chris Cook on strike.
I'm surprised that this field wasn't set yesterday a little bit more to Cook. And I know Rosington does it because against Kent he had two men on the drive radders, like you quite rightly said earlier. And Cook is very strong through that sort of straight mid-wicket area.
As Berg is in to bowl and Cook defends it back to the bowler. It was interesting at Yorkshire that at one point they posted a silly mid-on and a short mid-wicket for Cook.
Yeah.
So they obviously had a theory they could get him out driving aerially on the leg side.
Yeah. I think it's sometimes as much as it's a batsman's strength, it can be their weakness slightly, and if it is just aerial or it puts doubt in your mind as a batsman, it might make you half hit the ball.
So Berg loping in with this newish ball, and Cook off something of a thick inside edge, gets one comfortably enough away to mid-wicket for a single, away to our left. So we look out from the Ken Turner stand. An exclusive interview. I asked umpire Peter Hartley how conditions were in the middle, and he said coolish.
I hope he wasn't complaining that he was cold standing out there in the sunshine
No, he
all
wasn't
day.
complaining. I did ask him. But maybe not quite as Scotcho as it looks from here. As Harris drives back to the bowler, and Berg fields in his follow-through, and there's no run. 3:36 for 7.
I dare say if he was on the golf course it would be a lovely day today. It would have been a lovely day yesterday for golf.
Yeah, it's just getting the body a little bit warmer rather than the umpire's task of standing stock still for hours on end. Two slips are in place now as Harris again runs one down gently to third man for a single where Proctor does the fielding. 337 for 7. Harris up to 11. And James Harris with a first class batting average of 23 is probably better than a number 9. But Glamorgan have quite a strong lower order with Taylor as a sort of extra batsman come frontline-ish spinner, as Cook plays that one firmly to mid-on, and there's no run. Taylor with 3 wickets in the first 2 games. Dowthwaite as first or second change bowler, but can also hit the ball very hard. End of the over, 337 for 7. Cook is 115 and Harris is 11. If you want to tweet us, at oldmanrad for Andrew, RADD, and at Nick Webb 2017 2017 for me.
Well, the wicket seems to be playing fairly similar to how it did last night. So I did see a heavy roller on there earlier. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it looks like they might have just Glamorgan might just probably want to take a bit of life out of it for this morning.
Here's Sanderson running in again from the pavilion end, bowling to James Harris, who's in behind that, plays it up to mid-on where it's fielded by Wayne Parnell, and there's no run. I'm going to say a very happy birthday to Jane Foster in the village of Aldwinkle, one of our regular listeners, and often in touch with us, and I hope you have a very happy birthday. I know you're not terribly mobile at the moment, sadly on crutches, but hopefully you'll be up and about soon, and we're able to keep you company for
Happy birthday, Jane.
Yeah, a good part of the day. There's Sanderson in again, bowls that I say beats Harris outside the off stump. To be fair, I think James Harris just about dropped his hands inside that, but it was a good ball, right line, just outside off stump, and it went through to Adam Rossington. Talking about golf on a day like this, Ben, one of my favourite essays by one of my favourite writers on sport, the late great Henry Longhurst. He did a piece called The Day and it was the day when the weather is just right for golf for the first time in the year. You can go out without so many layers on. And Sanderson in again, bowls to Harris, who steers that away through backward point quite comfortably. Gareth Berg comes in off the boundary in front of the old County Hotel, and they come through for a single. One more to Harris, who's 12, and Glamorgan to 338 for 7. And you just know exactly what he means. It's a wonderful piece of writing, but you just instinctively know what he's talking about. That first day when you necessarily be playing golf, but you can actually go outside and not have to put the fleece on.
No, it's lovely. It does look very inviting out there today.
Yeah, it's an absolute picture, the ground at the moment. Here's Sanderson still with 2 slips in place. Bowls to Cook, who on drives nicely, but only as far as Wayne Parnell at mid-on, who goes down in stages.
I sympathise, sir. It's a long way down.
It is a long way down, yeah, but he fielded it safely anyway, and there's no run.
I chuckled to myself earlier. It was Keogh that sort of half stopped that ball at slip, and it hit him on the end of the fingers. That last over from Berg, I thought, not another one for Rob Keogh.
He had a bit of he was in the wars yesterday, wasn't he, one way or another. Sanderson in again, bowls, and that's uppish as Chris Cook plays it out in the direction of mid-wicket. It was some way away from Charlie Thurston at mid-wicket, but it was in the air for a little while, and as it is, Thurston has to chase back towards the boundary, and they come through for 2. Cook to 115, and Glamorgan up to 338 for 7. Yes, Rob Keogh yesterday got Dan Douthwaite absolutely leathered one back at him, which you have to put down as a technical caught and bowled chance, but he hit it very, very hard. And then still wringing his hand, he had to chase around the boundary and went down like a sack of spuds. Yes, Sanderson in again, drives back to the bowler, beautifully fielded by Sanderson and his follow-through, who, just to emphasise what a good bit of fielding it was able to get a throw away as well. Misses the stumps. Rossington's backing up. Good work from Sanderson. End of the over. Cook is 117, Harris is 12, and Glamorgan up to 340 for 7. Yes, he was both wringing his hands and limping at one point yesterday, Rob Keogh, but he looks all right at the moment anyway.
I think it does look a lot warmer out there for the players, to be fair, today as well. So I'm sure, layers you can keep your body warm. It's just face if it's windy on those cold days, but it's hands in cricket. That's all it is, really. If you can just keep your hands warm somehow, it does make life so much easier out there. Obviously, batting and wicket keeping, you don't have that problem, but in the field, it is the one thing. If you can keep your hands warm, you're away.
Gareth Berg into his 22nd over, bowling to Harris, who pushes forward defensively back to the bowler, and there's no run. How effective are these little hand warmers they get these days to keep in their pockets, then, Ben?
Yeah, they're quite useful. They are quite useful, the hand warmers. Radders was saying that. Did you see some players pre-season wearing like hand pouches around their waist?
That's right. Yes.
Berg bowls and Harris drives. Nice shot. Good piece of fielding by Thurston in the covers, and there's no run. I discovered yesterday when looking for something else in one of the sort of many bags of technical equipment that we have up here that there's a couple in there as well in one of the pockets. So I can only assume that whoever had that some of this broadcast equipment first was doing either football or rugby during the winter, and it was a little colder than it is here. Save them for Sunday, we might need them then.
It was a chilly day Sunday.
Berg is in to bowl and Harris drives up to mid-on. Parnell fields and there's no run. A couple of Twitter comments came in overnight. Paul Rees, more good days than bad so far this season. With the addition of Harris and the Aussies to come, things are finally looking up. Graham Smith, tend to think par is 350 plus. Well, Glamorgan should get there on 340. Morning to Stephen Hedges. Was looking forward to joining us again today. As Berg is in with 2 slips to bowl to Harris, who plays that nicely through the leg side, but will pick up just a single because it's been fielded on that short square leg boundary, and Glamorgan move on to 341 for 7.
3 sun hats out there this morning. See, Ben Sanderson's gone for one as well down on the fence.
It's roasting out there.
It's rare that you'll see 3 sun hats in a Glamorgan side. Lloyd occasionally, Root sometimes.
Usually it's only Charlie Thurston here, but Wayne Parnell seems to have adopted one as well. But no, Ben Sanderson, that's a new one.
3:41 for 7 as Cook blocks one to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Alan Tucker, good day's play with ups and downs. Great streaming with supporting commentary. We like to play our part. So welcome along, wherever you're listening, stroke viewing on the Northampton Cricket Club website with our commentary if you click to accept it. Here's Berg into Cook, who just plays it gently into a gap on the offside, and they wander through for a single. David Battersby talking about spectators annoying that we can't watch county matches outdoors, but others can attend the Brit Awards indoors. So yes, we look forward to further details of pilot schemes, but they don't appear to be anywhere particularly close at the moment, certainly in Wales, where there are only 2 more championship matches due until the restrictions are due to be eased in England. So I think there'll be some disquiet if nothing happens vaguely around the same time as over the border.
I think if cases lower and things keep improving anyway on the NHS front, then you should see some restrictions lifting, and hopefully in cricket's favour as well. Ironically, there you're talking about the Brit Awards, people sitting inside. They've just sanitised outdoors on the cricket field.
Well, I say hopefully, if all goes to plan with the roadmap, then spectators should be in for the round of matches beginning May the 20th here in England at any rate. Keeper standing up as Sanderson comes in, bowls to Cook, plays it off the back foot up to short extra cover, and there's no run, just the one slip in now, which is Ricardo Vasconcelos. And as Ben said, this is a tactic that Adam Rossington has used certainly in the first match here against Kent, is putting men in front of the wicket in catching positions rather than behind. He now has Rob Keogh in it, short mid-wicket, just the one slip, and keeper standing up as Sanderson runs in again, bowls to Cook, who edges just wide of Vasconcelos at slip. It was within a second slip. I think he probably would have carried to him. As it is, they get 2 runs. It runs down to third man. It's a bit of a escape for Chris Cook. 118 to him, 120 to him rather. 344 for 7. Ricardo Vasconcelos diving away to his right, as I say, he's the only slip in, and you can't really put that down as a chance. But if there'd been a second slip, I think Sanderson might have been in business, but there wasn't, so he wasn't. Sanderson at the end of his mark comes in again and bowls to Chris Cook, who's solidly in behind that, plays it up to Parnell at mid-on, and there's no run. Just watching that on the replay, but I'm absolutely sure if there'd been a second slip it would have carried. It was again, it's just, there's not much pace in this pitch.
No, there's not, but with the keeper stood up, what could tend to happen is your slips do creep in a little bit more. It would have been a sharp chance, probably ankle, shin height, but you'd like to think it would have done.
Cook on 120, facing this ball from Ben Sanderson, and he's front foot this time, plays it out to the offside, just behind square, where safe Zabe feels. Zabe, of course, getting a bowl yesterday, which he didn't up at Old Trafford, and picking up 2 wickets in 2 balls, bowling Kieran Carlson for 54, which was a beautiful innings, aesthetically very pleasing. And then Callum Taylor out first ball. Wayne Parnell limbering up, because interesting, he seems to be swinging his right arm rather than his left arm, should be told. Sanderson in again, bowls to Cook, just plays that again down on the offside for Zabe to field at backward point, and there's no run. Parnell picked up a couple of wickets, Zabe 2 and 3 for Gareth Berg, and I think Chris Cook's asking for something to be, I think it's a door to be closed. I think it's the door into the Glamorgan changing room down below us, in what's usually one of the members' dining areas, which they're using at the moment. And here's Cook in again, once again. It's turned round slightly by that one, plays off a thick outside edge, goes to backward point. safely enough. End of another over, 120 to Cook, 13 to Harris. And Glamorgan have weathered the first half an hour or so of the morning, 3:44 for 7. And we've had 103 overs, so 7 more overs to get bonus points.
And they'll be delighted that they've been able to do that, Glamorgan, this morning. Northamptonshire, I think, personally have bowled very good lines to these two batsmen. Cook's not been allowed to clip the ball through the onside. They've also plugged that gap, so anything slightly aerial off his bat could be caught on the drive on the leg side. And they've bowled slightly straighter to Harris, the new batter.
So Berg will continue to try and bowl straight to Harris, as outside off stump and allowed to go through. Emir Evans says, quiet day on the tweeting front yesterday, as it seems every time he did they lost a wicket. Hoping this doesn't tempt fate and we can bat long into the morning session. Pleased to see application and intent from Glamorgan. As Berg is in to bowl, and that's jammed down by Harris. I think bat onto pad, runs out on the offside. Philip Gamage reports that Wolverton are playing away to Biggleswade tomorrow, and the second 11 home at Osborne Street, and Sunday first 11 home to New Bradwell, where he is umpiring. Good luck to you, Philip.
Yes, the Northamptonshire League will start tomorrow, at least in some of the divisions. Top division certainly gets underway tomorrow afternoon.
As Berg is in to bowl and almost Yorks Harris as he dug that one out at the last minute. Very bottom of the bat, just trickled out on the offside. That again is something of a sore point, because organised cricket with more than half a dozen people involved isn't allowed in Wales until Monday, which is obviously no use for this weekend. So there's a lot of clubs will be having a midweek hit out of some form, and then straight into league games. As Berg in bowls and Harris plays it to Zaib at the point. There's no run. Edward Cooper on Twitter asks, is there a nice view of the scoreboard this week? Yes, the view of the scoreboard is fine, thank you, Edward. Some of the numbers for the overs are a little bit of a strain, but by and large it is fine, after we had some difficult times at Sapphire Gardens with the scoreboards not operational at the moment.
Right, okay.
As Berg is in to bowl, and Harris plays this one pleasantly through the offside. It may just run away for 4 to the cover point boundary. It does, and James Harris moves to 17 and Glamorgan on to 348 for 7.
Am I right in saying, Nick, that when Northamptonshire played, we were down at Sapphire Gardens last year for the T20 match, which Glamorgan won pretty comfortably? I think at one point the scoreboard went out completely, didn't it, during the match? I seem to remember they had to sort of reboot it, and that left us floundering a wee bit, sort of hoping that everything else was working online. But
I'm assured that spanking new facilities are on the way.
Brilliant, that's good to hear.
As Berg bowls and Harris plays defensively on the onside, but I just hope it's sooner rather than later. But we did manage to get a monitor linked up with the score on, so thankfully that was just about working, as we had one or two BBC technical issues as well. 348 for 7. We eventually finished the last hour of the match having to operate, for various complicated technical reasons which I didn't really understand, separate commentaries for the BBC and the club website.
Oh, okay.
So we had to run 2 commentaries at once.
Did you not get your scorebook out, and you could have had a chance to start scoring again when the scoreboard went down?
Well,
6 dots in the little box and different coloured pens.
Our operation looks a tad Heath Robinson, but so far so good. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls and edges low. Cook to Vasconcelos, and I'm not sure that carried. I don't think it did. I think he just went to him on the half volley. And once again, the whole business of how deep the slips ought to be, Ben, with keeper standing up, it's an interesting one, isn't it?
Well, you're right there. It just backs up what you were saying, Radders. I believe that when the keeper stands up, the slip should get a little bit closer anyway, but it doesn't look as though not close enough on on that instance anyway.
Just didn't quite get there to Vasconcelos. And Sanderson in again, and bowls, and Cook plays that one off the back foot, punches it out to the cover boundary. That's fielded by Ben Curran out there, and they come through for an easy single. One more to Cook, 121 to him, and Glamorgan 349 for 7, so just one more run for a fourth batting bonus point. Yes, we are commentating outside, although undercover, obviously maintaining our social distance, and it's a pretty good view. And on a lovely day, it's nice. When it's cold, it's very cold. This Sanderson bowls short, and that's an excellent take by Adam Rossington, because he bounced James Harris, and Rossington had to stretch right up, bearing in mind he's standing up. That was a really top-class take from Adam Rossington. Second slip in now, so Vasconcelos at first, Rob Keogh in at second. Still got that man at shortish mid-wicket, not right in a catching position, but tight in on the one. Sanderson in again, and Harris just dropping his hands, goes past outside the off stump. Rossington has the bails off, or a bail off, but Harris was in his ground, doesn't need umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy to come in and repair the wicket. But things just happening a little bit for Sanderson this morning, but not in the way that, with the outcome that he would have hoped. Still no wicket down this morning. 349 for 7. Sanderson in again, bowls, and he's edged it this time, and he's gone. Well, we were just saying that it wasn't the outcome so far that Sanderson would have been hoping, but he was starting to just trouble both batsmen. I think the keeper standing up just put something else in the batsman's mind. On that occasion, he breaks through, and Harris has gone, caught behind by Rossington off Sanderson for 17, and Glamorgan 349 for 8.
Yeah, well, Sanderson thoroughly deserves that this morning. In my book, he's bowled a far better line to Chris Cook. No, that's Harris, isn't it?
Harris, yeah.
Sorry, yeah. He's bowled a far better line to Chris Cook, and he's threatened the outside edge all morning, and that time there it's just Harris that's just a faint tickle through. But looking at how he's bowled to Cook as well, he's found his edge a couple of times through that slip cordon area. I can't help but thinking that the man in on the drive on the leg side, and the fact they're bowling slightly wider but holding their length, the two seamers, to Cook has helped build pressure on him. Harris, to be fair to him then, he was playing the ball late, but it looks as though there was just a slight bit of away movement, which is just very, very faint nick on the way through. So, but he thoroughly deserves Sanderson. Whichever batsman he would have got out there, I think he'd have deserved that. Yes, absolutely. There's another good catch as well. Adam Rossington's having a good morning out there, because the ball before the bouncer, he really did have to stretch up, and did very well to take it, and that was a good catch as well, standing up, but gets the wicket that Northamptonshire needed this morning. Also gives them a renewed chance of getting a maximum third bowling bonus point. They need one more wicket in 5 overs and 1 ball. 1 ball left in this over, which is going to be faced by James Wheel, who comes out to the middle, fresh from a debut that didn't quite go according to plan A in the previous match. Nick was telling us about yesterday.
No runs, no wickets, 1 catch, just to give him something positive on the scorecard.
Well, it happens.
But David Lloyd started with a pair in first-class cricket, and he's now doing a decent job opening the batting.
No, absolutely. Well, it's Wheel's left hand up, so field shaping up with 3 slips in place for the new batsman. Vasconcelos at first, Keogh at second, and Ben Curran going in at third. Wide third man, a point. Only shortish extra cover. Parnell mid-on mid-wicket and deep backward square as Sanderson comes in, bowls to Wheel, who is away, and after his pair on debut, he paddles that short ball away down to deep backward square and picks up his first run in Glamorgan colours. And not only that, he brings a 4th batting bonus point as well. So well done, James Wheel. He's off the mark with a single off the last ball of the over. He's 1. Cook is 121, and Glamorgan 350 for 8.
Yeah, well deserved there, Ben Sanderson. He's bowled really well this morning, and to be fair to Berg, which I'm slightly surprised he's bowled from that top end, but I think it was purely because Rossington wanted the best two bowlers in his attack to bowl in tandem to start the day. I've bowled very well, bowled nice and tight, and it made it difficult for the Glamorgan batsmen to sort of get away at any time, really. Yeah, I'm sure now. I just sort of casting my memory back to just before, well, maybe about 40 minutes before tea yesterday, when Douthwaite was in with Cook, and the game stood still slightly. If Glamorgan were 20 runs slightly more ahead of where they were, would they be in a position in these next 5 overs to push forward into the 400 mark? But I think just for the sake of 1 point, looking at this surface, they might be happy just to get as many as they can and potentially not have to bat again on this surface.
Well, Wheel certainly will have ambitions to keep Cook company for a while, and he gets a run off his second ball in this match as well, running that one down to third man off a thick edge.
Good strike rate.
Keep that up.
Yeah.
He'll be a star. Made his Durham debut back in 2015. Played 15 first-class matches for them. One for Leicestershire on loan last season, but has been given a 2-year contract at Glamorgan. James Wheel, on the strength of his performance in an intra-squad game. 351 for 8 as Cook drives and Berg gets a hand to it, and it just rolls gently to mid-off. Are you taking off layers of clothing, Mr. Smith?
Well, I've actually put my jacket
over
my legs.
Right.
Yes,
Tactical rearrangement.
When that breeze whips through, it's just a bit cold on my chicken legs. I've got a fat on there keeping them warm, unfortunately.
Berg is into bowl to Cook, who swishes at a wide one. Well, it was there to be hit, but it was actually too wide for his purposes on that occasion.
Yes, his technique doesn't allow him to really move again with any real gusto with his feet. He does sort of like play from I wouldn't say a planted, and this is no disrespect to him, he's played beautifully this innings, but he does very much rely on his hands. 351
for 8 as Berg bowls again to Cook, who's beaten and was off balance playing that shot as he pushed forward in rather indecisive mode, and through it went to Rossington. Good morning to Steve James, who reports that it is the big rematch tomorrow between Glamorgan Academy and Monmouth School, both of whose batsmen he coaches. So hope you have a productive time there, Steve, developing the Glamorgan stars of the future, as Cook jabs one to mid-wicket with an exclamation from Berg, who thought he'd got one through. Yeah, there were 3 centuries in the match last week, I believe, so something for Steve to get his teeth into, and hopefully you'll hear him on BBC Sport Wales commentaries at some point in the summer, if his test match reporting permits. Morning to Trevor Freeman in Dublin, as Cook works one out on the leg side and takes a single. Lots of oohs and ahs, but Cook's giving them some hope still, but he's moved on to 122 not out. 352 for 8, and there are 4 overs in which to claim the elusive bowling point.
Yeah, well, I think that just going back to Cook as well, and the way he's played through this innings, he does look as though his mindset has been to shape up to hit the ball back past the bowler on first sort of like decision. So once the ball's released out the bowler's hand, he's looking to play really straight up the pitch. The reason why I say that is because he's hit some very, very good on drives, but then as the ball continues into his body, it's sort of like his second choice is just to wait for the ball and clip it through the leg side, hence why he's got such good balance.
Well, it's going to be Chris Cook facing the start of another over from Ben Sanderson. Keeper standing up, slip in place, and Cook flays that away down to fielder at wide third man, Gareth Berg, and adds 1 more to his score, 123 to Chris Cook, and Glamorgan up to 353 for 8. 1 wicket to fall this morning, that of James Harris, caught behind by Adam Rossington. Good catch standing up to Ben Sanderson, he made 17. That was 349 for 8, and again a handy little partnership. Glamorgan built partnerships yesterday, and that was worth, what, 46 in 18 overs. for the 8th wicket. 3 slips in place now for the left-handed wheel. Sanderson bowls to him and he's in behind that. So the first delivery he hasn't scored off, I think, isn't it?
Boring.
Gonna move on. Plays it back down the pitch. Sanderson fields and there's no run for James Wheel. He's now going to come round the wicket. Just notifies umpire Peter Hartley, and Chris Cook swaps across to the other side. Still the 3 slips in place. Vasconcelos, Keogh and Curran. Sanderson comes in, bowls to Wheel, who drives nicely, but only up as far as Wayne Parnell, who's sort of fairly straightish extra cover. Now has a chat with Nathan Buck. Buck, who bowled 3 balls of the last over of the day last night before he just felt his hamstring and decided it wasn't really worth risking it for the last 3 balls of the day. So Saib completed the over. Sanderson again round the wicket, bowls to Wheel, drives up to Nathan Buck at mid-on and there's no run. And the interesting question was posed because Buck bowled 3 dot balls and then Zabe bowled 3 dot balls. So it was a maiden over, but of course it won't go down as a maiden over to anybody because it was split between 2 bowlers.
That'll throw a few computer systems
yeah,
up the Swanee, won't it?
Yeah.
I can think of a few. Yeah, sounds like a question in a scoring exam, doesn't it? But Sanderson in again, round the wicket, bowls to Wheel, and he just drops his hands as that goes past outside the off stump, and Adam Rossington has to go down his hands and knees. Again, there's not a lot of pace in this pitch, and the ball's getting a wee bit older, and he just finished up having to grovel round a little bit for that one. It's the 107th over of the innings, so yeah, 27 overs with this ball.
It's a little concerning at this stage on the second day.
Yep.
Well, yes, it is. Parnell continuing to limber up. Sanderson bowls round the wicket to Wheel, short, and he's paddled that away, and he's going to pick up runs. In fact, he's going to pick up half a dozen. Just got latched onto that. I was just trying to see where it crossed the rope. It's a relatively short boundary that side, of course, and Gareth Berg was sprinting around to try and get to it, but he didn't. It crossed the ropes for 6, which I think is the first one of the match. 6 to James Wheel, 8 to him. Cook is 123, 359 for 8. And Ben Sanderson, at the end of that over, 25 overs, 1 for 85. Good shot.
It was a lovely shot. Sanderson's actually gone hard into the pitch on 2 occasions there. The first ball that you were talking about, sort of Rossington grovelling to pick it up on the half volley, was an attempted bouncer from round the wicket and to the left-hander, and then he went exactly the same but slightly straighter, and Wheel just stayed inside the line and helped it over the that very short leg side to him boundary.
So Gareth Berg will continue with his 25th over. He's in to bowl to Cook and hits him on the thigh, pushing forward, no run. 3 for 64 Gareth Berg, so going at 2.67 runs an over, decent economy rate. And the most economical of the seamers, Zaib just a fraction below, 2.5 runs and over, the spinner. As Berg bowls and Cook drives to mid-off, and there's no run. 359 for 8 if you're just joining us for the first time today. James Harris the man out, caught behind by Rossington off the bowling of Ben Sanderson for 17. That was 349 for 8 at that stage. Cook may change his tactics when last man Michael Hogan arrives at the wicket, but for the moment he's just pushing that one gently to mid-on, and there's no run. A little bit of a breeze around. The blue and grey Steelbacks flag is fluttering out nicely, as is the maroon county crest now.
Yeah.
Glorious vista, and hopefully some of you will be joining us at the grounds next month at some point. As Berg bowls and Cook drives, but has not beaten mid-off. He's not getting a lot of value for his shots at the moment, Chris Cook, is he?
No, I think that's down to the slowness of the pitch, how slow it's gone. Both bowlers look as though they might be just bowling slightly within themselves, knowing that the surface is going to do the talking up and down. There's no real need to sort of hit the pitch too hard at the moment.
David Lloyd said it was a touch too paced in my chat with him last night, as Cook works that one away on the offside and will not come back for a second run, because Thurston has made good ground there off the point boundary. Yeah, there wasn't really a second run there. End of the over. Or is it? No, it's just everyone changing round for the left-hander. One ball to come of this 108th over, so Northants have 13 legitimate deliveries in which to claim this 9th wicket for a 3rd bowling point. Glamorgan with 4 batting points. There's James Wheel on 8 not out, playing just his 2nd match for Glamorgan. Tall figure, numberless at the moment. Crouched down, bat up raised, and we'll get runs here down to fine leg as Berg just off target, and Wheel helped it around, clipped it down, and there was nothing that fine leg on the 45 could do about it. Proctor just retrieving from beneath us. So 364 for 8 at the end of over number 108. Wheel has 12 and Cook 124 not out.
That must be the ultimate kick in the bum as a bowler. You've bowled 5 decent deliveries, and then you've just strayed onto number 10's pads, and he's clipped you down to fine leg for 4. It was actually a nicely played shot there, but Berg will be disappointed he couldn't just close that over out with another dot.
364 for 8. So yeah, a couple of overs to go for Northamptonshire to claim the 9th wicket and a maximum 3rd bowling bonus points. Chris Cook on strike, Sanderson bowling to him, and he plays that back past the bowler, and they come through for a quick single as Wayne Parnell has to come across from mid-on to field. One more to Cook, 125 to him, 365 for 8. Cook showing great confidence in his partner, who's, since he came in, having bagged a pair on debut, played pretty well. 12 not out with a 6. Can we talk, Ben, a little bit about the short boundary on that side, because there was certainly a discussion one or two of us last night about how many runs that short boundary is worth, if you like, and be interested to get your take on it. 3 slips in play. Sanderson comes in, bowls to Wheel, who drives up on the offside. Parnell now at extra cover fields, and there's no run. What do you reckon? I mean, with the talk yesterday was it was worth 30-40 runs in the day's play.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know. At one point I actually thought of how to sort of like have an equation that would work for that, and I would say if you took 2 runs off every leg side boundary, you might be somewhere near.
Yeah, it is a short boundary, that side. Sanderson in again, bowls to Wheel, who drives handsomely back past the bowler for 4. That's a cracking stroke. Sanderson reaching down with his right hand, just trying to get something on it, but he couldn't. It was well timed, and rattled away to the boundary in front of us. 4 more to James Wheel. 16 not out. 369 for 8 Glamorgan. Perhaps they're going for the 5th point.
Late wriggle.
Well, 9 balls, 31 runs needed. Who knows? James Wheel in this sort of form. Just down to 2 slips now. Sanderson round the wicket to Wheel, and he angles that away past backward point. It's a bit of a chase initially for Charlie Thurston, and then it's Ben Sanderson coming in off the boundary, sends in a return to Adam Rossington. 1 more run to Wheel, 17 to him, 370 for 8. The fact that Ben Sanderson now finds himself down at the boundary at the far end of the ground suggests that he's finished his bowling, at least for the time being.
He's bowling.
But the bowling now, yes.
Yeah,
Yes, sorry. Yeah.
Who is that then down there?
I'm sorry, I think it's a 12th man on. So I was looking at the sun hat.
Yeah.
Sanderson in again, bowls, and again worked away, nurdled down to 3rd man by Chris Cook. They come back for 2. It's a long chase round there for Gareth Berg, and they come back for an easy 2. Takes Chris Cook up to 127, and Glamorgan to 372 for 8. Yeah, I was just looking to see how that is down there. It looks...
Is that Thurston at deep square leg?
Yep. Yeah.
Is it Buck? No.
No, it's not. No, I think it's a 12th man.
Yeah.
I'm just not quite sure, and probably one of the academy players. I'm not exactly sure which one it is. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and that's beats the bat outside the off stump. Good take again by Adam Rossington. Nips the bails off, appeals somewhat half-heartedly to Steve O'Shaughnessy coming in from square leg, and Rossington repairs the wicket himself, but Cook hadn't strayed out of his ground, so that's the end of another over. 127 to Cook, 17 to Wheel, 372 for 8. Suspect that might be the end of Ben Sanderson's spell. He's bowled 26 overs now, 5 maidens, 1 for 93, having picked up his first wicket of the innings this morning. The only batsman out, James Harris, caught behind. Good catch standing up by Rossington off Sanderson for 17. That was 349 for 8. Since then, it's been the James Wheel show.
Yes, Glamorgan supporters will be delighted to see him making a positive contribution after his difficult debut down in Cardiff last week, and we'll be hoping that he can add with the ball as well as part of I suppose a 5-man Glamorgan seam attack with David Lloyd and Callum Taylor, though not a specialist spinner as such, may well get through quite a lot of overs. 372 for 8, 1 over left for the bonus point for Northampton.
Big over then, this.
A big over.
Flexing the muscles.
And
called for the bigger bats.
Who's going to bowl it?
Buck.
From the Lynn Wilson centre end, running towards us in the lovely sunshine. This is meant to be the warmest day out of the 4. As Buck is in, right arm around the wicket, and Wheel is chopping this one hard onto his pad. The ball looped up for a second, and there were initial shouts of catch it, but it fell about 5 metres in front of Rob Keogh at slip. Apart from that, it was a chance.
Yeah, a little nick onto the thigh pad. I think Buck will hurry Wheel that little bit more than the other 2 bowlers here, so interesting to see what the pace does.
As Wheel is hit either on the glove or the thigh, and the ball rolls back down the pitch as he was looking to find a gap on the leg side there. How much do players in this situation concentrate on that bonus point? I mean, obviously he's trying to get him out every ball anyway, but do they worry that much about bonus points, do you think, Pen?
I think depending on the surface you would probably think about them. This surface, I would say now Glamorgan just want to get as many runs as they can in whatever time they possibly can.
As Wheel faces up again and clips that one uppishly down towards backward square. They've taken a single, and that's all they'll get.
But then on that, if there's a bonus point within your grasp and it just means you have to play slightly more aggressive, then I think you'd be foolish not to try and get that. I mean, there's different ways of doing it, isn't there, depending on who the batsmen are. If you've got 2 guys that are quick between the wickets, they could really up the ante and try and put the fielding team under pressure.
As a bowler, do you think, well, I've only got 3 balls to get this guy out, as is the case at the moment, as Buck bowls to Cook, who runs it down towards 3rd man. There's a fielder at 3rd man who makes a diving stop down beneath us, but they'll come back for his 2nd run as they have to peer over the balcony. 375 for 8.
Apologies, you meant the actual how much would players think about?
Yeah, the bowlers. Would he have that in his mind particularly, do you think?
Not by the looks of this field, they haven't at the moment, but I would now for these 6 balls.
As Buck is in to bowl to Cook, who plays a rather flat-footed shot outside off stump. He just seems to have had he's played very well overall, just the odd lapse of concentration where his feet stay.
Yeah, but he's nicked that. Yeah.
Oh right, there was an edge, that didn't carry.
I think he's nicked it and it's not carried, and it was a full-blown swat at the ball. But you're right, he hasn't moved his feet outside, towards the line of the ball to anything that's wide outside off, but He's got away with that one.
Last ball of the 110th over. Nathan Buck to Chris Cook, who defends it back down the wicket. So bad news for Northants viewers and listeners is that it's just 2 bonus points out of the 3 with the ball. Glamorgan 4 with the bat. 375 for 8 after 110 overs here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, that was a good over from Nathan Buck there. Really at Cook down the right channels just outside that off stump. We say is a good line to him. And I just think that he's very unfortunate there, he really is, because he's found his edge by bowling that slightly wider line. And Northamptonshire have found the edge of Cook 3-4 times this morning, and it's just not carried to the slips and that one even to Rossington, the wicket-keeper. They might be slightly concerned about this unevenness of bounce, and I think your interview last night, Radders, with Parnell, to say that he felt there might be a name on a ball at any stage isn't something that the Northamptonshire batsman would want, discussing in the dressing room just at this moment.
No, that's absolutely right. But that's what he said. I was asking about the pitch on the basis of obviously him having bowled some overs on it yesterday. He's going to bowl again on it now. Starting at a fresh spell, left arm over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed wheel outside the off stump. 2 slips in place, and Parnell, having bowled that ball, does a little trot back to his mark. And Parnell bowled yesterday 18 overs. 2 for 66, making his first-class debut for Northamptonshire in this match. Vasconcelos at first slip, Keogh at second, and he's got a wide third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep backward square. Parnell in again, bowls to Wheel, beats him, his big appeal, but he's caught behind. So, yeah, Parnell strikes with his second ball, and Wheel's bright little innings ends, caught behind by Adam Rossington. Parnell strikes at once, and Glamorgan 375 for 9. 2 balls too late for the point.
Yes, there you go. I think that probably happens quite often. But Parnell there has just shown, I think, what the extra yard of pace can do. He's got the ball to carry. Whale there just caught in the crease. Didn't really get either forward or back to it. It was a very good in-between length ball, well directed at the left-hander. But again, another valuable sort of short little partnership there with his captain, who's obviously doing well at the moment still. Did you say, Nick, that that Chris Cook's mentality and sort of tempo may change when Hogan joins him, you think?
It's possible. It's possible because Hogan innings is usually entertaining. His scores in completed innings so far are 54 and 0 this season.
Okay, so he's due again.
And Michael Hogan, I mean, Welsh listeners will have heard this hundreds of times, so apologies to them, but for the benefit of Northants listeners, Hogan has never been leg before wicket in first-class cricket.
Really? Mate, that's an excellent stat.
In 12 years of playing, half of that playing both halves of the year, if you like.
So is that because he sort of stays well out the way of the line of the ball?
Well, you'll see his front leg,
yeah,
pointing towards mid-wicket most of the time.
He's closer to the umpire than he is the stumps.
He's not backing away as such. He's just giving himself room for those long levers, is the appropriate phrase for Mr. Hogan.
Well, he had a terrific occasion here last year, of course. He's got his 600th first-class wicket here, didn't he, on this fixture last year. It was Michael Hogan facing his first ball from Wayne Parnell, coming round the wicket, 2 slips in place, and Hogan pushing at that one. It just bounced on him a little bit, and Ben said just a little bit of extra pace from Parnell, and he just dropped that down in front of him on the offside. I should just be updating BBC Radio Northampton listeners in a second or two. Cook 129, still there. Will he run out of partners? Here's Michael Hogan facing his second ball from Parnell, who pulls away over mid-wicket, gets a big cheer from the Glamorgan players down below, running out towards the boundary. I think it's just as a little teaser, and it's just going to beat the fielder Ben Sanderson into the boundary rope. So Michael Hogan's away in characteristic fashion, hitting that away over mid-wicket for 4. And Glamorgan up to 379 for 9. It's usually entertaining when Michael Hogan bats.
no fast bowlers union.
No.
Already, first 2 balls to Hogan have been short into the pitch, round the wicket, directed in at him. It's a tall unit, Hogan, so it's going to take some effort on this pitch to get the ball up around his shoulder height. And first ball was sort of like chest height, and that one I think Hogan saw it coming. So, like Nick said, his technique was just to clear the front leg and have a good pull shot at it.
And you can rest assured that Hogan, I'm sure, won't forget that one. Here's Parnell in again, bowls to Hogan, who forces that away nicely off the back foot, going away through the covers. It's going to run away to that short boundary in front of the West Stand. 4 more to Michael Hogan. He goes up to 8, 383 for 9. Back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah.
1 through mid-wicket, 1 through extra cover. Nice shot, but again, you've talked a lot about this short boundary, and really once it beats the inner ring, just runs away down there to the front of the West Stand.
He needs to go to length for this ball.
Yeah, 383 for 9. Round the wicket goes Parnell, bowls, and Hogan's on the back foot, plays it back down the pitch where it's fielded by the bowler. End of the over, successful one for Parnell, but conceding a couple of boundaries in the second half of it to Michael Hogan. 383 for 9. Cook is 129, Hogan on 8. Wayne Parnell has now bowled 19 overs to 3 for 74, because he picked up 3 wickets now on debut. And I'll just be updating BBC Radio Northampton listeners in just a second. Glamorgan have moved on to 383 for 9, having resumed at 324 for 7 this morning. Their captain Chris Cook still there on 129. 2 wickets for Northamptonshire this morning. James Harris caught behind. Good catch standing up by Adam Rossington off Ben Sanderson for 17. That was 349 for 8. And then a few moments ago, James Wheel caught behind again by Rossington, this time off Wayne Parnell for 18. Parnell's second ball of the morning, and that gives him his 3rd wicket of the innings. 383 for 9 for Glamorgan. Northamptonshire looking to finish off this innings as soon as they can.
As the first ball of the over sees Cook offered a single and taking it as he drove to a very deep cover position, and there was hardly anyone within about 50 metres of the bat for that first delivery. So Buck will have a shot at Michael Hogan, and Michael Hogan may have a shot at Nathan Buck as well, as Rossington dashes down the pitch to offer words of counsel to his bowler. 2 slips are in place. I might be tempted to push mid-on back a little if I were Adam Rossington, but mid-wicket is on the ropes. And Buck will bowl with 2 slips, 2 on each side saving the single. 2 out on the boundary on the leg side. 384 for 9 as Buck is in to bowl, and Hogan has a huge yahoo and makes no contact through to Rossington.
He's missed it. He's missed a chance there, hasn't he? Because Buck, that was fairly short and wide, and Hogan's not getting in behind the line of the ball, so that was even wider to him. And only 2 men on that offside ring field. There's a huge gap there. You're right, Nick. I think any contact with that would have brought runs.
Buck in again to Michael Hogan, and he does make contact this time, and the ball is dispatched, as Ben suggested, with great speed to the cover point ropes for 4. Hogan dashes into double figures with 3 boundaries. It's 388 for 9.
Alright, so would there have been an argument for Hogan to have gone in and played like this ahead of Wheel?
Oh, he gets vertigo if he's not number 11. It's in his Twitter bio. More runs at number 11 than anyone else here now.
Well, Wheel should have got on with it then, so we saw a bit more of Hogan.
He batted 10 against Yorkshire in the first match, ahead of Jamie McIlroy, who's now out injured, as Buck is in to bowl, and Hogan hammers this one through mid-on for 4 more. Well, apologies to Northants listeners, but this is quite amusing cricket for Welsh listeners and for neutrals. But I can't imagine that Northants side are seeing the funny side of it.
I think what you've seen there, in all seriousness, is like a double punch there from Hogan, where Buck's gone shorter into the pitch and Hogan's managed to flay one through the offside. He's just sort of second guessed and thought, right, he's probably going to go to my stumps now, set himself nicely and hit that straighter ball through the onside.
392 for 9. Hogan is on to 16. Mid-on is still fairly close as Buck bowls, and Hogan swings again and gets a run that is not a boundary as the came off some sort of edge of the bat down to fine leg for a single. 393 for 9.
He looks really disappointed there that he hasn't hit that for 6 over square leg. He's cursing himself, Hogan.
That short boundary.
Yeah.
He had his eyes on it. Will he get another chance? How will the captain play things? Where are we? Last ball of the over, so they're saving the single. 5 saving the single and 1 slip as Buck bowls to Chris Cook, who hits him straight over long off. He's got hold of that. Has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. Chris Cook opening his shoulders in turn, inspired by his number 11, and he moves on to 136 and Glamorgan to 399 for 9.
Yeah, 2 overs short in bar the 1 run they would have needed of getting this extra batting point. But I think I can't see this. I don't get the logic in that last ball there. The field have come up to save 1, so Hogan stays on strike the following over. Why Buck just didn't go upstairs with a bouncer, I don't know. And he just bowled length, which really, when the field's up, bowling a length ball with a little bit of width, for someone of Cook's stature at the moment, the way he's playing, it's pretty easy. It's
reminiscent of some of the ridiculous batting we had last season.
I was just thinking exactly the same thing, and Marchant de Lange teed off in a big way and finished up hitting Glamorgan's fastest ever first-class century, which was entertaining unless you happen to be a Northamptonshire supporter, and it was perhaps marginally less entertaining. 399 for 9. Michael Hogan on 17 facing this ball round the wicket from Wayne Parnell, short, ducks underneath it, goes through to Adam Rossington. 2 slips in place plus the backward point on the boundary, and then point, big gap through the covers right the way round from Safe Save at point to Nathan Buck at mid-off, then mid-on Ben Sanderson, mid-wicket Charlie Thurston. They've got a leg gully in, Ben Curran, and the man down there on the boundary at deep backward square. Round the wicket goes Parnell, again bowls short, again Hogan ducks underneath it, Rossington takes. That seems to be plan A then, Ben.
Yeah, no, but that's good bowling.
Yeah.
I mean, he's bowled good, 2 really good bounces there, decent height over his left shoulder, Hogan's left shoulder. Had to get out of the way of them. He's setting him up here, and Hogan's just thinking, right, that's 2 for the over, now where's he going to go? I'd suggest he goes into length again, but we'll see what Parnell's got. Maybe a white ball Yorker.
Well, here's Parnell in again, bowls to Hogan. It's a length ball, and he's smeared that away over mid-wicket. It's running out towards the boundary, and it crosses the rope first bounce. So as soon as he goes that little bit fuller, Hogan latches onto it, smashes it away over mid-wicket. It's another boundary, 21 to Michael Hogan. 403 for 9 Glamorgan, so 400 up for the visitors, and a very long chase for Charlie Thurston, because that's the long boundary that side, down towards the Spencer Pavilion and the main scoreboard here at Northampton, and Charlie Thurston having to run all the way back there just really to retrieve the ball. The leg gully comes out, so as Ben says, having bowled a couple of short ones, probably the leg gully's pretty redundant now, so he comes out, goes in at mid-wicket, fairly tight in, and Charlie Thurston goes out onto the mid-wicket boundary as Parnell comes in again, bowls to Hogan, who looks to force that off the back foot, doesn't time it, just drops down in front of him, and Parnell picks it up in his follow-through. Wayne Parnell making his debut for Northamptonshire in this match, his 5th English county that he's played for. Somebody was saying that if you add up all the different teams he's played for around the world in all formats, I think it's something like 13, 14 teams. Much travelled, and Northamptonshire Pleased to have him here, not just for a couple of months, but for the whole season in all formats. Parnell round the wicket, bowls to Hogan, who drives back down the pitch. Again, doesn't really get hold of it, and it's Parnell able to put down a right hand and field, and there's no run. A little conflab between Sanderson, who's at mid-on, Buck, who's at mid-off, and Parnell, who's bowling. Three seamers, I'm sure, all having a view on how to get Michael Hogan out. So far easier said than done. Parnell again round the wicket, bowls to Hogan, who forces that away through the covers for 4. Just again, it's the short boundary down that side, and once it's beaten the inner ring, it's going to run away for 4, and it does again there. It's another boundary for Michael Hogan, who moves up to 25, and at the end of that over, with Chris Cook still there on 136, Glamorgan 407 for 9, and we've talked all the way through, Ben, about building partnerships, and these two so far have now put on 32 for the last wicket, of which Michael Hogan's made 25 in his own inimitable style.
Yeah, he has. I just wonder whether Parnell's got the angle right here to Hogan.
Bowling round.
Yeah, it looks as though Hogan wants to sort of like give himself a bit of room, and what that's doing with Parnell bowling round from such a big angle from round the wicket, wide of the crease. It's just sort of balls coming into Hogan's arc. If you did push the ball across him, at least he could set a field to the offside, probably have a deep square, long off maybe, and a third man. Keep a couple of slips in and get him trying to back away and open the stumps up, because if Hogan does show his stumps, then at least it gives Parnell a target if he does want to go full and straight.
407 for 9, Chris Cook on strike on 136. The field scattered to the 4 corners of Northampton. Cook is
caught.
Good catch.
Caught at slip as Vasconcelos held on to a real stinger there, as that one was going at one heck of a lick as Cook drove at a wide one, and for a moment I thought the way Vasconcelos was looking that it had beaten him and was heading down to the boundary, but Cook has gone for 136. Hogan is not out, 25, and Glamorgan are 407 all out, as Nathan Buck finally gets his reward, 1 for 97. 407 all out, possibly 40-50 better than par Ben Smith. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think so. I think that Glamorgan have played really well there. Two very good partnerships in the sort of nitty-gritty stage of the innings, and then Chris Cook to pretty much bat through right to the end there and hold the innings together, as it were, with his experience, which he did. I think Northamptonshire will probably, at the end of this game, maybe they'll sit around, or maybe at the end of this innings, to be fair, before they get Glamorgan into bat again, will sit down and think that line we bowled to Cook today was so much better. I mean, they found his outside edge on 4, maybe 5 occasions with that last ball when he got caught slip. He does play away from his body with his hands. There's not a lot of movement with his front side into the ball. So they'll have learnt from that, but they've learnt the hard way, because they've only done it this morning when he was on 100. They bowled far too straight to him yesterday, but they'll be glad now that they're off the field. There's been an hour and 15 this morning, so it gives a nice little period of time for these Northamptonshire batsmen to get in, get accustomed to the wicket. I think what would be really important for them to do now will just to get in, get used to the surface, watch the ball for longer, look to move their body up and down the pitch rather than across the crease, show some patience and understand that their runs will probably come later on in this innings rather than earlier on.
Talking about the periods until lunch, Ben, around about 40 minutes. Is that better than a short period because they've got something to get tucked in and get their eye in and score a few runs rather than just a little 10-15 minutes?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think you can gain a great deal from 10-15 minutes. It would be all in favour of Glamorgan if that were the case, because they could nip one out and then go into lunch with a wicket and some momentum going back into the second session. But Northamptonshire will be happier here, I think, that the fact they've got the opening batsman will go out there and spend a bit of time and get used to and sort of grow with the bowlers, before the lunch break.
Just give you the final knockings of Chris Cook's terrific innings. Caught Vasconcelos bowled buck, last out for 136. Faced 227 balls, batted for 307 minutes, so just a touch over 5 hours. And he hit 1, 6 and 24s. And I can give you the Northamptonshire bowling figures, because I know people out there listening like to keep their scorecards up to date. Ben Sanderson, 26 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 93. Nathan Buck, 23.4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 97. Had to wait a while for his first success, getting the last wicket of the innings. Wayne Parnell, 20 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 82. Picked up a wicket this morning. Gareth Berg, probably the pick I would say, 25 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 69. So he was going at less than 3 and over the innings. Rob Keogh bowled yesterday, 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 23. And Saif Zabe, 12.3 overs, had to finish that over of Nathan Buck's of course last night. 2 maidens, 2 for 32, those wickets coming in successive balls yesterday. There were 15 extras, 11 leg byes and 4 no balls, and Glamorgan all out for 407, and Northamptonshire will be starting their reply fairly shortly. I have to say, Ben, we were talking earlier about with Nick about marvellous little stats and factoids, and the fact that Michael Hogan has never been out LBW in a first class match, something which of course didn't change today. I did spot one last night which pleased me enormously. Andrew Sampson, one of the great statisticians around the world, and came up with a great stat about highest county championship score on your birthday. Because David Beddingham, batting for, is in a made a terrific start to the season, batting for Durham against Derbyshire yesterday. It was 170 not out at the close on his birthday, and the highest score apparently on a championship score on your birthday was John Wright, great New Zealand left-hander with Derbyshire, who made 190 against Yorkshire in 1982. Made 8 not out, first 8 runs the day before, and 190 on his birthday. Ken Suttle made 178 for Sussex against Nottinghamshire in 1958. Zahir Abbas, steady player, 177 for Gloucestershire against Leicestershire in 1976, and Barry Richards, Hampshire against Essex 1968, made 176. So there you go. That is the highest Beddingham. I'll look to see how he's been getting on this morning, but
somewhat dictated by
when your birthday,
born,
absolutely. Well,
unless you go abroad and you're playing international cricket.
Yeah, but this is specifically county championship, so
not first class.
No. So you're absolutely right. I mean, I'd be all right because my birthday's in June, but never likely be good enough to play in a county championship match. But yeah, I just thought that was my favourite stat of the season so far. I think. Just running through the scores in the other matches, because of course a full round of games going on. In this group, in Group 3, down at Hove, Yorkshire bowled out yesterday for 150, Sussex in reply 179 for 5, so starting to build a decent lead there. At New Road, Worcestershire 363 for 9, batted on this morning after winning the toss yesterday. That's against Nottinghamshire. At Edgbaston, Essex 295 all out against Warwickshire, who were 41 for 2 in reply. Up at Riverside and Chesterley Street, Durham 355 for 5 against Derbyshire, and I can tell you David Beddingham's just got his double 100. So that is the first, he becomes the first player to score a double 100, well, in the week of his birthday, I suppose. We say John Wright got 190 of his, so he doesn't hold the record. John Wright still holds the record for the most actual runs on your birthday, but he got 170 yesterday and another 30 this morning, so either way, decent way to celebrate your birthday.
Yeah, it's a shame he didn't get that other 30 and go double 100 on his birthday.
Yeah, then he would be, well, in the record books. But at the Rose Bowl, Hampshire against Gloucestershire. Hampshire still going well, 338 for 5. The other match in this group, in Group 3, that's down at Canterbury, where Kent are playing Lancashire. And Lancashire, 321 for 7. Luke Wood down the order. Batted, I think, number 7 against Northamptonshire. 62 not out. Danny Lamb, who didn't play against Northamptonshire, who was 12th man. He's 33 not out, so good partnership between those two. At Lords, in the Metropolitan Derby, Surrey 154 all out Middlesex closing in on that, 150 for 4. And up the road at Leicester, Grace Road, Leicestershire, 233 all out. But Somerset not having things all their own way. They're 110 for 4 this morning. Tom Abel is 42 not out. So that brings you up to date with what's happening elsewhere around the country. It looks like the heavy roller, I think, Ben, looking at what's going on out there. So
second heavy roller
yeah,
of the day.
Second of the day, I was going to say, because it was they had it on this morning, so that presumably is the thinking, just to try and...
I was just wondering whether Glamorgan put the heavy roller on to maybe just really try and deaden the wicket even more. I was thinking the other way. I was thinking, would a heavy roller be used by Glamorgan so the life went out of the pitch and a few more stayed low? But now seeing Northamptonshire put the heavy roller on, it's probably just to actually try and even the surface out. I don't.
So watching that catch of Ricardo Vasconcelos, it was an absolute blinder.
Yeah, I thought the ball had whistled for boundary, to be honest.
Likewise.
Vasconcelos was prone.
It went so fast, and he really did. He took that brilliantly. That was a superb catch by Vasconcelos. Superb catch to end a superb innings by Chris Cook, the Glamorgan captain. 136 last out.
It was his second highest championship score, by the way, Dr. Higland informs me. His some way off his first, which was 171 against Kent at Canterbury in 2014. And speaking of 2014, a man who last bowled for Glamorgan in that year, James Harris, will presumably be into the attack fairly quickly. Harris and Wheel, both numberless. Wheel slightly the taller of the two, but it will be Michael Hogan to start us off.
Yep, it's going to be Michael Hogan to bowl the first over of the Northamptonshire reply. Glamorgan 407 all out, and it's the two left-handers. Opening for Northamptonshire, Ben Curran and Ricardo Vasconcelos. And it's going to be Curran who's going to face the first ball, with 4 slips in place for Glamorgan. And Chris Cook with those bright yellow gloves, adding a splash of colour to proceedings. 4 slips in place, point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket and deep backward square as Hogan comes in. Over the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Curran, who lets that go through outside the off-stump, taken by Chris Cook. And there's no run. If you're just tuning in or logging on, you're very welcome to this sunny picture here at Wantage Road. And I can tell you that Glamorgan losing their last 3 wickets this morning for the addition of 83 runs, with Harris out for 17, Wheel for 18 and Cook last out for 136, leaving Michael Hogan unbeaten on 25. 3 wickets apiece for Parnell and Berg. Here's Hogan in again, bowls outside the off stump once again. Decent carry, as you'd expect with a new ball, goes through to Cook, and Curran just lets it go through. Ben Curran, who's made a couple of decent starts this morning, which is really the story of last season as well. Got in a few times without going on and getting a really big score. He had a bit of a sticky game up at Old Trafford when Saqib Mahmood dismissed him twice for 9 and for 14. Made 24 in the first innings against Kent before playing on the slightly extra bounce of Miguel Cummins. Faces that ball, is beaten outside the off stump. Just seamed away, shaped away, and Curran drawn into playing it, doesn't get a touch, goes through to Chris Cook, and there's no run. Vasconcelos, for his part, started the season in fine style with 154 against Kent. Looked in superb nick, made 15 in the first innings up at Old Trafford, and then second innings got to 35, worked really hard, faced 80 balls for those 35 runs, and then was out reverse sweeping to Matt Parkinson. Hogan in again, bowls to Curran, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Hogan stops it in his follow through, and there's no run. Yeah, disappointing end to a promising innings up at Old Trafford. Northamptonshire, of course, on that last day looking to bat out the day, and Vasconcelos was a key wicket, and this was the second ball I think that Matt Parkinson bowled on the final morning. Vasconcelos went for the reverse sweep, missed it, and was bowled. Here's Hogan in again, bowls to Curran, who drives nicely up to mid-on, and there's no run there. This is the opening pair that David Ripley made quite clear ahead of the season that he wanted to go with, at least certainly for the early part of the season. He thinks that these two are a good pair. They get on well off the field, certainly. He said if they were a right hand and left hand it would be ideal. There's two left-handers. He did make the point also that they wouldn't be the tallest opening pair on the county circuit. There's 4 slips waiting for the edge as Hogan comes in again, bowls to Curran, who's safely in behind that solidly, plays it up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of the first over, a maiden for Michael Hogan. Northamptonshire 0 for 0, replying to Glamorgan's 407.
Oh, lovely accurate start there by Hogan. I suppose you'd expect anything else from him, really. Both of these two left-handers don't get huge strides in. They are, because of their stature, more punchy back foot players that I'm sure will make sure that they get right back into the ball when it comes full, but they'll be looking to line this up naturally off the back foot. Hogan there, and is this Wheel? No.
This will be Harris, I imagine. Wheel is got a lot less hair. Hang on, it's David Lloyd. Well, there's a theory of some sort going on here, because Lloyd would, with all due respect, probably be about 5th on my list of suspects. And Lloyd is in to bowl, and that's hit off the back foot by Vasconcelos to mid-off. Perhaps Dr. Hignell will help me out on this one. I can't recall David Lloyd having opened the bowling in a first-class match. There we are. There's your task for the next hour, Dr. Hignell. 0 for 0, Northampton reply to 407 for Glamorgan, and Lloyd bowls wide outside off stump, and there is no run. I was talking to David last night, and he said, yes, certainly have to keep it straight with short boundaries and a very fast outfield, he mentioned as well. But he's usually described by me anyway as military medium, as he's into bowl, and slightly mistimed by Vasconcelos, but firm enough bat on it back to the bowler. So I think he was looking to play through the covers. There's no run. There are 3 slips, who are Andrew Balbirnie, Nick Selman and Billy Root. Lloyd may be among the slip group at the other end of the field, as Lloyd is in, bowls outside off stump. Well, he talked about bowling straight, so he hasn't done so in the last couple of deliveries, because that was quite wide and well taken by Cook, moving to his left. 0 for 0.
It's not swing, that isn't. I think he's just pushed that ball across the left-hander.
As Hogan's record has been checked by one of our Irish correspondents, as Vasconcelos leaves that outside off stump quite low through to Chris Cook. 56 bowled, 97 caught, 124 not out, 2 retired not out, 8 run out and 3 stumped. He's stumped recently, and that's apparently in all senior games, all county formats. So there we are. As Lloyd bowls, and that's a thick edge. Did Root get a hand to it? It's flown away for 4 runs, but that certainly was enough to give Glamorgan some hope. Vasconcelos is off the mark with an edged 4, and Northampton 4 for 0, replying to 407.
Yeah, well, that's a little bit of a curveball. David Lloyd opening the bowling, Nick, isn't it, from that far end, especially with Harris and Wheel in that lineup as well. But we'll see how that goes. Whether it's a bit of a ploy, they've seen something in the way he can bowl to left-handers, maybe. I don't know.
Well, it's going to be Michael Hogan. he said that correspondent from Dublin, I thought they were going to say that he was eligible to play for, with a name like that, eligible to play for Ireland. 4 slips in place as Hogan comes in and bowls, and Curran drives nicely down the ground, and he's going to pick up 4 runs to get off the mark. So both openers away with a boundary. It must be said Curran's the more convincing stroke of the two. The one of Vasconcelos flew dangerously close to Billy Root. I'm just going to have a little look on the replay and see if he did get a hand to it. I'm not sure he did, but it was certainly uppish, and it flashed away. This is the old business of if you're going to flash hard. But that was a nice stroke by Ben Curran, down the ground. 4 to him, 8 for no wicket, as Hogan comes in and bowls to Curran, who's forward, pushes it up on the offside, where it's fielded by Callum Taylor, who we only saw very briefly with the bat yesterday, out first ball, having made, of course, his 100-on debut here last year, a corresponding fixture. Played very, very well on that occasion.
Mentioning Ireland, no Euro football in Dublin. Those games have been reallocated to St Petersburg in the group, and Wembley for the round of 16.
Hogan in again, bowls to Curran in behind it, pushes it up to mid-on this time, where it's fielded by James Wheel, and there's no run. Oh right, okay, well.
That's because of the Irish government's advice on the likelihood of spectators being admitted by that period.
Well, it's easy just to pop across from Dublin to St Petersburg, isn't it, really? It's an easy run.
So bad luck to our Irish listeners.
Catch a United Counties bus. Here's Hogan in again, and bowls to Curran, who reaches for that, plays it out on the offside, fielded at point by Kieran Carlson, terrific fielder. I remember seeing him again last year, and he just, a bit like Charlie Thurston for Northamptonshire, is always in the action, and great sort of example to lift a side in the field. And he's in there at point. Plenty of bubble out there, as you would imagine, at the start of the innings. Glamorgan looking to make a breakthrough before lunch in this short session, as Hogan comes in, bowls, and it just seems that back in, I think, to Ben Curran, who went across off a thick inside edge, rolled out on the offside. But again, Hogan and indeed the slip cordon thought for a moment they were through. Curran had to hurry just to get something on it. But a good testing start for Michael Hogan. All this in reply to Glamorgan's 407 all out. So yeah, 83 runs added this morning for the last 3 wickets. I think Glamorgan will be well happy with that. Here's Hogan in again, bowls to Curran, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Hogan half stops it in his follow through and knocks it down back towards the batsman, end of the over. 4 to Curran, 4 to Vasconcelos, and 3 overs gone. Northamptonshire 8 for no wicket.
Yeah, there's definitely an area there that Hogan's looking to hit, and to these 2 left-handers, because they don't get big strides in the square of the wicket players, he's allowed to bowl fuller, which will suit him. Everything is bowled at the moment, he's looking to go across the left-hander, so I don't think LBW is in the equation because it's pitching outside leg. But then when it does pitch on off, if it hits that new seam and holds its line, then that might just bring the front pad into play.
Here we go then with David Lloyd in to bowl Vasconcelos, and it's gone through lowish outside off stump to Chris Cook, no shot played. Also on the football front, although far less dramatic than Dublin to St Petersburg, 4 matches scheduled to take place in the Euros in Bilbao will be moved to Seville instead. Obviously regional rules varying within Spain. As Lloyd is in to bowl, and Vasconcelos tries to cut and doesn't quite time it, and it runs down to point, and there's no run. 6 changes announced by Northampton for the derby against Leicester tomorrow.
Oh yes, the big one.
The big one, yes. New front row, Alex Waller, Sam Matavesi and Painter. Tom Wood into the back row. Matt Proctor and Rory Hutchinson into the 3 quarters. As Lloyd is in to bowl, and Vasconcelos drives gently to Hogan at mid-on, no run, 8 without loss.
I was hearing this morning that Tom Wood had been basically having a chat with the rest of the squad, having played so many of these East Midlands derby matches. Saints Tigers, of course, the derby match in rugby terms here, and so just getting some of the younger players to know what to expect, really, because he said it's a sort of one-off experience, really.
Lloyd bowls, and Vasconcelos gets a thick edge come angled bat. It's run away for 4 down to wide third man on a rather short boundary. It wasn't an entirely true shot from Vasconcelos as he moves on to 8, and the total to 12, all garnered so far in the form of boundaries.
Yeah, a little bit streaky, but I think that's just new ball stuff. That is, the two of these batters, one thing they aren't doing, unless Vasconcelos gets width. He's a very handsy type of player, very fast hands. They'll be looking to play the ball nice and late, soft hands, anything straight.
Lloyd to Vasconcelos, who edges and is caught by Billy Root at slip. And the Glamorgan tactic of handing David Lloyd the new ball has worked. Ricardo Vasconcelos has gone for 8, just trying to force a ball that wasn't quite there for the shot.
No, there we go. He has got fast hands and he loves the ball away from his body. But that wasn't really an opening batsman's shot, I don't think. It wasn't either a cut shot nor a back foot punch. So lack of control in that shot, playing away from his body. He'll be disappointed. It was an error on his behalf, and David Lloyd sort of got a little bit of a cheap one there, really, because it wasn't a ball that needed to be played at, to be fair.
Well, the theory, whatever it was for Glamorgan, has worked, and David Lloyd has added a success with the ball to his 65 as an opening batsman. And it'll be interesting to see whether that theory is for any specific batsman, and whether now he'll be changed now he's taken the wicket.
Yeah, I actually think it might be a bolter left-hander ploy, just because he's pushing the ball across. But one thing you notice about that delivery there, it bounced, and with Vasconcelos going hard at it, it accelerated to Billy Root. It was a good catch. I just think that I think David Lloyd's being used here to push the ball across the left-handers. Maybe Harris and Wheel get a little bit more shape on the ball than someone like Lloyd. So once the lacquer's off, they could probably shine this ball up and get it swinging a little bit as well.
And we've gone to a right-left combination now with Thurston in at 3, but there'll be quite a lot of left-handers still in this order, and there was Proctor and Zaib to come.
That's right,
as well as Parnell. 5
in the top 6 up at Old Trafford. Obviously Emilio Gay was playing in that match, which Thurston's come in for him this time.
Mind you, Glamorgan should be used to that, because Sussex had 5 in the top 7 as well, so 2 of the counties with more of a preponderance of left-handers faced by Glamorgan in successive weeks. And David Lloyd will also have 3 slips to bowl for right-handed Charlie Thurston, who didn't play in the last match, got 22 in the opening game, and is leaving that first ball perfectly safely, as there's a chorus of mock something or other from the slips. 12 for 1 at the end of the over.
Bit of sportsman-like excitement, I think that was. Lloyd's really hustled in here, hasn't he? I can remember watching him bowl before, but I think giving him the new balls, giving him a little bit of an extra spring in his step. He's really hustled in and attacked the crease and got through his action. It looks as though to the right-hander there, it might have just offered away a little bit for him.
Well, it's going to be Ben Curran, the other left-handed opener, who's going to be facing start of another over from Michael Hogan, the 5th of the innings. 12 for 1, Northamptonshire. Hogan in again, 4 slips in place outside the off stump. Goes through to Chris Cook, and Curran doesn't offer a stroke. Thurston, of course, favours, as we've seen over the last couple of years, very strong square of the wicket on the offside. You usually see a gully and a backward point, maybe, and maybe a point as well, and maybe a second gully. And he's very strong in that area, scores a lot of runs there, but he's not a one-trick pony by any means, as his record last year proves, really. Here's Hogan, and again bowls outside the off stump, just shapes back in towards the left-hander, but Curran able to leave it, and it goes through to Cook. Charlie Thurston coming into the side, starting the Bob Willis Trophy, of course, when it was that belated start to the season last year. Came in the match against Warwickshire, having not played any championship cricket the previous season, and made a mark with 96 in the second innings to help Northamptonshire save that match, and then made his maiden championship 100 against Glamorgan in this corresponding fixture last year. Here's Hogan in again, once again outside the off stump, and again Curran lets it go through to Chris Cook, and there's no run, and he finished the season as Northamptonshire's leading run scorer in the Bob Willis Trophy, and signed a fresh contract. Keep him at Northampton for a while yet, which is good news. But he's got a big task here. 407 on the board for the visitors, an early wicket already gone. There's Hogan, bowls to Curran. He's just turned round a tad, and plays it off the leading edge back down the pitch perfectly safely, but Hogan asking the right questions of the left-hander. The 4 slips waiting for the edge. Having watched that catch of Billy Roots, it was a good one, wasn't it? It really did fly. Vasconcelos took one, of course, himself to finish the Glamorgan innings. Hogan in again, bowls to Curran, who drives only as far as Callum Taylor at mid-off, and there's no run. Harris out this morning for 17, Wheel for 18, and Cook last out for 136, leaving Michael Hogan 25 not out. Main wicket takers Gareth Berg, 25 overs 6 maidens 3 for 69, and Wayne Parnell, 20 overs 3 maidens 3 for 82. Here's Hogan loping in again, bowling to Curran, who on drives, goes up to James Wheel at mid-on. End of the over, Curran still on 4, Thurston yet to get off the mark. 12 for 1, Northamptonshire replying to Glamorgan's 407 all out.
Yeah, just at the moment, Hogan's, I think, enjoying this contest against Ben Curran, because Curran's just allowing him to bowl at him a little bit now. Ben is not getting out of the crease towards the ball. It seems very much as though he's planted. He's just going to let Hogan bowl at him, play the ball very late, and back himself just to pick the right line and length up, rather than going too hard to get to the pitch.
Here is Lloyd then into Thurston, running towards us, and Thurston's clipped that one off his legs down to that short boundary at backward square. Single taken. Everyone moves round for the right-left combination, and Glamorgan are going to have to be quite swift, I think, if they're not to lose on the over 8 with so many right-left combos in the course of the day.
That also adds challenge to the bowlers as well, changing that line up, and you flip that and you think, as a batting group, Northants, they could really use that to their advantage. They keep the strike, rotating the strike.
13 for 1, Curran on 4, left-hander, faces up to David Lloyd and plays it gently on the leg side, where it's fielded by the tall figure of James Wheel. And the 2 numberless players, the taller and balder of the 2, or more shaven. I'm sure he's got a full head of hair if he wanted it. 13 for 1. Vasconcelos the man out for 8. David Lloyd opening the bowling for Glamorgan is in, and Curran turns him neatly off his legs. James Harris lopes in from fine leg to field. 14 for 1. Curran to 5. Much movement with Harris and Wheel having to make a fair distance between deep positions on the leg side to both right and left hand batsmen. So a quarter of an hour to go till the lunch interval as Lloyd is in, bowls outside off stump first and safely ignoring it.
You can See if there's any shape away if the ball started to swing. It might have just done a little bit there.
Ought to mention for anyone as parents or grandparents or any sort of relative really of 5 to 11-year-olds that places open on the ECB schemes fund sessions as Lloyd bowls and Thurston punches it off the back foot but straight to point, and there's no run. All Stars for the 5 to 8-year-olds, and Dynamos cricket, which is new for some parts, took place in some clubs last year. For Dynamos for 8 to 11-year-olds, and those will be beginning next month for, I believe, 8 weekly sessions. As Lloyd bowls and Thurston jabs it off the back foot to cover, and there is no run. And the address to go to find your nearest provider is ecb.clubspark.uk. That's ecb.clubspark.uk, with many schemes around England and Wales, and in my view it is just as important in bringing on future generations of cricketers as other more high profile events this summer.
Absolutely, keep the bottom of the pyramid as full of young players as possible coming through.
Yeah, and we salute all of the volunteers and the various clubs who are going to make it work, because these sort of schemes won't work without people in clubs getting involved and putting the hours in. Here's Hogan coming round the wicket to the left-handed Curran, who's back down the pitch. James Wheel coming in from mid-on fields, and there's no run. Still the 4 slips in, as you would expect. Morgan would dearly love to pick up another wicket before lunch. They've had a good morning as it is. Powering on from 324 for 7 overnight to 407 all out, with 4 batting points in the bag. Northamptonshire picking up 2 bowling points. Hogan runs it in away from us from this pavilion end, bowls to Curran, drives uppishly through the covers. It's chased back towards the boundary by Callum Taylor, and they come through for 2. Takes Curran to 7 and Northamptonshire to 16 for 1. That was in the air for a little while, wasn't completely in control of the stroke.
No, he wasn't. I think that's where I'd just like to see Curran get a little bit more into the ball. I think when if the ball is slightly wider of his off stump, because he's not narrowed the angle down, he still looks to, he's looking actually to hit that 2 straight, I think, rather than just turn his right shoulder in and hit it through extra cover where it needed hitting.
16 for 1. Hogan in again, bowls to Curran outside the off stump. He lets that go through to Chris Cook, and there's no run. As we were saying, a lot of leagues will be starting in England tomorrow. Northamptonshire League getting underway, as I say. Certainly some of the divisions, 15 divisions in the Northamptonshire League. It's a big competition, and good luck to all those who are having a game this weekend. That moment when you realise that last year's whites don't fit you anymore. It's too late to order any for the first match. Hogan round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump. It goes through to Cook, with Curran not venturing a stroke.
Oh, those elasticated waistbands these days are quite forgiving, thankfully.
Yes, I know. It's then you realise you need your bat re-gripping, and you haven't got a grip, and you haven't got a cone,
and the mice have eaten your boots.
Yes, right.
Left your bag in the garage on the floor all winter.
Try and find somebody that's got a cone at the first game to get your grip back on. We've all been there. Here's Hogan in again, round the wicket, bowls to Curran on leg stump this time, and Curran able to glance that down to deep backward square and picks up an easy single. 1 more to Curran, 8 to him. 17 for 1 Northamptonshire. Vasconcey lost the man out. Good catch at first slip by Billy Root after the bowling of David Lloyd, opening the bowling for Glamorgan in this game. He was out for 8. And now it's Charlie Thurston with a single to his name, who's going to be facing Hogan. Comes back over the wicket to the right-hander. 4 slips in place. And a backward point fairly deep. And of course, for Thurston, that offside, his favoured offside, is the short boundary at the moment. That's a short ball, well bowled, well directed, Thurston plays it well, just rides up on his toes, plays it down behind square on the onside. End of the over, 1 to Thurston, 8 to Curran. 17 for 1 Northamptonshire, and Michael Hogan has bowled 4 overs, no wicket for 7.
Yeah, does it look like there's a change? Is there a change of bowling here? No. Hogan actually there has changed his line, so he's come round the wicket to Ben Curran, and I think that for him is actually not a bad move. It's a little bit more of a fresh part of the pitch out that side. It's not an area that would have been hit a lot because of Root and Wheel with the 2 left-handers.
Yes, that's
so
right.
It probably will create a little bit more problem.
Here's Lloyd into Curran then, who's forward defending to mid-on. No run. Spirits high in the Glamorgan infield, as they've generally had the better of the morning session. With useful runs from the lower order. Chris Cook last out for 136. Michael Hogan providing the morning's entertainment with half a dozen boundaries of various strokes. As forward comes Curran to Lloyd. There's no run, and then the unusual move to put David Lloyd on to open the bowling has worked, as he saw Vasconcelos edge to slip. Maybe 2 more overs after this one here on BBC Sport Online on this lovely day at Northampton, as Curran gets a bit squared up, plays that off thick outer part of the bat out to cover point. There's no run.
I think they can sense one more wicket here. Glamorgan will just push Northampton into a little bit of emergency going into lunchtime, so it's important here Northampton really absorb this pressure.
Lloyd is in, 5 saving the single as well as the 3 slips. Bowls outside off stump, and Curran shoulders arms through to Chris Cook, who has spent a fair bit of time on the field. Was it 5 hours thereabouts for his innings?
5 hours 7 minutes.
So he'll have 1 or 2 weary muscles by the end of this evening.
Don't seem to hurt as much when you've got 100. When you've spent 5 hours batting, it's when you spend 5 hours bowling.
As forward comes Curran defending to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, you tend to, those few occasions I managed to bat for a bit of length of time, you get that forearm cramp where your quads are a little bit tight from squatting under the bouncers, and it's quite a nice feeling because it's just reminding you how well you played or how long you batted for.
There we are. Dr. Higmelt cannot find a championship match where David Lloyd opened the bowling, but he's doing so today, and Curran allows that one to go through outside off stump, emulating fellow North Walian Wilf Wooler by opening the batting and bowling for Glamorgan. That's going back a few years to Wilf Wooler, Glamorgan captain, secretary and everything else for several decades. As it is 17 for 1 in reply to 407, and I'll leave Andrew and Ben to steer you through to lunchtime as I withdraw for other duties, radio update, written update, etc, etc.
Oh, we'll let you off. Yes, Wilf Wooler was commentator as well, of course, famously on the 6 sixes at Swansea in 1968. That's gone way down to Swansea, one of the lines of commentary that's gone into history. 4 slips in place. Hogan over the wicket to the right-handed Thurston, who drives up to extra cover, and it's fielded by Callum Taylor, and there's no run. You say, Ben, the odd occasion, he made 40 first-class hundreds. I think he's sort of being very modest, but some of them must have involved you batting a little while.
Yeah, so I was never really that. My strike rate wasn't particularly high. I wouldn't have been known for scoring fast hundreds, not in county championship anyway.
Well, here's Hogan running away from us. Bright sunshine, bowls to Thurston, who's nicely onto the back foot, punches it up into the covers. Once again, more work for Callum Taylor to do, an extra cover, and there's no run. A little bit of fair weather, high cloud around over to the northwest, which which was forecast actually for later in the day, but it's beautiful. And I say it's a degree or two warmer, I think, than it was yesterday when we did have that rather cool breeze coming from the east or northeast. Breeze today much more from the southeast. Hogan in again, bowls short to Thurston, who just drops the hands out of trouble, and it goes through to Chris Cook, and there's no run. What was the longest time you reckon you batted in a first class match, Ben?
Oh.
Must have had a 6 or 7 or 8 hour in there somewhere.
Probably did have I probably would have had a 6 hour 98 that last game of the season against Surrey at the Oval. Maybe.
Here's Hogan, and again bowls to Thurston, who's comes across his stumps, plays it up to mid-on as James Wheel fields, and there's no run. Must have been a decent Surrey attack at that time, I'd have thought.
It was actually. It was. They always had decent attacks every time we played them. We, fortunately, I think in that attack, we've very unfortunately lost 2 of those bowlers. One in Ben Hollyoake and one very recently, Joey Benjamin. Martin Bicknell was always a good swing bowler, bowled beautifully at the Oval.
Well, here's Hogan looking to nip another one out before lunch. Bowls to Thurston, who plays that up to mid-on. Quick single goes for it. He's hit the stumps and he's run out. That's a brilliant piece of fielding by James Wheel. And he's run out Charlie Thurston. It was a tight single, and if it was going to be a good bit of fielding, then he was going to be in trouble, and it was a absolutely cracking bit of fielding, threw down the stumps. Thurston has gone, run out for 1, and Northamptonshire are 17 for 2, and that is just precisely what they didn't want.
No, that's sort of, it's a brilliant bit of fielding, because he was on the move to his right wheel, was at mid-on, and had 1 stump to hit, and he's literally hit that stump on the full. Yeah, brilliant piece of fielding. You can't say any more than that, really. There obviously wasn't a run there because of the outcome, but Thurston felt as though he was going to be able to just steal one in there at straightish mid-wicket, but Wheels got around very quickly. I mean, that's one of the highlights, really. I actually thought when Northamptonshire were bowling how well Ben Sanderson fields on the boundary. He's got a very good arm as well. Most of these seam bowlers now that play at this level, they're very, very good fielders as well. I think Jimmy Anderson might have even set the sort of like bar very high for how opening bowlers or seam bowlers should really work just as hard on their fielding as a batsman.
Well, that's lunch, because the umpires have had a look at the clock, and the one that they're going by have decided that there's no room to get back on the field again before lunch, so Northamptonshire will go into lunch at 17 for 2. Fantastic bit of fielding by James Wheel. Puts me in mind of a very similar incident in Northamptonshire's matchup at Old Trafford when Alex Davis was flowing and he went through for a sharp run, and Tom Taylor at mid-wicket picked up and threw down the stumps, which gave Northamptonshire a bit of a boost just before lunch, actually, on the first day. Well, in this instance, it's the bite a bit, if you like. Northamptonshire benefiting on the first occasion and victim of it on the second. Terrific bit of fielding, not a great bit of running, it must be said. So Thurston is out for 1, and Ben Curran 8 not out. Northamptonshire go in for lunch at 17 for 2, replying to Glamorgan's 407 all out. And if you're just tuning in or logging on, I should be updating BBC Radio Northampton in just a second, but to run through the events of the morning: 324 for 7, Glamorgan resuming this morning. They lost James Harris, caught by Adam Rossington off Ben Sanderson for 17. That was a good catch standing up. Harris out at that stage. Glamorgan 349 for 8, useful 46 run partnership between Cook and Harris. And then James Wheel was bagged a pair, of course, on debut last time out. Made 18 today, including a 6, before he was caught by Rossington off Parnell for 18. That was 375 for 9. And then a bright little contribution from Michael Hogan down the order, who finished 25 not out. And he was left not out at the end as Chris Cook was beautifully caught by Vasconcelos. Very sharp chance at slip off the bowling of Nathan Buck, his first wicket of the innings. He was out for 136. Glamorgan captain, having batting just a touch over 5 hours, faced 227 balls and hit 1 6 and 24s, his second high score in County Championship cricket. Very valuable contribution indeed from the Glamorgan captain, particularly bearing in mind he had a little bit of a struggle early on yesterday. Had to fight very hard to get through the opening sort of hour or so of his innings, but flourished later on, played really well this morning. So eventually then 407 all out Glamorgan, with Wayne Parnell finishing with 3 for 82. Gareth Berg 3 for 69, couple of wickets for safe save yesterday, 2 for 32, and a wicket apiece for Ben Sanderson and Nathan Buck. And then Northamptonshire looking for a decent solid start to reply to that innings of 407, but they didn't get it. Vasconcelos out, caught by first slip by Billy Root off David Lloyd for 8. That was 8 for 1, and then Charlie Thurston attempting a sharp single to mid-on and brilliantly run out by James Wheel. He was out for a single at 17 for 2, leaving Ben Curran unbeaten on 8. And the move to open the bowling with David Lloyd paying dividends. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10. And Michael Hogan 4.5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 7. Of course he'll have to complete that over after lunch. Batting to come for Northamptonshire, Rob Keogh, Luke Proctor, star of that rearguard action up at Old Trafford, batted 6 hours for 93 on Sunday. Then safe save, Adam Rossington may go ahead of Zabe, see how that one works out. He batted at 7 in the first innings at Old Trafford and 6 in the second innings. Gareth Berg, Wayne Parnell, Nathan Buck and Ben Sanderson. So a bit of batting to come, but Northamptonshire, well, they just needed to dig in a little bit this morning and absorb a little bit of pressure and give themselves a decent solid start, which, as I say, they haven't got. Ground staff out there at the middle at the moment, just getting themselves doing the job that they need to do to get things ready for this afternoon's play. Still bright sunshine, and as I'll just be updating BBC Radio Northampton in a moment or two. Just Northamptonshire's bowling coach Chris Little out there in the middle with one of the academy players just having a little gentle run out before lunch. Just give you an update on 1 or 2 of the other games, maybe, if we've got a chance before BBC Radio Northampton come across for their lunchtime update. At Hove, Yorkshire 150 all out, Sussex 212 for 8, so Sussex already 62 runs ahead. And in the other match in this group, Group 3, down at Canterbury, Lancashire 350 for 7 against Kent. It's lunch down there as well. In fact, lunch all the way around the country at the moment in the 9 matches being played in this round. Not a good start for Northamptonshire in reply to Glamorgan's 407 all out. They've just gone in for lunch having lost a couple of wickets. 17 for 2 at the break. Ben Curran is still there, 8 not out, but they've lost Ricardo Vasconcelos, caught at first slip, good catch by Billy Root off the bowling of David Lloyd. He was out for 8, that was 8 for 1. And then Charlie Thurston, just before lunch, attempting a sharp single to mid-on. Brilliant pick up and throw by James Wheel, and he was run out for 1. And that was 17 for 2. Earlier, Glamorgan losing their last 3 wickets for the addition of 83 runs this morning, with Wayne Parnell and Gareth Berg both finishing with 3 wickets in the innings. 407 all out Glamorgan. At lunch, Northamptonshire 17 for 2. And that rounds off the morning's entertainment from Wantage Road. We hope very much that you'll find yourselves some lunch, as we will. And we'll be back with you to resume commentary in around about half an hour's time at just before 20 minutes to 2. Hope you can join us then.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to the second session on day 2 of Northamptonshire against Glamorgan here at the County Grounds, Northampton, where the visitors, Glamorgan, have their noses in front in this game, having taken 2 cheap Northants wickets in the 35-40 minutes play we had before lunch, and so the home side resume at 17 for 2. A slightly perilous position in reply to Glamorgan's 407 all out. If you're joining us for the first time today, Glamorgan added a further 83 runs for the loss of their last 3 wickets. One apiece fell to Buck, Sanderson and Parnell. Chris Cook was last out for 136. Michael Hogan made 25 not out, and Hogan will be finishing an over that was interrupted before or by the lunch interval, as he is in to bowl, and that's a thick edge from Ben Curran out on the offside, with Charlie Thurston running himself out, albeit with a superb strike from side on by James Wheel in the over before lunch. Thurston went for 1. Vasconcelos edged David Lloyd to Billy Root at slip for 8. And it's 17 for 2 after 9 overs. Ben Smith, former Leicester and Worcester batsman, is with us. I mean, that Thurston run out, a combination of some fine fielding and a pretty poor judge of a run.
Yeah, it was. We've all done it, but just before lunch, it actually looked as though he quite liked to just get down the other end and not have to face the last few balls before lunch. But fortunately for Thurston, he just gave Wheel an opportunity, and he took it. Brilliant piece of fielding, hitting one stump from side on there, running away to his right.
Well, here's David Lloyd, who opened the bowling in a terrific move by Chris Cook. Very successful move, and he bowls to Rob Keogh, new batsman replacing Charlie Thurston, and straight away he's on the front foot, driving back for the bowler himself to field. 3 slips in place, with Billy Root at first, where he took the excellent catch to dismiss Ricardo Vasconcelos before the break, and Andrew Balbirnie in there at second, and Nick Selman at third. As Lloyd comes in again, bowls to Keogh, once again front foot, pushes it back down the pitch for the bowler himself to field, and he's followed through. Rest of the field, Kieran Carlson at point, and extra cover mid-on, mid-off. Man just in front of square on the onside, having a chat with umpire Peter Hartley, and deep backward square. Vasconcelos out for 8, Thurston for 1. A lovely day here at Northampton, a bit more high fair weather cloud around than yesterday, as Lloyd comes in, bowls a Yorker length to Keogh, jams down on it, just trickles back down the pitch where Lloyd fields and he's followed through. Did we establish, courtesy of our mutual friend Dr. Hignell, that this is the first time that David Lloyd had opened the bowling in a championship match? It is believed to be.
It's believed to be, yes. He couldn't find any immediate record in the 40 minutes we gave him before lunch to research his tomes.
Oh, a master stroke by Chris Cook and Matthew Maynard, disposing of Ricardo Vasconcelos. Lloyd in again, bowls to Keogh, who gets his first run. He squeezes that away down behind square on the onside, and it's James Harris coming in off the boundary to field, and Keogh is away with a single. 18 for 2. Field of course changes round now for the left-handed Ben Curran.
The only instance I could have thought of is if it was a sort of small target in the last innings and someone was injured,
yes,
but certainly in the first innings at the start of a match.
Well, it's proved to be a very good move.
Must be his bat and ball. Right. Yes. Used to happen, wasn't it? Used to open the batting and the bowling if you...
Not going to let anybody else have a go, that's right. Here's Lloyd over the wicket to the left-handed Curran, who squeezes that away past third slip, running down towards the boundary. Good chase by Kieran Carlson, who sends in a smart return, and they pick up 2. Curran goes into double figures, 10 to him, 20 for 2 Northamptonshire. In reply to Glamorgan's 407 all out. Ben Curran, who's a number of times in the last couple of years has got promising starts, laid the foundations, got himself a platform without necessarily going on. High score 82, I think, from memory. Lloyd's hit him on the pad as he comes right across his stumps, presumably pitching outside. Umpire not interested. End of the over. Curran on 10, Keogh on 1, and Northamptonshire 20 for 2.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Keogh will want to have another home game like he did against Kent down here in that first game of the season. Radders, he played really, really well there. It was actually an innings very similar, I would say, to how Chris Cook played this game. How he had to work so really hard to get himself into some rhythm and get the ball out the middle of the bat. And then once he started going, he went brilliantly well. And I think it was him in the end that got that shot over extra cover, was it, to go to get the extra
that's right.
point?
Yes, he gave himself some room and flayed it over extra cover. I've done Ben Curran a disservice. 83 not out, his high score for Northamptonshire.
Michael Hogan has given way to James Harris as Hogan bowled 5 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 7. Lloyd has 1 for 13 at the other end, so this is the first change, and James Harris will propel the ball for Glamorgan for the first time since 2014, and that is not a great start, because he bowled a half volley outside off stump that Kieran Carlson has stopped and is in some pain as Keogh drove very firmly at it, and Carlson's got a bit of a stinger on there, some part of his anatomy there. What's he clutching, Andrew? You've got the
hand, I think. Yeah, he's got obviously one of these little tubes of padding on his little finger on his right hand. So presumably he's had a bit of a knock on that, and it just looks as though that's hit him, I think, exactly the same place.
It was very firmly struck by Rob Keogh, who's 1 not out, 20 for 2. Harris bowls. That's a better delivery up in the block hole, and Keogh digs it out nicely. Have you seen much of Harris facing you for Middlesex over the years, or not?
Not a vast amount, no, but his record speaks for itself. I mean, obviously he's an outstanding performer for Glamorgan and for Middlesex. And of course, we were establishing yesterday was erstwhile teammate of Gareth Berg's down at Middlesex.
As Harris bowls, that's driven by Keogh to Hogan at mid-on, and there's no run. First class bowling average of 28.7, James Harris.
The impression you always form of Harris is he doesn't give you much to hit. He's pretty accurate and is usually right on the money, and that's certainly been borne out by those first three deliveries.
Last time he took 5 wickets at 27 when he was on loan in 2014, as he runs towards us and bowls, and that is close to a wide, to be honest. That was outside off stump after a couple of very accurate deliveries. 20 for 2 Northants. Curran is 10, Keogh 1, man out Vasconcelos for 8, Thurston run out for 1, Proctor, Zaib, Rossington to come, Parnell, Berg, Buck, Sanderson, or some variation of the above. Harris into bowl, and that's a thicker edge which will run away from 4 runs wide of route at slip, but deflected down, nowhere near a chance, and 4 runs to Keogh, 24 for 2.
Played it late enough, didn't he? He didn't really go too hard at it, but very good, lovely action, James Harris, isn't he? Just runs in. It's very repeatable, nice consistent action. Something I'm sure has grooved into him all the cricket he's played now, albeit still fairly young, cricketing terms.
Yeah, been in the first class game since the age of 16 as he bowls, and well, it was meant to be a leave from Keogh, but it hit the bat anyway and bounced down into the ground and through into the slip cordon. 24 for 2 at the end of James Harris's first over back in Glamorgan colours, and Keogh has 10. Keogh has 5, Curran has 10.
Yeah, so it's back to the Northamptonshire batsmen now to absorb this pressure, this early pressure. It's not only the pressure that for bat versus ball, there's also that atmosphere that the Glamorgan fielding team are creating out there for themselves. A lot of noise, a lot of close deliveries. Even if they're not close, they're really making the batsmen feel as though they're under pressure out there.
3 slips in place as Lloyd runs in again, bowls to Curran, who looks to drive, doesn't really time it, comes off a thick inner portion of the bat, really goes up to mid-on, and there's no run. Curran wanders away towards square leg. One of those batsmen who likes a little prowl between deliveries in the manner of Ted Dexter in years gone by. Settles in his crease again, 3 slips in place, and Lloyd comes in again and bowls to him, and he's solidly in behind that, plays it back down the pitch for Lloyd to field, and there's no run. A little bit more of a breeze this afternoon, I think, than there was this morning. The flag's certainly at the Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre at the far end of the ground. The Northamptonshire Tudor Rose, the more traditional flag, and then the big S on the blue background for the Steelbacks, billowing out, but the wind breeze, such as it is, coming more from the southeast this morning. And that delivery finds Curran on the front foot, plays it up to extra cover, and there's no run. Yes, yesterday it was more of a northeasterly, a little bit southeast today, and a little bit warmer, a little bit milder. So, like I was saying earlier, just a couple of, probably 2 or 3 Celsius higher than yesterday. Very pleasant conditions. A lot of the fielders out there with just shirt sleeves, not too many jumpers in evidence. What a difference 2 weeks makes. What a good delivery from David Lloyd, which bounced a little bit, seamed away, beat Curran outside the off stump. Excellent delivery from Lloyd again. He really is doing a terrific job for his captain. He's in his 6th over, obviously separated by lunch. 1 for 13 for him so far. The wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos with the aid of a good catch at first slip by Billy Root. The aeroplane flies over us, and here's Lloyd in again, over the wicket, bowls to Curran. This time he just lets it go through outside the off stump, goes through to Chris Cook, and there's no run. As Nick and Ben were saying the previous over, there's a lot of noise out there at the moment, but as you would expect, the sides are on top and a bit of bubble. Nick Selman leading the applause at 3rd slip, others joining in. Not sure Kieran Carlson's doing a lot of clapping at the moment, off with his rather sore right hand, but the others making up for it. Here's Lloyd in again, bowls to Curran, who drives nicely up through mid-wicket. It's heading out towards the boundary in front of the old bowling green. They come back for 2, they'll turn and make it 3. That's all there'll be. Long chase. That is the longest boundary, longest part of the boundary being used for this game. But a good chase back from Michael Hogan, and they pick up 3 to end the over. 13 to Curran, 5 to Keogh, and Northamptonshire 27 for 2.
I think the way Ben Curran has played that over there is exactly how the Northamptonshire batsmen need to approach this first half an hour, maybe hour of the afternoon session. He's let the bowler run in, bowl what they basically bowl at them, but at least what Ben Curran's done there is he's looking to get into score. He's looking to score off the bowling, not just standing there getting bowled at. His good foot movements got into his position really well, then waited for the bowler to try a little bit too hard and come up to the bat and clipped him away there through mid-wicket.
A few gaps in the field with 4 slips for James Harris, bowling to Curran, who drives slightly uppishly, a couple of bounces as far as the sun-hatted Callum Taylor at mid-off. So the sun-hats at the moment are Callum Taylor and Billy Root. And Root was at 1st slip for the last over. He's now at 4th slip at the other end.
Yeah.
Do you think Michael Hogan enjoyed that very long run out to save the boundary, and now he's had to go all the way up to mid-on at the other end?
His game. Harris bowls. That's driven and beautifully stopped by Callum Taylor, diving to his left at mid-off. Curran might have thought he'd got that through for 4 runs, but Taylor going full length and applauding himself, and why not?
Well fielded me.
He Newport-born batsman come off spinner, brought up largely in Australia. As the next delivery from Harris will elude Taylor. It's driven beautifully through the offside. It'll be a chase for Taylor up to the boundary ropes. He'll have to put in the dive. He slides and actually picks it up in one smooth movement, but they've come back for... Did they come back third?
They did.
Yes.
They did.
Yeah.
30 for 2. I was watching the ball rather than the batsman there, which is another 3, which means everyone has to change round. The right-handed Rob Keogh, 124 in his opening innings of the season, 29 and 4 last week. 30 for 2 as this pair try to start to repair the damage as Harris bowls to Keogh, who will get 4 runs down to third man. So that was all along the ground and raced away. That's the price you pay for having 4 slips.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for the bowler there, isn't it? Harris has hit a good area to Keogh, forced a false shot out of him. In fact, if just a little bit more bounce or pace off the pitch, slightly, maybe caught a slightly finer edge and carried through to the 4 slips there. But be interested to see when he probably takes his fine leg across and blocks that gap up, just so he can keep winning the moral high ground here.
34 for 2 in reply to 407 as Harris bowls, and that's played to mid-wickets by Keogh, and there's no runs. Looking back at James Harris last season, he actually played in 4 out of the 5 Bob Willis Trophy matches for Middlesex, batting average of 25, bowling average 31, 9 wickets. But there's a lot of competition for places between the Middlesex battery of seam bowlers. The veteran Tim Murtagh doing well as Harris bowls, and they will take a single this time as Keogh has played it wide of Taylor mid-on. They go through for the 1. 35 for 2. This season they've got Murtagh, Anderson, Helm, Bamber and Roland Jones back in the mix as well, who didn't play in the 4-day stuff last year. So James Harris is 6th on the list, I'm afraid, at the moment. So Morgan's very much welcoming his services, replacing the injured Tim van der Hoogten.
I think also Murtagh might have been rested for that last round and has come in and done well this game, hasn't he? So if you can start rotating bowlers like Tim Murtagh around, you know you're in a pretty good place with your seam attack.
Are we allowed to call him the evergreen Tim Murtagh? I know Kent not too keen on us calling Darren Stevens the evergreen Darren Stevens anymore. Start of a fresh over, and it's Lloyd, start of his 7th over, bowling to Keogh, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. See David Beddingham, day after his birthday, still going great guns for Durham against Derbyshire. 228 not out. He is now, as he made 170 on his birthday yesterday. Durham now 406 for 7 in that matchup at Chesterley Street. Canter through the rest of the scores in a second, keep you up to date. Harrison again, bowls to Keogh, rocks forward onto the front foot, plays it down the pitch where Lloyd fields. At Hove, Yorkshire 150 all out, Sussex just building a nice little lead there. 220 for 9 they are now, so 70 runs in front. Worcestershire still batting at New Road, 409 for 9 now against Nottinghamshire. Edgbaston, Essex 295 all out, Warwickshire 84 for 3 in reply. Harris 3 slips waiting, sorry, Lloyd in again, bowls to Keogh, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. The other match in Group 3 down at Canterbury, Lancashire 367 for 7 against Kent. At the Rose Bowl, Hampshire still batting, 389 for 5 against Gloucestershire. In the Metropolitan Derby at Lords, Surrey 154 all out, Middlesex now 189 for 5. As Lloyd comes in, bowls to Keogh. Once again, front foot pushes it up to mid-off. Hogan fields, and there's no run. And at Grace Road, Leicestershire 233 all out. Somerset, who were in a little bit of bother early on, have recovered strongly. 174 for 4. Tom Abel 73 not out, and George Bartlett 31 not out. So they're 59 runs behind at the moment. Plenty of power to add. Lloyd running towards us from the indoor centre end, bowls to Keogh. In behind that, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Michael Hogan signalling to the dressing room for something or other. Possibly for one of these motorised scooters to get him from
his bike,
his fielding position at one end to the other. It's a long old run, especially when he had to chase that one in the previous over from Lloyd, the very furthest corner of the ground, and then had to run to the other end of the ground to field at mid-on with the bowling at the other end. Lloyd in again, bowls to Keogh, takes a step down the pitch, plays that up to mid-on, and there's no run. And with another tidy over from David Lloyd, who's now bowled 7 overs and picked up 1 wicket for 16, and Curran 16, Keogh 10. Northamptonshire 35 for 2, replying to Glamorgan's 407 all out. So the first target for Northamptonshire, 257, to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on.
And mentally, as a batting group, you've got to try and put so much out of your mind going into an innings like this. There's enough to think about your own game and how you're going to play and how you're going to set up and who's bowling against you. However, there's so much to put out of your mind. How the pitch is playing, follow-on scores, end score, get close to theirs.
Harris then to try and put a few doubts into Northant's minds. Bowls outside off stump, and Curran plays into the covers. No run.
Yeah, it can just, if you're not careful, those sort of thoughts can take over from what you actually need to do. And bottom line is, as that bowler's running into bowl at you, you just got to be watching the ball as long as you possibly can. Trust all that training and technique you've been doing works for you on the day.
3 slips now for Harris to Curran, who is able to leave that one, go through to Chris Cook, just continuing on its way, away from the batsman, through to the bright yellow gloves of Chris Cook. 35 for 2, these two starting to rebuild after Northants lost their second wicket on the stroke of lunch. And James Harris back in Welsh ranks is in, and that's driven on the bounce by Curran, back to the bowler who fields in his follow through.
Yeah, the new ball, the good thing about facing the new ball, I suppose, is that yes, the pitch did just show signs of deterioration, two-paceness that you said, I think it was David Lloyd maybe mentioned to you last night, Nick.
Yep.
But the new ball will at least give value for shots, and with these attacking fields as well, like you quite rightly said, there's some gaps appearing.
As Harris into bowl, and Curran will get runs here, down to third man, as off in pursuit of Carlson and Settleman, and Carlson wins that race, even though he had probably a little further to go. And they've gone through for an easy 2.
Yeah, the ball runs away just like that. That's a good example. Ben Curran not having to go too hard at it. It's not particularly that testing him. That type of delivery hasn't tested him too much, but just getting in line behind the ball, letting the ball run off the bat into a gap, picks up a couple of runs.
Carlson will probably chase virtually anything in his half of the pitch. Fielding at point as Harris bowls, and Curran drives gently as far as route at shortish cover, and there is no run. Not fielding next to Callum Taylor in the field. You quite often see those two having little races for the ball as it heads towards the boundary.
Find interesting there is Balbirnie started at first slip this end, and then Root went into first slip, Balbirnie second. Root took the catch of Vasconcelos, and now he finds himself on the drive and not one of the 3 slips.
A little bit of juggling as Harris is in, and that's driven by Curran to mid-off, no run. Didn't quite time it.
No.
Yeah, David Lloyd doing slip duties and opening the bowling. The first time we believe that he has done so in a championship match for Glamorgan, certainly in the first innings. 37 for 2 Northants at the end of the over. Sanitisation time is over in a trice before we've barely had time to mention it.
Well, there's a sign of the conditions. Rob Keogh's just called the 12th man on to take off his short sleeve sweater. So Ben's sitting there again, all set for the slopes at Kitzbühel with his skiing jacket on. Unfortunately, although it's a wonderful commentary position we have, we don't see the sun here until much later in the day, so it is perhaps a little bit cooler than it is out there, but beautiful scene. I've realised, Nick, I haven't wished you a happy St George's Day as well.
Oh, thank you very much. I was meaning to say the same to you. It's eluded me. No dragon slaying today, though, please.
Well, it's a little way away from that. 37 for 2, replying to 407 all out. 3 slips in place. David Lloyd in again. Bowls to Keogh without short-sleeved sweater, who plays that up to extra cover. And Callum Taylor fields, and there's no run. Yes, I was looking around actually to see if I could see a flag of St George being flown anywhere, but not visible at the moment. The 2 churches that are within our sight here, St Matthew's over to our left and Park Avenue Methodist Church to our right, neither of those flying the flag visibly. Keogh in behind that, plays it back down the pitch, fielded on the bounce by Lloyd, and there's no run.
I did see one dangling out of someone's window as I drove in.
Right.
Back there,
Okay.
so it hasn't entirely been forgotten in the town. Well, it's not often you get this sort of lovely weather on St George's Day. It's usually a little bit chillier than this, but beautiful day here in Northampton. And Lloyd is in again. Bowls to Keogh rather, who looks to play that straight back down the pitch, comes in off the inner portion of the bat, squeezes away on the onside, and he gets up a single as it goes out through mid-wicket. It's not an entirely convincing stroke by Rob Keogh, goes up to 11, 38 for 2. Ben Smith making the observation earlier that Rob Keogh, when he got his 142 in the first home match that Northamptonshire played this year against Kent a couple of weeks ago, had to work very, very hard in the early stages of his innings, helped I suppose to an extent by the fact that Ricardo Vasconcelos was playing so well at the other end. Curran now facing, and he squeezes that away wide of third slip. It runs down to third man, and that's 4 runs. Was a steer, I think. It was perfectly safe, played it into the ground, and it went wide of the man at third slip and runs away for 4. I'll just be updating BBC Radio Northampton listeners in just a second. 42 for 2, Curran up to 22, Keogh on 11. Field just gathering again with a couple of balls left to go in the over. Billy Root led the chase down to the boundary, back in his position at first slip. Balburney at second, Selman at third. Lloyd in again, bowls to Curran, comes across his stumps, bounces off thigh pad, I think, out onto the onside. So we think for one moment about a leg by and see that it's James Wheel, the fielder, and decide against it wisely, I think. Play just underway again after lunch. Northamptonshire 42 for 2 in reply to Glamorgan's 407 all out. Ben Curran is 22 not out. Rob Keogh on 11. Glamorgan stretching their first innings total from 324 for 7 overnight, scoring another 83 runs for the last 3 wickets this morning, and then Northamptonshire making a very poor start to their reply with Ricardo Vasconcelos caught at first slip off David Lloyd for 8 with just 8 on the board, and then on the stroke of lunch Charlie Thurston running through for a risky single. Super bit of fielding by James Wheel, threw down the stumps, and Thurston on his way for 1. Curran and Keogh then looking to repair the damage. Curran is 22, Keogh is 11. Northamptonshire 42 for 2, replying to Glamorgan's 407 all out. Neatly summarised in time for a new over from James Harris. 3 overs, 0 for 14 so far, but a couple of those have been boundaries down to third man, which weren't really necessarily to the debit of the bowler, but third man remains unoccupied as Harris bounds in and bowls, and Keogh plays it firmly back to him, and there's no run. Stephen Hedges on Twitter suggested that seems to be second slip half covering the space for first. I'm not quite sure which end that was at, but Glamorgan have changed their slips around a little bit, and Selman has been quite often the main slip catcher over the last couple of years. As Harris in, bowls, nicely driven by Keogh, but parried by Callum Taylor at mid-off.
I think what the stagger is with the slips is first slip looks a little bit deeper for the flash that's going to go quickly, and then second slip is a lot closer rather than being in the normal traditional line between first and third. So that second slip is there for the prod and trying to catch it more ankle height.
Thank you, Ben, for clearing that one up, as that one is played to point by Keogh. No run.
That would be my take on it anyway.
Yeah.
I think that it does look as though second slip has come quite a long way forward.
Because there have been a couple that have gone fast off the bats. The one that Vasconcelos took and the one that he was dismissed by were sort of real slashing slip catches.
And I think they're the only ones that they're going to carry, aren't they?
One or two that have not reached the slip cordon. 42 for 2. Harris bowls and Keogh drives back to the bowler. No run. Keogh thinks he might have missed out there. A swing of the bat in some frustration. If you want to tweet us at OldManRad or at NickWebb2017, we'll get through to us. 42 for 2. There's Harris halfway back to the screen in front of us. Runs in past umpire Hartley. Bowls full length and driven nicely by Keogh, and he'll pick 4 runs there because Callum Taylor is trying to cover both mid-off and the cover position, and that was straight of him and well timed. Keogh to 15, 46 for 2.
He's bowling to a 5-4 field here, James Harris, so his margin for error on his line is very, very small. He's obviously bowling as straight as he possibly can, and that one just slightly overpitched, I think. Easy drive.
So Northants rebuilding as Harris bowls. That's on leg stump, and that'll be 4 more. That will be their 50 up, and Harris just straying onto leg, and Keogh taking full advantage, smashing that one away through mid wicket up towards the ground staff area that used to be the scoreboard, as it's retrieved by Wheel from next to a small roller away to our right. 50 for 2. Curran 22. Keogh is 19, and at the moment, since lunch, it has been relatively plain sailing for the home side.
Yep, they've got themselves into this session really well, the Northamptonshire batsmen. I think James Harris there just searching a little bit more, going. I'd say he's probably just lost his length there of the deliveries, both those deliveries. With the field that was set, if he was still just back of a length, that wouldn't have been clipped. It wouldn't have been half volley length to be hit, and he's got the 4 fielders on the leg side, so I would have thought he would have had a bit of more protection to a more of a length ball into leg stump, and then just over pitched slightly on that offside as well. So he'll want to readjust, I'm sure, going into his next over. I think it looks like there might be another change of bowling.
James Wheel coming into the attack, having failed to pick up a wicket on debut in his previous match last time out against Sussex, but then again he also failed to score a run in that match, and this morning went out and smashed 18 in quick time, including the first 6 of the match. So can he have some success with the ball as well? Long straight run, comes in over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Curran outside the off stump, and that just goes through to Chris Cook, and there's no run, 2 slips in place. Now we have Balburney at first, and let's see who's in at second. Just turn around for me. 2 slips in place. Yes, it is. Yep, David Lloyd in there, which makes so possibly it's going to have a little period of slip after an excellent effort with the ball. Wheel in again. Bowls to Curran and works that one away off his hip, down just behind square on the onside. Quite a long chase round for James Harris. Sends in his return to Cook, and they come through for a couple of runs. 24 to Curran now, 52 for 2 Northamptonshire. I see incidentally that Marnus Labuschagne has been named as Queensland's Sheffield Shield Player of the Year. I know this because I follow Nick Webb on Twitter, and he says hopefully he'll continue that form with Glamorgan. I'm sure that would suit Glamorgan very well. A fine player. Be over, of course, later in the season. Here's Wheel in again. Bowls to Curran. Beaten outside the off stump. Went through nicely. Good carry. Good line as well. And just straight onto Curran's pads. The previous delivery, that was right on the button, just outside off stump. 24 to Curran. 19 to Keogh. These two coming together. Well, really, the start of the afternoon session, because Thurston run out on a stroke of lunch, so they put on 35 for the third wicket. Been together, 9 overs. 2 slips waiting as Wheel comes in, bowls, and once again strays on Curran's pads, and he's able to just turn that down to Harris, who has more work to do at long leg, and this time it's just a single. 1 more to Curran, 25 to him. 53 for 2. Commenting, Ben, that in the IPL a couple of weeks ago there was a lot made of the battle of the Currans, Sam against Tom, and we said that of course Ben was participating in a match that really counts, which was Northamptonshire against Kent in the county championship.
Correct.
Well, be a good day for him to set out his stall here. Northamptonshire need somebody in the top order to dig in, and that's outside the off stump, and Keogh drawn into playing that. Slides past the outside edge, but not too far away. Good ball.
I would say, without looking at this, I'll get the replay in a minute, there might be some away shape here for Wheel, because he's come into Ben Curran 2 or 3 occasions there. He's clipped him last minute off his hip, off his thigh pad, and that one's just gone away late from Keogh, the right-hander.
That's a nice shape, and drew Keogh into the stroke, just outside off stump. Here's Wheel in from the indoor centre end, bowls again, and again just losing his line a little bit this time, and Keogh's able to turn that down to deep backward square, where it's fielded by Billy Root, who's out of the slip cordon at the moment. Sends in his return. 1 to Keogh to nick the bowling as well. He's 20, Curran 25, and Northamptonshire at the end of the over, 54 for 2. And Wheel into the attack, conceding 4 runs in that first over.
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen Wheel bowl, and definitely he tries to use his height, I think, at the crease. Very leggy and arm sort of action. There's not too much sort of like power and muscle at the crease. He runs in hard. I think he's just looking to shape the ball away. It wouldn't surprise me if this change of bowling isn't to the 2 bowlers that would swing the ball.
Harris pulls out of his first attempt at delivering. Maybe it was that Keogh wasn't quite settled. 3 slips. Wheel is at a shortish mid-wicket. Is he walking in or crouching? Crouching on the drive. As a big appeal for LBW, that's close, it's out as Keogh goes leg before to James Harris for 20, and Harris has his first wicket back in Glamorgan colours, 54 for 3.
Yeah, it just strikes me that might have just nipped back a little bit and caught Rob Keogh on the crease. Not that he has played from the crease this innings, he's actually got good strides in, so I'm just seeing a replay now. Yep, just nipped back in, and it's hit him inside, in line with the off stump. Sort of on the move a little bit. I think he probably ended up with his foot outside the line of off stump, but it didn't seem too much of an issue that for the umpire, Hartley. Walking off, he'll be pretty disappointed with that, I think, because he actually started in really good way. He's had to work hard, admittedly, through the early stages of his innings just to get a bit of rhythm, but since lunch these two have put on a nice little partnership. They'll be disappointed with that. I think given another half an hour and they would have thought they're pretty much out the woods, and they could start actually accelerating through the gears slightly into good position leading into tea.
And here's Luke Proctor, who we saw an awful lot of at Old Trafford.
Yes, Northampton fans will be hoping that he carries on where he left off in that lengthy effort to try and save the game on the final day. Not quite successful in the end, but certainly innings of 93 last time out will give him some confidence going into this situation, which is a tricky one for his side at 54 for 3. Keogh leg before to Harris for 20. And the cries echoing round the county ground of encouragement from his teammates, some of whom he will have played with before, but not a vast amount. I'll check through the team to see who would have been with him last time in 2014. 7 years on, Harris bowls a nice delivery to Proctor. He's just able to shoulder arms to, but not too far outside off stump. So Chris Cook would have been just on the fringes of the sides. David Lloyd, a relative newcomer as well, and of course Michael Hogan he'd have played with during that 2014 brief spell on loan. As Harris is in, bowls outside off stump and allowed to go through. But of course, if you go back to his period on Glamorgan staff, then 2007 certainly predates anyone else in the squad at the moment.
Played quite a lot against him for those 2 or 3 years. I might say quite a lot. We found ourselves playing when I was at Worcestershire, playing Glamorgan fairly regularly. T20s as well.
Harris is in to bowl, and that's defended by Proctor on the offside. You mentioned T20. He was actually in a senior England squad, I believe, for T20, though he didn't actually get to play, which I found slightly odd, since I thought it was the least strong of his 3 disciplines.
Yeah, he's a patient cricketer, isn't he? He's a very much, said earlier, repeatable action, smash a length of the red ball.
I thought he was a better player in 4-day and 50 over than T20, but there we are. He's run away. This one from Proctor to get off the mark, angled down through third man. There is a chase. Selman wins it, flicks it back. Carlson with the throw, and they've taken a couple of runs. 56 for 3 as Proctor gets off the mark. Well, it can't be too hot out there, otherwise there wouldn't be 3 players chasing the ball.
No, absolutely not. I think they probably use that as an opportunity to get loose and get warmer again.
It's just a little breeze, bit of wispy, fuzzy high cloud at the moment as Harris bowls, and Proctor allows that one to go through. Outside off stump, through low to Cook. I mean, 19th over of the innings, and the ball is already quite often going through shin height to Chris Cook behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's a good observation, Nat. I think it's one of those where the ability for the bowler to run in full head of steam, and now sort of they're into their rhythm, they're into their work a little bit. They probably, I won't say bowl within themselves, but they've found rhythm, and they're not running into bust a gut. Wheel, on the other hand, if he did look to get a little bit of shape that last over, he'll look to try and use that to swing into Curran's pads. He stayed over the wicket to Curran, and Proctor as well. So the 2 left-handers now, the Glamorgan bowlers, should find this slightly easier to hold their line to both batters.
Yep, 2 left-handers in now as Wheel comes in to bowl to Ben Curran, and Curran looks to try and hit that up in the air. He's aiming to sort of pick it up. It went up a top edge. It dropped just tantalisingly short of the man coming in from David Lloyd, coming in from second slip, and it very nearly carried through to him. That was a full shot.
I think Chris Cook lost that, didn't he?
Yes,
I think he did, because it was probably a straightforward catch for him. It just went straight up in the air as Curran looked to try and help it away down to fine leg. Cook didn't move. David Lloyd, a despairing dive in for it at second slip. Now that's an escape for Ben Curran. Should really have gone there. He's wheeling again, bowls to him, he drives up to mid-on and there's no run. Again, it was an interesting choice of shot, and I don't know, Ben's feeling there was that he may have been onto it a bit early.
I think he might have been. I think it stayed in the pitch, and then instead of him sort of going through with a full-blooded pull shot, he sort of checked his shot, and in the end looked like he was just trying to scoop it over like what would have been a short, fine leg.
He just had to sort of help it round, but it just seemed to me as though he was threw it a wee bit early. I say it went straight up in the air. If Chris Cook had gone for it, it would have been, I think, a really straightforward catch.
Yes, definitely.
Well, here's Wheel in again, outside the off stump, and Curran just lets that go through. Now he's got to be aware of the fact that he's had a bit of a let-off there, and needs to make Glamorgan pay. The other end, of course, Luke Proctor, 6 hours 6 minutes at the crease on the last day against Lancashire. Most of that on the last day. He was just in the back end of the third day's play as Northamptonshire looked to save that match. Took it into the last hour before he was out to the leg spin of Matt Parkinson. Here's wheeling again over the wicket to Curran outside the off stump. Decent pace from James Wheel, carried through nicely to Chris Cook. Cook just hands on hips and just probably wondering quite what happened earlier in this over, because they really should have a new batsman in.
When he looks down at that spot where the ball bounced in front of him, he'll be a little bit disappointed he couldn't have just kept his eye on it, I think.
Yeah, it's the despairing dive of David Lloyd, who was just trying desperately to get his fingertips under the ball, couldn't quite do it, he wasn't far off. Here's Wheel in again, bowls to Curran outside the off stump, again good pace, goes through to Cook and there's no run. Proctor spent most of, a good part of that innings facing spin, of course, in particular Matt Parkinson, the leg spinner, who he got out to in the first innings, hitting as a dipping low full toss, clubbed it straight to mid-on, which was a disappointing way to get out in the circumstances during that mad half hour on the second day when Northamptonshire lost 5 wickets in 7 overs, and he obviously set out his stall in the second innings to make amends. It was a heroic effort. Wheel in again, bowls to Curran, once again outside the off stump. Curran lets it go through to Cook, end of the over. Well, it should have been a successful one for James Wheel, but wasn't. Curran stays on 25, Proctor on 2, and Northamptonshire 56 for 3, and James Wheel has bowled 2 overs for 4.
Yeah, I think looking back to Ben Curran's lucky escape, it looked as though when it stopped in the pitch, the ball, he realised then with the fine leg back he couldn't play such an expansive shot, and he sort of just tried to check himself, and in the end, with no power whatsoever on the ball, it just chipped up in the air and then landed halfway between Cook and the stumps, sort of thing, just in front of the slips. But anyway, there we go.
Had Cook seen it, I think he'd have been there comfortably, wouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right in the bread basket,
but
which we were talking
I think
about
I think he was probably looking further up in the air because it didn't travel very far.
No.
Harris will come around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Proctor with 3 slips and a silly mid-off, but none of those is in play as Proctor dispatches it firmly towards Wheel on the towards the square leg boundary, and they go through for a single. 57 for 3. Andrew Davis says he's just switched on the live stream. What a beautiful looking ground. I'm sure the home staff will be pleased to hear that description.
Much improved, I think it's fair to say, over the years, not least, and it looks even better now the seats are all white.
Yes.
We had the seats down to our left were blue and the ones in that stand were yellow, and they're all white now. It looks a lot better.
As Harris bowls, and that strikes the pad, and they've gone through for a leg bye.
This used to be one of the grounds that everybody said, oh, you know, it's one of the least attractive, and
it was a bit rickety.
Well,
when it was multicoloured, wasn't it?
So I remember the late Doug Ibbotson, who wrote for many years cricket in the Daily Telegraph, describing it as Coronation Street with grass, which was a little harsh, but you could see where he was coming from. I think he was looking at all the terraced houses around the ground.
58 for 3 as Proctor defends Harris's next delivery back down the wicket. I mean, the seats presumably are no more comfortable, but it just looks so much nicer,
absolutely.
doesn't it, around the ground?
It just looks, as I say, what they used to call the old man stand down to our left, next to the signal box. Seats used to be blue. They were orange in the west stand. They were sort of a yellowy colour over to our right, the main stand in front of the County Hotel.
As Harris bowls, driven off a thick edge down to third man for 4 runs, and it may be just about time for Glamorgan to think about a third man, because that's about the 4th boundary that's gone down there. 7 to Proctor, 62 for 3. That be fair, Ben, or should Chris Cook carry on attacking in the way he is?
Yeah, there's always the argument. Well, here Harris has got a deep fine leg and a deep square leg to allow himself. Well, if Harris sets the field, but Cook's got the field, but it allows Harris to bowl straighter, so that shorter boundary is protected. Now, as soon as Harris goes across Proctor or hangs it outside the off stump, there's going to be that risk of it going down to third man. However, there are 3 slips still in, so you do want Harris to bowl straight, but you also want to keep your 3 slips in for that ball where he pushes it across the left-handers. But it's going to be so important he gets his field right, because both fielders are batsmen are left-handed. But here we go.
A lot of movement.
Yep.
Third man is being brought in.
Yeah.
When the closer fielders on the leg side has been sacrificed, so Billy Root has pushed back to occupy a boundary role, just almost in line with the umpire. Harris in, bowls. Good carry on that ball as Proctor shouldered arms, but that was taken by Cook, chest high.
Yeah, it was a good bounce. Again, fresh part of the pitch maybe that's not been hit that many times or run up and down. No traffic on that. Harris finding extracting a little bit more bounce than usual.
Emir Evans on Twitter, nice wheels from Wheel. Shown more today than on debut. Here's hoping. As Harris is in, and that's allowed to go through again by Proctor. 62 for 3 at the end of the over. Owen Williams has a question for me. Who was the last Glamorgan player to open the batting and the bowling for us? And I think I can give you the answer to that. It's not an obvious answer, but the answer is, as far as I know, unless there's been one in the last 4 years that I've forgotten, Tim van der Hoogten in 2017, who opened the bowling as usual and opened the batting, I think, in both innings in that benighted day-night match in Cardiff, using pink balls, which Glamorgan got in a horrible mess against the 16-year-old Hamidullah Kadri of Derbyshire and lost by about 40 runs.
I thought you were back to Wilf Wooler there for...
No. Tim van der Hoogten, I believe, is the answer.
Good stuff. James Wheelp starting a fresh over from the far end. The indoor centre end bowls outside the off-stump to Curran. Lets it go through to Chris Cook. 2 slips in place. Curran Carlson at backward point. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Callum Taylor, and then James Harris down there grazing at long leg. 62 for 3. Yes, this ground, if you think back, 30 years to when the football ground was still here, it has changed just out of all recognition. There's really very little of it that's here 30 years ago, and that's front foot from Curran, drives up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, I think when I first started coming here nearly 50 years ago, you'd obviously got the football match, so you've got the hotel end, the big cavernous stand at the far end of the ground in front of the old County Hotel, where the players, of course, used to have their lunch. Certainly up until about 1980, they'd come off not this way, but the other way, and go over and have their lunch in the County Hotel at the far end. And the indoor centre used to be where the football pitch is. Wheel comes in, bowls outside the off stump again. Good pace. Yeah. Carries through to Cook. Curran lets it go through, and there's no run. Yes, the large indoor centre was started in 1998. I think opened the following year, if I remember rightly. And the seating between the indoor centre and the front of the old bowling green. Again, used to be where the Spy and Cop was, the Cop end. At the old county ground where Northampton Town played from 1897 until 1994. Wheel in again, bowls outside the off stump, Curran lets it go through, and Chris Cook takes. Obviously the bowling green is still there as a green space, but it's now the outdoor net area. Bowls Pavilion is still there. It's gone through various incarnations. It's now a gym, but it has been a restaurant, a cafe, all sorts. The scoreboard that Nick mentioned earlier used to be the scoreboard, is a scoreboard no longer. It's now sort of basically a groundsman's accommodation. That was built in the 60s. Spencer Pavilion to our right was the original, sort of an upgraded version of the original pavilion that was built in 1886 when the ground opened. Wheel in again, bowls to Curran, plays forward, pushes it out to back for point, Carlson fields, and there's no run. That was upgraded in the early 1990s and named the Spencer Pavilion to mark the long association of the Spencer family. 3 Earl Spencers have been president of this club. The 5th Earl, the 7th Earl and the 9th Earl. 9th Earl is the present one, he's patron of the club at the moment. Where we're sitting now used to be the tennis courts until the late 1950s when this was built. Ken Turner used to be the old indoor centre with a stand above it. Wheel in again, bowls to Curran, who drives beautifully up through. It didn't time out as well as I thought. He's going to get a single as it goes up to mid-off. I thought he got rather more of it than that, but it's a single nevertheless. 26 to him, that's the end of the over. 26 to Curran, 7 to Proctor, 63 for 3. And then where the new pavilion is, down to our left-hand side, that was opened in 1980. That used to be the ladies' stand. And if you wanted to know the definition of ramshackle, it was not, even when I first started coming here in the 70s, it looked pretty tatty, and the second team used to change underneath it. And eventually it was pulled down to make way for the new pavilion, and I don't think too many tears were shed, it's probably fair to say, by anyone.
There we are, a brief history of the county ground from Andrew Rudd, as James Harris makes sure he's got his field where he wants them, approximately anyway, and he'll bowl to Ben Curran, who plays to mid-off, no run. Hogan doing the fielding. Found the scorecard of that Glamorgan Derbyshire game in 2017. Tim van der Hoogten did indeed open the batting in both innings as night watchman, scoring 19 and 5, opening alongside Jacques Rudolph. Michael Hogan was captain on that occasion, and Nick Salmon was the batsman being protected, batted at 3 in each innings. There's Harris bowls, allowed to go through by Curran, and there's no run. So Van der Hoogten did his night watchman job basically, and also claimed 5 wickets, opening the bowling in each innings. Now, who the last sort of genuine opening batsman come bowler was before that? Jack Callis might have done it.
Yeah, maybe.
So, top order batsman and genuine pace bowler. As Harris bowls and driven through the covers by Curran, will pick up possibly 4 runs. It's a chase for Hogan, and he wins it and flicks the ball back to Kieran Carlson to complete the fielding, and they've gone through for 3 runs. And Michael Hogan may turn 40 next month, but you can never accuse him of lack of enthusiasm.
Yeah, he's moved really well there actually, turned and gone, got after it. He's definitely pulled the ball in inside the rope to save his team a run, but looks like he might be sucking it in a bit now. Thinking hopefully I haven't got to do that too many times.
That was a real teaser, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just about pulled it back.
Yeah.
Furthest corner of the ground.
66 for 3. Proctor faces up to Harris round the wicket and drives back to the bowler. There's no run. 66 for 3, and we continue to see a lot of shots hit straight in this match, Ben.
Yeah, and I think that's credit to the bowlers that have looked to bowl very straight. There's no value for bowling any width on this pitch whatsoever, but not many pitches there are, I suppose. But no, bowl very a lot straighter than they have any other areas on this pitch.
There's Harris in to bowl, and defended by Proctor on the offside, no run.
And I think that's probably stems from the fact that we have seen the wicket go up and down a little bit. So if you are attacking the stumps, attacking the pads, then there's every chance that that ball with slightly different in, especially if it's too paced. Some will come in sharply off the seams, some will sort of die and get the batsman through the shot early. That's what I'm sure these bowlers will be looking for, because there's not a lot of balls in defence carried to the slips in this game yet.
Harris runs away from us. Bowls, that's driven nicely by Proctor, but finds Hogan at wide mid-off. No run, and the over. 66 for 3. Curran has 29. Proctor has 7. The man out in this innings. Vasconcelos for 8. Thurston for 1. And Keogh for 20. Wicket to Harris, wicket to Lloyd, and a run out from Wheel.
I think something I've noticed this game and haven't spoken about is the 12th man runs on every over to pick the cap up, where in the first game of the season there'd be a fielder wearing 2 caps. Whether that's because it's warmer now, they don't need 2 caps on to keep their head warm, I don't know.
Yeah, we were finding this. It's a good shout, Ben. We saw a lot of this at Old Trafford. It was ridiculous at some points. You've got 12 men running on, and almost every ball, with picking up various items of clothing and what have you, and it does slow the game down a bit.
Yeah. I mean, it's okay here because it's a short leg side boundary, isn't it? So you can post yourself on that boundary.
It's a bit more of an issue at Old Trafford. Here's Wheel in again, starts a fresh over and just strays onto Curran's pads, and he's able to turn that down to Harris at long leg. They come through for 1, thought briefly about the second, and thought we probably don't want another run out in all the circumstances. So they settle for a single, and takes Curran up to 30, and Northamptonshire up to 67 for 3. One part of the ground I didn't mention when we were going around it the previous over was the west stand, of course, between the signal box and the seats that go away round, curve around towards the indoor centre. And as we've mentioned on commentary before, as Wheel comes in, bowls to Proctor, who drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. It used to be where all the barrackers sat. one gentleman called the Linnet, Stan Rowlett I think his name was, he was here in the 50s and 60s. He used to give everybody some jip. Before that you had instances of going back as far as Gilbert Jessup before the First World War, who had to go and have a word with the West Stand because he was fed up with all the grief he was getting. Just a couple of visiting players, have refused to bat on. There's Wheel, bowls to Curran, comes right across his stumps, plays that up to Proctor, plays it up to mid-arm, come through for a sharp single. As Michael Hogan fields, sends in a awkward return for Chris Cook to take, but he does so. 1 more to Proctor, 7 to him, 68 for 3.
Quite a strong arm, Hogan.
He has.
He's got a long way to bend down, but
powerful throw.
Has got the ball in his hand. It'll go fast.
The wicket-keeper was backing that one up. I wouldn't want to have been a naked-handed fielder.
No, it was an very awkward one for Cook to take, and he took it very well, tumbling away. 68 for 3.
Close, actually.
It might have been,
if
he'd hit. Again, he was just slightly treading water, Ben Curran. He's facing this ball as Wheel goes round the wicket to him, outside the off stump, lets it go through to Cook, and there's no run. And of course between the little mound stand and the west stand signal box. Originally the press and scorers sat up there for many years. It was said that the late and legendary Fred Speakman, who reported Northamptonshire cricket for 40 odd years, left his coat up there, and it used to sort of walk home itself, I think, around the corner to where Fred lived, not far from the ground. Round the wicket comes Wheel again outside the off stump. Curran's able to let that go through to Cook, and there's no run. Fred, one of the great characters of Northamptonshire cricket, has privileged to succeed him as Wisden correspondent in the 80s, and Fred, you just get him down the road at the Abington, the pub on the corner here, just down the road, where for many years the cricketers traditionally had a post-match ale, and get him up the corner and buy him a drink and just let him go, and he'd tell you some fantastic stories about his many years covering the county. wheel in again, bowls to Curran, who's on the front foot, plays it up to extra cover, and there's no run. End of another over, 68 for 3. Curran is 30, Proctor is 8.
Yeah, and Wheel's done a very good job here. Was it 4 overs for 7 as he bowled?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, so he's not only attacked the batsman, he's got the extra yard of pace, but he's also been economical as well. Probably would have liked to have made Ben Curran play a little bit more, but he's only just sort of like changed and come around the wicket to change the angle up to Curran, to make him think about changing the way he plays. But to be fair to Ben Curran, he's been equal to the task, and he really has knuckled down here, and I think he's started to move a lot better after the lunch break than he was before that. Now that might just be something that early innings nerves, you don't move quite as well as you do first part of your innings whilst you're getting yourself in, but now he's at this stage which I think you'd probably say Radders might be a little bit of a danger area for Ben Curran.
I think
now he's in, is he going to be in, and is he going to stay in, or?
Yeah, I think that's a very good shout, Ben, and yeah, this I'm sure no one will be more acutely aware of it than him.
That's the issue, isn't it, sometimes with that type of thing.
And he just hope, again from a Northamptonshire point of view, he's due a big score. As I said earlier, he's laid the platform, laid the foundations any number of times in the last 2 or 3 years, but he still, hasn't managed to get the other side of 80. But he's been given quite a substantial vote of confidence, I think, by David Ripley at the start of the season, and Northamptonshire supporters will be hoping he can go on and get a big one here.
88, Dan Douthwaite. Rhyming slang, sort of. As Douthwaite is in to bowl to Proctor. Full length ball. There's clipped out to backward square leg. There's a huge appeal from those who believe that it might have been boot before bat, but no response from umpire Hartley.
No, I think that's the only way they could have thought, because it was very, very full, so I can understand why they got excited about the appeal. If it had been any shorter, it would have had to have pitch outside leg stump, but just having a look at the replay now, it's a good loosener though. Good pace and nice, and no, it wouldn't have hit his bat first. I think it's bat onto pad, and it made it look as though it hit him in front.
Often makes things happen, Dan Douthwaite, as he's in to bowl to Curran, and Curran prods at that and is beaten as it goes through to Chris Cook. Bowling right arm over, so across the face of the left-hand batsman. Most batsmen are left-handed at the moment. And Dan Douthwaite has 4 wickets so far this season. 2 in the first innings at Headingley, 2 in the first innings against Sussex. As he's in, hair flopping, and bowls, and that's Kane through the covers. There'll be runs here. It may go for 4. Callum Taylor is off in pursuit. Sunhat flying off, but it is the fastest combination in the Glamorgan side of Callum Taylor and Kieran Carlson. And they take, was that 2 runs? I was watching the chaser on
2 runs.
2 runs, wasn't it? 2 runs to Ben Curran, moving on to 32 not out, and Northampton 71 for 3. In reply to 407 all out. Douthwaite bowls, and that's driven slightly uppishly to cover. I think probably first bounce.
Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like it was, doesn't it? Didn't it? Sorry, but Ben Curran through that area there. He's gone area 2 or 3 occasions now, and got the Glamorgan fielders very excited. Technically, he's not really getting any of his right side into the shot. It's just a bit of a bottom hand shovel. Hence why he's slicing it a little bit in the air.
So some encouragement for Douthwaite as he comes in again, and Curran plays that one safely on the leg side to wheel at mid-on. Word about the weekend's sporting smorgasbord for Northamptonshire listeners. Northampton Saints at Leicester Tigers tomorrow, and Northampton Town at Gillingham.
Yes, they could be relegated, unfortunately, from League One. Hopefully not.
Douthwaite bowls, and that's hammered back to him, well fielded in the follow through. And there's no run. Curran 32, Proctor is 9. I'll run you through a little bit of the Welsh coverage in my next over.
Yes, I've had a message from John Whiting, who I know is a regular listener. John and Erica listening up to us in the village of Spratton, not too far from here, and they're looking forward to the days when they can be watching in person. And John saying, listening to us talk about various stands on the ground that used to be here. He said he was sitting in the ladies' stand with his grandmother the day Alan Tate was released by Northamptonshire. That would have been about 75, thereabouts. So yes, it was still here then. It came down in 1978, I think. But it was, as I say, fairly ramshackle. Wheel starting his 5th over. 4 overs for 7 so far. Rolling round the wicket to Proctor. He lets that go through to Chris Cook, and there's no run. Just think of the ladies' stand. There used to be the tannoy system. There used to be a speaker up there at the top of the ladies' stand, and talking to a few old colleagues who were here just after the Second World War, and they remember the secretary here, Lieutenant Colonel Elaine St George Coldwell, late of the Northamptonshire Regiment, who used to make his public address announcements not in exactly the modern family-friendly way, but although he was addressing his regiment. Wheeling again round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, just lays bat on that, runs down to second slip where David Lloyd fields and there's no run.
Well, sit up and pay attention, you are all.
It was
Here are the bowling figures.
It was attention. It was apparently attention, please. And had complaints after the war from lady members who felt that the powder room facilities, shall we say, were not quite up to scratch, and he had to point out as diplomatically as he could that they really should have gone before they came to the ground. Around the wicket comes Wheel, bowls to Proctor. Proctor just comes right across his stumps, plays it out to mid-wicket.
It's only 7.5 hours. Hold it in.
Yeah, he was. He used to employ members of the ground staff to act as beaters when he used to do his shoots down at Greens Norton in the south of the county where he lived, but still very fondly remembered by those of a certain vintage, and then of course was succeeded by Ken Turner, who was secretary here for 27 years. Round the wicket comes Wheel once again, bowls to Proctor, who drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. Northamptonshire went through a period actually just after a long time after the Second World War, had just 3 sort of secretary stroke chief executives in a long time, because Colonel Coldwell did the job from the Second World War until 58, Ken Turner from 58 to 85, and then Steve Coverdale of course came in as chief executive, and he was here for 20 plus years as well. And Proctor on the front foot this time drives up to mid-off and there's no run. Did 19 seasons here. So yes, I think it was something like 57 years. Northamptonshire only had 3 secretaries. I suppose Wolf Woolard must have done the job at Glamorgan for a while.
Did all the jobs, I think.
Yes, well yes.
The time where he memorably gave the crowd their money back, the grounds that he thought the opposition were playing boringly.
Oh, great. 2 slips in place, Wheel round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, comes right across his stumps. Bowler must have thought he was through, but he wasn't. Plays it up to mid-wicket, and end of the over with Proctor on 9, Curran 32, Northamptonshire 71 for 3, in reply to Glamorgan's 407 all out, having lost Vasconcelos for 8, Thurston on the stroke of lunch run out for 1, and since the break, Keogh out for 20.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with how Wheel's bowled here. He hasn't dropped his pace at all in the overs he's bowled, and he's found a nice little area on the pitch that's just challenging those left-handers a little bit more than would be expected at the moment. The ball's 26 overs old?
26
overs old, so it still should have a little bit of life left in it.
Let's see if Dowthwaite can find any of that life as he's into bowl to Curran, who blocks it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Just a quick whiz through some of the other Welsh sporting coverage of the weekend. Cardiff City against Wycombe, 3 o'clock tomorrow. FM and DAB, BBC Radio Wales. Exeter against Newport County is on BBC Radio Wales AM frequencies. Wrexham against Chesterfield is on BBC Sport Online. As Douthwaite is into bowl, and that's driven nicely by Curran, but Hogan manages to intercept it wide mid-off, and there's no run. On Sunday, Reading against Swansea City is a 12 o'clock kick-off. That's live on BBC Radio Wales FM and DAB and South West only. So that's your football coverage for the weekend. As far as rugby is concerned, as Douthwaite bowls, driven again firmly by Curran, but again he can't beat the long arms of Michael Hogan at mid-off. There's a Wales Women's International at 5 o'clock tomorrow against Scotland. That's on BBC Radio Wales and online. It's also on the BBC iPlayer if you want to watch it as well. Ospreys against Cardiff Blues 5:15 tomorrow in the Pro 14 Rainbow Cup, and the least said about that arrangement the better. That's 5:15 tomorrow, Ospreys Cardiff Blues from the Liberty Stadium. There's Douthwaite bowls, and again Curran driving, and again he hasn't quite timed it, and it's fielded by, I think that's Joe Cook on the field, wearing 57 at cover, substitute fielder. And then Sunday's rugby, Dragons against Scarlets, BBC Sport Online. That's a 1:15 kick-off. So you can follow all those events via various radio and or online methods over the weekend.
Sit in the garden, enjoy the sunshine, and listen to that lot.
And listen to us as well. Watch us. Whatever combination. This time, Curran has got it through that offside field, where he's been looking to drive for the last several deliveries. This time he has pierced the covers, and the ball has run away to the groundsman's area, and he's picked up 4 runs. 36 to Ben Curran, 75 for 3, and he'll feel a little bit better for that after getting possibly frustrated in the last couple of deliveries.
Yeah, I think plus he's been searching for that shot a little bit through this innings as well. I mentioned earlier about him just keeping his right side in the shot for longer. That width and length of that ball was just in the perfect slot to get a drive right.
Douthwaite bowls, that's outside off stump. It's a shocking delivery, and not much of a shot either from Curran as he poked vaguely at it, and if he'd got out to that one he'd have been kicking himself all the way back to the pavilion, but he managed not to get a touch to a very wide and short delivery. 75 for 3, Curran 36, Proctor 9. Again, Northamptonshire just starting to rebuild.
Yeah, that last ball actually did just die off the pitch. I know Douthwaite threw it across Curran far too wide, but again, unless you're getting right over the top of the ball with your wrist behind the line of the ball and bowling the ball into the pitch, there's not a great deal of life in it now.
James Wheel to continue this impressive spell from the indoor centre end, bowling his 6th over, and this one to Proctor is on his legs, and he's able to turn it round to long leg, where he picks up a single. Michael Hogan coming in off the boundary to field. 1 more to Proctor, he goes into double figures. 10 to him, 76 for 3. Nick having run through a lot of the sport that's happening at the weekend, both here in Northamptonshire and across Wales. Must also mention, of course, the World Snooker Championship, and plenty of Northamptonshire interest in that. Kyron Wilson from Kettering, 14 miles up the road from here. He's locked together at 4 frames all in his second round match against Barry Hawkins, which continues tonight. Round the wicket comes, and it's Ward. He's caught behind, bowls that one to Curran. It's around the line of off stump. Curran plays at it, and once again he's laid the foundations, and he hasn't gone on, and Wheel deserved that wicket, I think it's fair to say. He's bowled an excellent spell here, and he gets his man. It's Ben Curran, caught behind by Chris Cook, and Glamorgan, just as Nick was saying in the previous over, as Northamptonshire look to be regrouping, as they did with Keogh and Curran, and Keogh went on that occasion. This time it's Curran who goes, caught Cook, bowled Wheel for 36, and Northamptonshire in the mire at 76 for 4.
Yeah, Ben Curran will be bitterly disappointed again, like anybody would, but I think even more so the fact that You mentioned Radish, he's probably now just starting to get labelled a little bit more of that he can get off to start type of batter and doesn't go on. Funny enough, if you looked at the scoreboard and that was 76 for 1, Ben Curran's role as an opening bat on this type of pitch against this bowling attack, you'd probably see it, and he's walking off in the manner he got out, not playing too much of an expansive shot. You'd say he actually played well, and he's done a great job for his team to get them off to the start he has. A little bit like trying to get the shine off the ball as an opening batsman situation, but the fact that the team is now 76 for 4, he would have been the batsman that David Ripley was looking at to bat through this innings, very similar to how Chris Cook did. Fight his way through a little bit longer, and then score his runs back end of his innings. However, he's now been removed, and it just exposes Zabe Safe again, maybe a little bit too early in this innings, would you say?
I think that's an entirely fair observation. You compare and contrast this innings to Glamorgan's, and Glamorgan just built partnership after partnership, and you look at Northamptonshire in this innings, after the 2 early wickets, Curran and Keogh batted for 10 overs, and Curran and Proctor batted for 9. But on each occasion, Glamorgan have broken through and is wheeling again, bowling for the first ball outside the off stump to Zabe, who's drawn into a stroke on the front foot. Front foot doesn't really move his feet a great deal. It slides past the outside edge, goes through to Cook, 3 slips waiting for it. Big test this for Safe Zabe. Came into the side off the back of a big century for the second team, and came into the side up at Old Trafford. Was out for 4 in the first innings. Edged a sweep to backward square, and then was LBW somewhat controversially for 4 in the second innings. And that's a short ball, and Zabe plays it well. Managed to drop his hands out of trouble. But yes, Glamorgan just nipping out a wicket just twice now since lunch, when Northamptonshire looked to be batting themselves out of trouble, and they've just managed to find a way of getting a wicket. And Curran, yeah, it's hard to know what to say really. He just keeps laying the foundations and then getting out. But 36 runs to him today, 3 slips in place, wheel round the wicket to Zabe, plays it on the bounce back down the pitch for Wheel to field, and there's no run. I have to say, I think James Wills deserved a wicket. He's bowled a very, very good spell here.
He has, and like I said, his pace isn't down any more now than it was first ball he bowled. So he runs in, he hits the pitch hard. I mean, he's all arms. His front arm, he gets it right up and throws it away from his body, a little bit like Stuart Broad to a certain degree, but his accuracy has been, probably exemplary really. He's only given a couple of balls when the ball swung to the thigh pad.
Well, that's a terrific response from a disappointing debut last week. Wheel round the wicket, bowls to Zabe. He looks to try and run that down wide of third slip. Doesn't beat the man at backward point. Kieran Carlson, end of the over. Zabe is yet to get off the mark. Proctor on 10, a lot resting on his shoulders now.
Yeah.
And Northamptonshire 76 for 4, replying to Glamorgan's 407 all out, having lost Vasconcelos for 8, Thurston for 1. Those wickets both falling before lunch and then since lunch. Keogh for 20 and Curran for 36.
Yeah, well, absolutely deserved that wicket. Wheel, Ben Curran again. I've just seen the comparison between the same delivery that he bowled Ben Curran to dismiss him, and that last ball to Zabe, how Zabe got right into the shot. I'd like to have seen Curran do that rather than just tentatively push at the line of the ball.
Dan Douthwaite starting his third over, and he starts off with a short ball to Proctor. Has gone down the leg side, there's appeal for a caught behind, and he's got him. He's caught behind down the leg side, just flicked the glove on the way through presumably. Waited for the umpire Peter Hartley to send him on his way, but send him on his way he did, and a double strike for Glamorgan. Proctor goes for 10. We're saying how important his wicket was now to Glamorgan. Well, they've got it. He's caught behind by Chris Cook off Dan Douthwaite, who does make things happen, and Proctor's gone for 10, and Northamptonshire now in deep trouble, 76 for 5.
Yeah, Proctor, I thought for a minute he might have just got away with that. He took his hand off the bat. It was a good sort of kidology, as it were, towards the umpire. I think Pete Hartley this end. I think Proctor's been hit on the bottom hand as the ball went through, whilst both hands were on the bat, I think he was trying to get away with it, as if to say to the umpire, oh, I've just lifted my hand off the bat, the ball's hit me, not being on the handle. So yeah, a little bit of lift down. I mean, the ball, it's not a great delivery really. He's banged it in with some energy, but it has just bounced a little bit up, sort of like to above waist, between waist and sort of rib cage, top of rib cage. But Proctor would be disappointed, A, that he didn't just ride the shot and get bat on it down to fine leg, or B, just make that little bit more of a quick adjustment and let the ball hit him really.
Well,
Tucked him up though. It was a good line.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no,
Rats. Yeah, it was a
no,
good
no,
line though.
absolutely.
It wasn't a loosener or just a wayward ball down the leg side. It was tight into Proctor's body.
Well, the comment we made about Dan Douthwaite is when we were talking about Tom Taylor up at Old Trafford, and the fact that he's a sort of all-round cricketer that makes things happen, hits the ball hard, as we saw yesterday. And now he's nipped in for an important wicket, and Adam Rossington, Northamptonshire's captain, comes to the crease, so we're back to a right-hand, left-hand combination. And really the all-rounder Wayne Parnell and the bowlers to come. Douthwaite in bowls to Rossington, who's on the back foot, plays it back down the pitch. Douthwaite stops it, just boots the ball across the pitch for Callum Taylor to complete the fielding, and there's no run. Yes, Gareth Berg possibly next in, or Wayne Parnell, and then Buck and Sanderson. So on the face of it, Glamorgan have really swept away most of Northamptonshire's top order. He's probably the last of the two recognised batsmen. The Douthwaite comes in, bowls to Rossington, who plays that away on the onside to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I say recognised, specialist is perhaps the word I should have used, because obviously we know that Gareth Berg can score runs, we know that Wayne Parnell can score runs, but Rossington now a lot hinging on whether he can get away and get an innings. He's one of those, he's unlikely to block it for a very long time, despite what he did at Edgbaston last year. It's not usually his style of play. Douthwaite in, 3 slips waiting outside the off stump, and Rossington lets that go through to Cook, and there's no run.
He's due though.
He is due, yes.
And one thing that I would think will be playing on the back of Rossington's mind before he came out to bat, not now whilst the bowler's running in, would be his opposite number. He's had a really good game thus far. Yes,
that's right enough. Well, he batted well in the first innings, got 35 against Kent, of course, of the first game. Batted well in the first innings at Old Trafford, got 49. Douthwaite in, bowls to him, and he's off the mark immediately, driving that away through extra cover. Lovely crisp stroke, crosses the boundary rope in front of the west stand, and Rossington away with a boundary, 4 to him, 80 for 5. Yes, that partnership with Simon Kerrigan that was worth 82 for the 9th wicket. And I don't know, I'm interested in your take on this, Ben. We were talking about this up at Old Trafford. I just wonder whether 7 is a bit low for Adam Rossington. We'll come back to that in a second. Here's Dan Douthwaite bowling to Rossington, who comes across his stumps, whips that away just behind square on the onside. They come through for 1, they come through for 2. As it's fielded down there on the long leg boundary. So 2 to Rossington, he goes up to 6, 82 for 5 at the end of the over. And a successful one for Dan Douthwaite, who's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 13. It's going to be updating BBC Radio Northampton in just a second. Scoreboard not a pretty sight for Northamptonshire supporters at the moment, because replying to Glamorgan's 407 all out, they're now 82 for 5. Captain Adam Rossington, who's just gone in, has made 6 save, but likewise new to the crease, is yet to get off the mark. Northamptonshire lost 2 wickets before lunch, Vasco Salos for 8 and Thurston for 1. Since the break they've lost Rob Keogh for 20, Ben Curran for 36, and then Luke Proctor, the hero of that long rearguard action against Lancashire at Old Trafford in the previous match, was caught behind down the leg side, probably off the glove, off the bowling of Dan Douthwaite, and he was out for 10. So Zabe and Rossington looking to rebuild for Northamptonshire here. Long way to go. They still need another 175 to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. Replying to Glamorgan's 407 all out, Northamptonshire 82 for 5. So that's brought BBC Radio Northampton listeners up to date. Yeah, go back to that business with Adam Rossington. I know obviously he's keeping wicket, which means he obviously doesn't want to bat too high up. His wheel round the wicket bowling to Zabe, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch for the bowler to field, and there's no run. What do you reckon? 7 too low?
Well, one thing that strikes me, I'm just looking through the games I've been down here at the ground and watched this year. We've got the game against Kent, 8, 9, 10 Stuart Milnes Podmore, 8, 9, 10 Taylor Berg Buck, 8, 9, 10 Douthwaite Harrison Whale, and now Parnell Bergen Buck. I love the fact that these batting lineups are going so deep.
Yes. Yeah, it's a fair point. Here's wheel round the wicket to Zabe, who drives beautifully away through extra cover. Well, that's a nice way to get off the mark, and that ought to settle a few nerves. He crosses the rope for 4, and Zabe is away with the boundary. 4 to him, 86 for 5. Worth mentioning actually that Zabe keeps his record of having not scored runs other than boundaries in Championship this year, because he was out for 4 and 4 at Old Trafford, on both cases one scoring shot, 4 each time, and he's 4 not out here with the boundary for 4. Be hoping he gets a few more than just 4 this time. Wheel round the wicket, bowls to him, and he steers that away. Well, there you go, he's broke. I don't know, it's running away. No, he's not. There's a fielder down there at third man, comes out from underneath the stand, so he's broken that particular sequence. He picks up a single, and Zabe up to 5, and Northamptonshire to 87 for 5. Yes, there aren't too many. Looking around county cricket generally at the minute, Ben, there aren't many out and out rabbits, are there? In the Evelyn, I think going back a few years, you can think of most counties that had somebody that you would usually think would come in just ahead of the roller, but wouldn't delay the roller for very long.
Yeah, the one where they start the roller up as soon as that batter starts walking out. I agree.
Yes. Wheel coming over the wicket to the right-handed Rossington with 2 slips, bowls on his legs, and Rossington works that away through the onside. Carlson comes in from under the west stand, and Rossington was just dawdling a little bit for the single, and Carlson making as though to throw. He's a fine fielder, as we know. He kept hold of the ball, and Rossington takes a single and keeps the bowling. 7 to him, 5 to Zabe, and Northamptonshire 88 for 5.
Yeah, and I just sort of elaborating on that, really, the lower orders now. It's not so much a tail anymore, it's more of a lower order, and how important they've been in the games we've seen this year, where they've batted it well to the other end. Glamorgan's lower order batted well with Chris Cook this game, and I think now it's slightly different when you think you've got Adam Rossington coming in at 7. Yes, because he's wicket-keeper, but I do think that teams aren't always out of it when they're 5, 6, 7 down anymore.
So Douthwaite is in to bowl, and that's driven through the covers by Rossington for 4 runs, 92 for 5, and that boundary boards are taking right battering on that short side of the ground in this match.
Yeah, it soon gets to those boards, doesn't it? Mind you, Rossington's come in and he's hit the ball sweetly from ball 1, so he tends to. I think you'd say he's that type of batsman, Radders, wouldn't you? Where when he first comes to the wicket, if he gets a couple out the screws, it settles him nicely.
Yes, yeah, it looks to dominate from ball 1, really, if possible.
Second boundary in 7 balls. He's on 11 as he allows that one to go through outside off stump from Douthwaite, again dying the ball and only reaching the keeper shin high. 92 for 5 in reply to Glamorgan's 407. So a way to go to avoid the possibility of having to follow on. But would you really want to bat last here today this week? Douthwaite bowls a short ball that's pulled around. Well dealt with by Rossington. Down to Taylor at backward square towards the ropes, single taken, 93 for 5. I suspect that even if Northants were to fall short of the follow-on target, then it would not be enforced, is my opinion.
Yeah, I think I'd agree at this stage. Seeing if there's any more deterioration in the pitch as well, I think that probably will sway Glamorgan's decision even more. Yeah.
Northants still have capability in this slower order as Douthwaite bowls a shortest ball of the match so far, and it's a no ball on height, ballooning up over the head of Saif Zaib, and not hittable, says umpire Hartley. And so it really sort of suddenly bent his back into that one, and possibly got more response than he was expecting from the pitch.
I think so. I think his toes were in danger with that one, though, weren't they? It was that short. But no, quite rightly no balled. Batsman's game.
Downswade in, bowls, turned away on the leg side by Zaib, single out to mid-wicket. 96 for 5, Northants. 258 the target to avoid the possibility of having to follow on. And the wickets shared round in the Glamorgan attack. Hogan the only one to miss out for once. Lloyd 1 for 21 off 8, as Dowswaite is into bowl 2. Rossington, who edges, but it doesn't carry to slip. Second or third bounce. Lloyd opening the bowling for once. James Harris a touch expensive on his reintroduction to the Glamorgan side. 7 overs, 1 for 32, but Glamorgan are on the attack, and a few of those were down to third mount. James Wheel, very promising indeed after his difficulties of last week. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. Dowswaite is currently 1 for 20 in his 4th over as a push and near run from Rossington, but it would have been suicidal to Salmon at cover had he carried on. Michael Hogan, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 7, the most economical, but wickets shared among 4 bowlers, plus Wheel chipping in with the run out of Thurston on the stroke of lunch as well. There's various accoutrements brought on. There's a helmet. Now, does that mean that we're getting spin in the next couple of overs?
I think
It looks like there's a run-up being marked this end.
Callum Taylor, I think.
Chris Cook has got the helmet to stand up the wicket, and it is indeed Callum Taylor, whose spell here last year, not spectacular, but 9 overs, 1 for 20, I think was possibly the first indication that Glamorgan had that they could use him as a holding bowler.
He bowled nicely, didn't he? Yeah, this time last year. Well, he's going to be bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Zaib with a slip in place, David Lloyd. Other than that, mid-off, extra cover, and on the cover boundary, backward point, backward square, deep backward square, mid-wicket, and mid-on, as Zaib immediately trying to cut that ball outside the off-stump from Taylor, doesn't make contact, goes through to Chris Cook. 96 for 5, Zaib on 6, Rossington 12. Taylor in again, bowls to Zaib, this time carefully in behind it, plays it back down the pitch for Taylor to field. I've had a message from our good friend Edward Bevan, well known to Welsh listeners of course, as Taylor round the wicket bowls to Zaib, who sweeps. Stroke that got him into a bit of trouble in the first innings at Old Trafford against Matt Parkinson. This time he middled it okay, went on the bounce to Dan Douthwaite at backward square, and there's no run. A 2-word message. We're talking about
Edward, calm down.
No, it wasn't those 2 words. Taylor in bowls to Zaib, who drives nicely up to mid-on. Good tumbling stop, and there's no run. And we're talking about genuine rabbits in county cricket, and his 2-word message is Jim Griffiths. He has a point. Jim was, by his own admission, not the most successful with the bat. Taylor again round the wicket, bowls to Zaib, back foot this time. Plays it up to extra cover, and Carlson fields, and there's no run.
There was that era of the late 80s which I'd sort of started to watch a bit more closely, when there was not quite often 2 West Indians.
There's Taylor, bowls outside the off stump, goes through to Chris Cook, and there's no run. End of the over. 6 to Zaib, 12 to Rossington, 96 for 5. Yes, Jim Griffiths, I've told him this before on commentary this year, that when he produced his own testimonial brochure in 1987, described himself as the Wally of the Willow, which I always thought was quite a nice expression. But Mark Robinson, of course, was another one. Has gone to great things, now coaching at Edgbaston, of course. And Mark, I think, held the record for a time, if he doesn't already, he doesn't still hold it, for the most scoreless innings in first-class cricket. Went a long time without scoring a single run. I'll think of one or two more, I'm sure.
As Dowthwaite starts a new over to bowl to Rossington, who edges, and I don't think it carried to slip. Well, it's the second time in a couple of overs that Dowthwaite's found an outside edge, but it hasn't carried, which tells you something about this pitch, or whether the slips.
I just wonder whether
need to try and get a bit
deep there.
forward.
Yeah.
But we have seen one or two fly, so there's such a thing as an in-out slip field, as long as the right one's in. Dowthwaite to Rossington, who will get a single here to square leg, turning it away competently. 97 for 5. Rossington to 13. Everyone changing round.
It's interesting there, Nick. Rossington was walking off. He took a couple of steps further down the wicket as if, I've nicked it, I'm out of here. I think he felt, because he'd gone relatively hard at it, it had carried quite comfortably to the slips. So I wouldn't say, looking, when they're down this end, the Glamorgan slip fielders, they're not deep by any stretch of the imagination. They do look quite close.
Here is Dowthwaite then to left-handed Saib, who plays to point. Ball bouncing down and up to Carlson. No run to be had. A little bit of breeze disturbing the flags at the far end, but reasonably pleasant conditions out in the middle. Best day of the 4. Likely to dip at maybe a degree or two tomorrow, and then maybe another 4 degrees on Sunday, unfortunately. Dowthwaite to Saib, who drives. Nice shot. Oh, good diving stop by Nick Selman in the covers. So much to the approbation of his colleagues on the field.
Does it look as though it's going to be dry and sunny though for the weekend, or just a bit cooler, is it?
Yeah, pretty much staying dry, I think, for the foreseeable.
Yeah, I think it was the forecast I looked at was a bit of sunshine tomorrow and possibly less on Sunday. Dowthwaite bowls and Saib angles this one down to the third man for a single. 98 for 5, Saib to 7. What are your weekend activities then, Ben?
I've got a little bit of cricket for a couple of hours with the local club near me tomorrow morning, just getting those guys set up ready for the game for the day. And then Sunday, I've got a little bit of tennis with my daughter.
Right.
Sunday morning, try and spend a bit of time with her if I can, and get her out of bed.
Dowthwaite bowls and Rossington drives through the leg side. Hogan is off in pursuit. They'll take 2. There should be a third as Hogan picks it up 5 metres short of the ropes. And good throw from Hogan, but they're comfortably back for a third run, and that's the 100 up for Northampton. 101 for 5. I gave up playing tennis with my elder daughter when she was about 13, when her ability equals mine.
Yeah, I think I'm around about that now. My daughter's 15. I think she's probably got the wood on me. But we'll find out on Sunday, won't we? Depending on how just that competitive edge of mine might just come flooding back.
Oh, don't give them an easy win.
No way.
The old forearm smash straight at her.
Yeah.
Dear oh Lord. Callum Taylor, it's going to be to continue bowling his off spin from the far end, the indoor centre end. Just looking at that sequence of Mark Robinson was talking about his batting prowess or lack of. 1990, he set a record by failing to score in 12 successive first-class innings, 7 of them not out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Looking at my A to Z Northamptonshire cricketers for that. And Jim Griffiths, in 138 first-class innings, failed to score in 51 of them.
Oof.
Here's Taylor, bowls over the wicket to the right-handed Rossington, who comes across his stumps, drives it up to long on, and they come through for an easy single. One more to Rossington, 17 to him. Northamptonshire up to 102 for 5. Who were the ones in your playing career, Ben, who you used to sort of think, well, when they go in, they're not going to be here for too much longer?
Well, I did actually play quite a bit against Robbo. Yes, early stages, so I can vouch for that one.
There's Taylor round the wicket to Zabe, who drives up to extra cover and there's no run. I think it was someone like Alan Mullally was one who never exuded an air of permanence.
No, but then when he came off, it was and it was deafening for the next week. Dine out on it every
long
day.
levers. Taylor again round the wicket, drives to Zabe. Holds to Zabe and drives up to extra cover. And Kieran Carlson fields. And again, there's no run.
And then some of those guys, like David Milnes, when he started, wasn't particularly a good batsman, turned himself into more of a bowling all-rounder in the end.
Taylor again, round the wicket to Zabe, who cuts. Just picks out the man at backward point. Billy Root. And there's no run. He's just itching to pierce that offside field, Zabe. Just needs to keep patient here from Northamptonshire's point of view. Taylor in again, bowls to him, and again he cuts, and again he picks out Billy Root, who stops it. Wasn't quite sure where it had gone. Did a sort of cartoon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Turning around, where's the ball? Well, it's right at your feet, Billy. It was a good stop. And now Adam Rossington, that's good. Just come round and had a little chat with Zabe and says, you've got all day. Just itching, just forcing the game a little bit. He doesn't need to at the moment. His Taylor bowls to Zabe, who cuts, and he does pick up a single this time. Eludes Billy Root and goes out to cover point boundary, and they do come through for a single. He nicks the bowling from his captain as well. Zabe up to 8, Rossington 17, Northamptonshire 103 for 5, and Taylor's bowled a couple of tidy overs and no wicket for 2. You can just see Zabe almost fretting. It just strikes me, and he hasn't been in there very long, and he's got
back till 6:30 tonight,
well,
and all day tomorrow.
And all day tomorrow if he
sunshine.
wants to, yeah, absolutely.
I think he is very good from Rossington then, just to go down the wicket and assure him that just because you've hit the field on 2 occasions, not to panic. My money was on a quicker ball push through, slightly fuller, skidding into Zabe, because he'd given himself a bit of room for the cut, a little bit like Warne versus Cullinan back in the day. But the other thing worth just noting as well, that last ball of the over, when he did get his single out towards the boundary rider, he didn't get greedy, he just played it with a straighter bat and found the gap.
Michael Hogan will take over for his second spell, and in bowls a shortish delivery to Zaid that he was slightly surprised by. Would have possibly been caught by short leg had one been there, but there isn't anyone within 20 metres of the bat on the leg side.
It's not the sort of dismissal you'd think about on this pitch, is it? Like a short ball gloved up by the batsman.
I suppose he didn't have to take care because he knew there was no one there. So.
Yeah, maybe give him a bit of credit. He just gloved it down.
103 for 5. Seen a few ways to get out in this innings as Hogan is in, bowls outside off stump, and no shot from Zaib, with Proctor getting himself caught down leg side, and Thurston running himself out thanks to a marvellous strike from James Wheel. Any plans to play yourself this summer, Ben?
No, not this summer. I was going. I didn't play last year either, and I've just sort of enjoyed the fact that I can help others rather than get out there for myself on a Saturday.
Hogan in, and that's defended on the leg side by Zaib. No run. It's
Although,
very selfless of you.
Yeah, well, it is, and I suppose it isn't really. There's probably some clubs out there, teams maybe, that would feel that somebody like myself, not just me, would actually benefit from a player playing within the team. You know, I think you look at some ex-players and get them in the second and third team. That's where the players coming through need educating.
103 for 5. As Hogan bowls, forward comes Zaid, defending on the offside, no run.
But I got to the stage where I think Radders was talking yesterday about Gareth Berg on the day when it doesn't matter and you get up and you're not nervous, then it's probably the day to pack it in. I think that I've always played my cricket, whatever level I've played, I've always got that little bit nervous before I've gone out to play. I'm very proud of my sort of like career, as it were, and it doesn't really matter now, so I think it was time to call it a day.
Hogan into Zaib, who pushes on the offside, thinks about a single, thinks twice. Dot ball. Not tempted just for the sheer joy of it all.
I think
individual
yeah,
enjoyment?
I think there would be some enjoyment on a day maybe like a testimonial type of day, or sort of like a past players type of day. I'd definitely dust the whites off for something like that.
There we are, Ben Smith, available for such occasions. You heard it here. As Zaib defends another one down into the gully, and there's no run. Good tight over from Michael Hogan, 103 for 5.
Big year for me next year as well. I could potentially put myself forward for one of the over 50s teams.
Oh yes, of course. That's yeah. It's ticking over. Another one near us. I was talking about. Be 50 years next year since I saw my first game here, so we could do a joint celebration.
Joint 100th.
Absolutely. Well, yeah. Well, I say sparing Ben's blushes, but I saw him make a very good 100 against a strong Peterborough Town side a few years ago, and it was good to watch. Here's Callum Taylor starting a fresh over, bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Rossington outside the off stump. Rossington just lets it go through to Chris Cook, and there's no run. We're closing in on the tea interval. That's a quarter of an hour to go. Well up with the overs. Rossington turning that away to mid-wicket, thinks about a single. Zaib, I think, was almost blinded by the sun as he just thought about a single. He was sort of shielding his eyes.
Rossington was horrified that he thought of a single.
Yes, especially not Kieran Carlson. I don't think he's a chap you take on in that sort of position. Taylor in again, bowls to Rossington, who's solidly forward, plays it back down the pitch, and the bowler himself fields. Yeah, a little bit of breeze this afternoon coming from the southeast. Taylor in again, bowls to Rossington, forces off the back foot up to extra cover, fielded by Nick Selman, and there's no run. Joe Cook, the 12th man for Glamorgan, having a long run round the boundary, I think, to take some supplies to Michael Hogan. Taylor in again, bowls to Rossington, forward again, and this time it just runs up on the offside, and Taylor himself completes the fielding, and there's no run. He's got a drink for him there, I think. Not too long to wait for tea. Here's Taylor in again, bowling to Rossington, who squirts that away on the onside. Zaib again is coming down, thinking about a single. Rossington wasn't going anywhere. End of the over. Zaib on 8, Rossington 17, and as the players head off in various directions for drinks, hand sanitisation and heaven knows what else. 103 for 5 in reply to 407 all out. And perhaps just take the opportunity to run through a few scores which we haven't done recently. Yorkshire against Sussex down at Hove. Yorkshire 66 for no wicket in their second innings, so they've just cleared off the arrears. 5 runs in front there. At New Road, Worcestershire against Nottinghamshire. Worcestershire made 436 all out. Nottinghamshire 5 for no wicket in reply. At Edgbaston, Essex 295 all out. Warwickshire 151 for 5. At Riverside, Durham 475 and Derbyshire 9 for no wicket in reply.
As Hogan is running away from us and bowls to Zaib, who should get a single. Yes, will eventually get a single after a mid-wicket consultation almost with Rossington, with Carlson diving there at backward point, and again I think jarring his hand. Now he was wearing a bit of strapping on it anyway. He stopped a very hard hit shot from I think Rob Keogh early on, and he might have got just another knock on that one.
Down at Canterbury, Lancashire against Kent, which is in this group of course. Lancashire 461 for 8. At the Rose Bowl, Hampshire 470 all out. Gloucestershire 5 for no wicket in reply.
As Hogan bowls, driven very firmly over pitch slightly, but that'll be cut off on the cover boundary. In fact, didn't quite strike it as sweetly as I thought there, Rossington, and Taylor was able to field on the boundary. 105 for 5.
Middlesex building a solid lead against Surrey at Lords. Surrey 154 all out. Middlesex now 250 for 8, so 96 runs ahead. And Leicestershire 233 all out. Somerset 266 for 6, with Stephen Davis and Craig Overton at the crease.
Hogan bowls and Zaib plays to point, no run. bad news for fans of the IPL, but I suspect good news for England followers, that Jofra Archer will miss the IPL to focus on his recovery from injury. He was meant to be playing for Rajasthan Royals, but has had, of course, on top of his elbow problem, surgery on a hand injury sustained while cleaning a fish tank. 105 for 5, you couldn't make it up. Hogan bowls, and Zaib watches that one go through outside off stump. So the bad news for any second 11 players listening is that Archer could get a run out for Sussex seconds at some point in May.
They're grappling for the scorecard now, aren't they? 17 players.
Just what you want.
Mind you, that'll teach him for having piranhas. Not getting them out before he cleans the fish tank.
He eats piranhas.
Yeah.
Hogan bowls, and Zaib again dabbing it down into the ground, bouncing up to Carlson at points. No run. England's Test series against New Zealand starts on the 2nd of June at Lords, by which time I presume they'll have got the media centre back in action, because looking at the pictures from our BBC boys this week, they're still in a temporary commentary position towards the pavilion end.
Yeah, but I think they're the bottom of the tavern stand, aren't they? I think not the ideal location.
Hogan round the wicket, and Zaid covers everything up, plays it back down the wicket. 105 for 5. And after the mini excitement of Rossington's aggressive start, Michael Hogan has again put the brake on things.
Yeah, he's just timed it up nicely, hasn't it? What he always does, he does well, and that's just, he's like the metronome. He just runs in, repeatable action. He's done it so often now, and hits a good area. So yeah, I think Northamptonshire are absorbing this pressure pretty well at the moment.
Well, here's Taylor starting a fresh over to Rossington, just a slip in place. Rossington forward, runs that down to backward point where there's no run. John Whiting's been on to us again. We're talking about Mark Robinson, 12 innings without a run in first class cricket. He saw that sequence end. It's Taylor again, bowls to Rossington, who comes down the pitch, spears that away, over long off. Has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. It just crossed the rope at just in front of the indoor centre, and that's 6 to Rossington. Bold blow, 24 to him, came down the pitch, hit through it. He goes up to 24, 111 for 5. Dreaded Nelson. Fielder out there has now got to try and scrabble around. That's James Harris, isn't he? He's trying to scrabble around at the front of the indoor centre, the other side of the advertising ball, and get the ball back, which he has, which eventually is returned to the bowler, Callum Taylor, who runs in again, bowls to Rossington outside the off stump, lets it go through. John says it was 13th time of asking, of course. Robinson, this was at Leicester, last game of the season, an edge past Peter Williett's slip. Bowls to Taylor, and Rossington pulls, and that's smashed away into the west stand, and that's 6 more. Well, Adam Rossington, we know, likes to play positively. That was just a little bit short of a length. He rocked back and used his power to just smash that away. Just a tad behind square into the seats in the west stand.
Long hop, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, it asked for it, and it got it.
What he's done well here, Rossington, is he hasn't just patted the ball back this over, has he, like he did previously?
No, 30 to him,
He's
107.
more proactive,
yeah.
sorry.
No, 30 to him, 117 for 5. Long on is now being pushed back about 15 yards in from the boundary, and he bowls to Rossington and just quietly turns that in front of square. There's 2 men back on the boundary on the leg side, and it's Billy Root who comes in off the fence and sends in a return. They come through for an easy single. 31 to Rossington, 118 for 5. Now bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Zaib, slips still in, and Taylor bowls to him, and Zaib plays that back down the pitch. End of the over, a productive one for Northamptonshire. Taylor has now bowled 4 overs for 15. Rossington on 31, Zaib 9, Northamptonshire 118 for 5. He says he went past Pete Williett's slip with his dodgy knees, he couldn't get down to it. And it went for a single, and thus at the 13th time of asking, Mark Robinson did get off the mark.
Mind you, even those number 11 Rabbits would probably be reasonably decent batsmen at a lot of club levels, wouldn't they?
I'd say so, yeah. Their respect they'd probably have the from the opposition would make it a bit easier as well.
As Hogan is into Rossington, and he allows that one to go through outside off stump. I mean, Michael Hogan, who's almost perpetual number 11 for Glamorgan, I think batted 5 or 6 when he played a game or 2 for Newport a couple of seasons back.
Yeah, and it tends to be the trend really. If a bowler plays club cricket, it's like he's probably not going to bowl because his workloads are high. He just needs to get into it. I'll play as a batter. If you want me to play, I'll play as a batter.
I think it was one of those games where he needed a few overs back after injury or period out or something. Hogan is into bowl, and that's everything covered up by Rossington, treating him with respect, and the ball just dribbles back past the stumps, and there's no run.
This is actually quite a good partnership there Glamorgan have got on at the moment, with Taylor twirling from one end, just tempting the batsman to be a bit more aggressive, throwing them off the rhythm of facing their trump card in Hogan, really, the bowler that's constantly at you asking questions.
As Hogan in, bowls, Rossington drives, but to Douthwaite at mid-off, who scurries to his left to make the stop. 118 for 5. Wicket apiece to Wheel, Lloyd, Harris and Douthwaite, plus a run out from Wheel. Ben Curran, top scorer so far with 36. Rossington approaching that on 31 not out. As Hogan is in to bowl, and that's played firmly defensively to Rossington to mid-on, and there's no run. Ben Curran, I'm informed by our friends in the Northampton Stats Department, has been out 11 times in 36 innings in the 30s.
It doesn't surprise me one little bit. It's, Ben called it. He said it's the sort of little danger zone for Ben Curran, and I think that rather bears out that view.
Hogan bowls slightly shorter, and Rossington plays it down into the ground on the offside. Again, Douthwaite called into action, 118 for 5, and we have 5 overs after this until tea, after this delivery. Tea being taken when there are 32 overs left, so we'll be a
tad over,
a little bit late, just before 4 o'clock. Hogan to Rossington, who drives nicely on the bounce, back to the bowler, and thus ends the Hogan over. He's really jammed on the brakes. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for, can't quite read that.
9, I think.
9.
Yeah.
0 for 9 off 8.
And I think, like I said, with the spinner on at the other end, both of these batters just have in the back of their mind that they'll want to keep scoreboard ticking. Can't just sit still and just be bowled at, which is definitely not in this situation. You can afford to do that in case you do lose a wicket. So they want to keep the scoring rate up there if they can.
Here's Taylor starting a fresh over round the wicket to the left-handed Zabe, who takes a couple of steps down the wicket, a little chassé, plays it back down the pitch when he gets there, and Taylor himself fields, slip in place, backward square, and deep backward square on the boundary, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, a backward point and a cover on the boundary as Zabe plays that one round the corner to the man on the 45, saving one at backward square, and there's no run. He has to cover on the cover boundary, sweeping in front of the west stand into Zabe again. He's pushing forward, plays it up towards extra cover, it doesn't get that far. Taylor coming round to field. Zabe on 9, faces this ball from Taylor wide outside the off stump, doesn't need to play it and doesn't. It goes through to Cook, and there's no run. These two will just be looking to, I'm sure, think about tea. As Nick says, isn't too far away now. That's driven by Zabe out to the man on the boundary, cover boundary, and it's Billy Root down there in front of the west stand having a chat with the Glamorgan 12th and 13th men, and Zabe comes through for a single, takes him into double figures, 10 to him, 119 for 5. And Rossington now facing this ball from Taylor. That's driven back on the bounce. Bowler himself fields. End of another over. Nips through them quickly. Zabe is 10. Rossington 31. 119 for 5. And just walking around the far side of the ground, Ian Watmore, chairman of ECB, who's been in for a little visit today, talking to some of the senior Northamptonshire officials, and just having a little walk around the ground in the afternoon sunshine.
Nice day for it.
Beautiful day for it, yeah.
Welsh Cricket Pod on Twitter have tweeted a link to an article about the previous look of the county ground Northampton and the days when it was football ground as well. George Pritchard says, saw Cardiff City get a vital 2-1 win there on a Friday night in 1992/93. As Hogan bowls and Zaib drives straight to mid-off, no run.
Yes, I think I do remember watching a match, the evening sort of midweek game, Tuesday night presumably, when the league match, and there were fewer than 1,000 people in the ground, which I think I seem to remember at the time was commented on quite widely. Just what a poor attendance it was. Something
of a nadir, you would have thought. As Hogan bowls and Zaib works it into the leg side for a single, 120 for 5.
One of the biggest problems was when the old football stand was condemned in the wake of the Bradford fire, and so they built what became known as the Meccano stand, which was over the far side, sort of scaled back version, which became the press box. But for a while they had to report football matches from the cricket press box, which is just immediately to our left here at the top of the Ken Turner indoor stand. And I do remember a Milk Cup tie against Oxford United.
Milk Cup. Hogan bowls and driven into the offside by Rossington, but all along the ground to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Single taken, 121 for 5. Was the one side of the football ground open then, presumably?
Yes,
was it?
It was. I think it was then the only three-sided ground in the Football League. On this occasion, that we were trying to do a cover the match from the cricket press box, and it was so far away that even with binoculars you were struggling to sort of see what happened. And the inevitable happened. There was a goal-mouth melee, and Northampton Town Cobblers scored, and we had to send somebody round to try and ask if somebody in the crowd who'd actually scored.
Hogan bowls, driven by Zaib to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
You heard them sort of like they do on Dad's Army about having a Boy Scout runner, and it was a bit like that. We had a lad who was sent to ask somebody in the crowd standing on the duck boards at this side, the open side of the ground, who'd actually got the final touch on it.
Yeah, and in rugby union days, I've before now had to stick my head into the dressing room at the end of a game to find out who scored a try in a particular pile of muddy bodies. As Hogan is into left-handed Zaib, who not sure if he meant to play that, but he did chop it down to third man. Whether he was attempting to play the ball or not,
I think he went to leave it then play it, maybe that way around. He played it with control anyway.
Yeah, it was hit down into the ground, so it was perfectly safe. 12 to him, 122 for 5. Rossington very much the aggressor in this partnership. As we move into the closing minutes of this afternoon session, in which Glamorgan have taken 3 wickets. Northants have scored more than 100, but Rossington gets 4 more as he drives off a thick edge down to third man for 4. Now there is a sort of third man on the short 45, but that was just wide of slip. Didn't carry, wouldn't have been a chance, but Hogan's bowling figures take a bit of a knock. As a result of that, he's been going at more or less 1 and over. 126 for 5, Zaib is 12, Rossington is on 36, joint top scorer.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed about that field that Hogan's bowling to Rossington. He's got a mid-off and a backward point on the 1, and he's left the whole of the offside open with a deep cover and a deep third man. And what he's doing is he's still got 2 slips in, so what he's doing is he's saying to Rossington, go on, then you drive me. You're only going to get 1 if you go square, but if you go square and I nip it away, there's every chance I could nick you off and get you caught slip, which nearly happened that last ball of the over.
Well, here's Callum Taylor starting another over, his 6th, and he bowls to Zabe, who reaches for that, plays it to backward point where it's fielded by Dan Douthwaite and there's no run. Taylor so far, 5 overs, no wicket for 16, figures rather dented in the previous over with a couple of 6s for Adam Rossington. Slip in place as Taylor bowls to Zabe, who on drives, goes up to mid-on and there's no run apart from the slip. Backward point, cover on the boundary, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a man on the 45 saving once. Taylor comes in again, bowls to Zabe, comes across his stumps, turns it up to mid-wicket, and Selman fields, there's no run. Taylor already back at his mark. Round the wicket again, bowls to Zabe, who cuts. Shot he's been looking for most of the afternoon against Taylor. Goes out to Billy Root, fielding on the cover boundary, and they're through for a single. 1 more to Zabe, 13 to him, 127 for 5. Partnership past 50. So useful runs these for Northamptonshire. 51 these two put on for the 6th wicket. Dearly love to see it through to tea. Staying round the wicket to the right-handed Rossington, who punches that up to mid-off, but there's no run this time. Certainly good for the over 8, Callum Taylor. Busy cricketer anyway, and nipping through his overs. Round the wicket again to Rossington, who just drops that down on the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket by Kieran Carlson. End of another over, 36 Rossington, 13 to Zabe, 127 for 5. And Callum Taylor's figures, 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 17.
I think Taylor and Cook will be quite happy how Zabe's playing Taylor at the moment. He's trying to give himself a little bit of room and actually go really square of the wicket on the offside. Taylor, I think, will look to hurry one through and try and beat him on the inside if he can, but even when he's playing forward, he is defending into that extra cover area, cover point area, because he knows he can get a single. That ball doesn't quite turn in at all and rushes on and hits Zabe on the pad in front of all 3. He's really in the game there.
Voice of former Leicestershire and Worcestershire batsman Ben Smith here on BBC Sport Online as Hogan starts a new over, and Zabe in familiar fashion runs a single down to third man, 128 for 5. Zabe to 14 not out, and yeah, we're rushing towards the tea interval, aren't we? Getting there a little bit more quickly than expected. 11 deliveries to come, or fewer should Glamorgan take a wicket in the last over. Hogan Rossington is playing out on the offside. They will hurry through for a single. Douthwaite has a shy at the stumps. It hits Rossington either on the person or on the bat as he made his ground at the non-striker's end. No visible sign of distress from the Northampton skipper, so must have been struck on the bat. 129 for 5. Rossington is now the top scorer of the innings, coming in at number 7. As Hogan switches to round the wicket, bowls a short ball to Zabe that he ducks underneath. Bit of a rarity, the Hogan short ball. Yeah,
well directed that though. Going over his right shoulder. 2 men back. Yeah, it's a good little ploy. We saw it Balburney a little bit in that first innings, where maybe the bouncer just pushed him back a little bit and then a ball into length. So whether Hogan will do the same. Try.
2 slips, 4 saving the single, 3 out. Hogan bowls. That was a length ball, but it was firmly defended by Zabe on the offside. No run. So I think just about Glamorgan's session, despite this half-century partnership. 3 wickets for 112 at the moment. On the face of it, I suppose that's a reasonably even session. Northamptonshire just fighting back in this last hour or so. Hogan bowls and Zaib plays off the middle of the bat back to the bowler, who fields in his follow through and does a bit more polishing. Kieran Carlson is at mid-off at the moment. Don't often see him there. There's one of the sprightliest fielders in the Glamorgan side. Hogan switches back to over the wicket.
Hogan likes that fielder next to him, I think. Even when he's bowling, someone to go and fetch the ball if it's hit back straight.
Here he comes, bowl full length, and Hogan does the fielding himself, tries to flick it up with his boot and shy back at the wickets. Well, he got halfway through. He got the flick up right, but then dropped it. 129 for 5, Zaib 14, Rossington 37, and here comes the final over of the afternoon session.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a trend through the Northants innings. I've sort of picked up, we spoke when Glamorgan were batting. They lost 2 wickets together on 3 occasions through that innings of the Glamorgan innings.
Here's Callum Taylor, start the final over the session, bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Rossington, who drives up to Selman at extra cover, and there's no run. Still, the slip is the only close catcher in place. Kieran Carlson just asking confirmation as to where he's wanted. He's at mid-wicket at the moment. Rossington just plays across that, lots of bottom hand, plays it up to long on and comes through for a single. 38 to Rossington, and Northamptonshire up to 130 for 5, so still trailing by 277 runs. Taylor staying round the wicket to the left-handed Zaib, who plays that up to Selman once again. This time, of course, the left-hander is at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 3 balls to go in the session. Here's Taylor again, bowling to Zaib, in behind it studiously. Selman again fields at mid-wicket and there's no run. Good opportunity this for Zaib, 22 years old, turns 23 next month. Plays back to this ball from Taylor, which had the bowler excited. Once again it goes to Selman at mid-wicket and there's no run. Thinking about it being a challenge, but it's also a terrific opportunity. No rush, he's got as much time as he needs to bat. And this time he just squirts it out on the onside, and for the 4th time in the over, Nick Selman fields, and that's tea. Tea on the second day of this LV Insurance County Championship match between Northamptonshire and Glamorgan, and at tea, Northamptonshire 130 for 5 in reply to Glamorgan's 407 all out. Rossington 38, Zaib 14. The partnership is worth 54 for the 6th wicket, and Ben Smith, after very much Glamorgan's first hour after lunch, Northamptonshire have just clawed back a little bit of ground in this second hour.
Yep, they have. They've played really well. That's a very good partnership. It wasn't a block slog partnership. It was full of aggression, as well as some really good absorbing of the pressure that a couple of Glamorgan's bowlers put on Northamptonshire. I think what has hurt Northants there is, I was just alluding to earlier, the 2 wickets together on 2 occasions has really hurt them. Ben Curran getting out and then another wicket falling pretty quickly after. But hopefully now, if they can just keep one of these lads keep batting through until the end of play tonight, Northamptonshire will have a platform and an anchor to bat around and get somewhere near, if not past, that follow-on score going into tomorrow.
Well, that's the situation. That's where we are at the moment. Glamorgan 407 all out, Northamptonshire 130 for 5. That's tea. We should go in search of a cuppa. Hope you get one as well. And we'll be back with you in around about 15 minutes' time. Well, better than they were. It's 130 for 5, players still off the field for tea, and if the first hour after lunch emphatically belonged to Glamorgan, then a bit of resistance from Northamptonshire in the second hour of the session. County slipping at one stage to 76 for 5 in reply to Glamorgan's 407 all out, with 3 wickets going down pretty quickly after lunch. Rob Keogh for 20, Ben Curran for 36 and Luke Proctor for 10. But since then, Adam Rossington, Northampton's captain, and Saif Zaib have dug in, and they've added an unbroken 54 for the 6th wicket. Rossington is 38 not out. He's been doing the bulk of the scoring, including a couple of sixes off the off-spin of Callum Taylor, and Zaib still there on 14. So 130 for 5 at tea. Northamptonshire still 277 runs behind. Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to the County Ground at Northampton for the third and final session of this second day's play in the LV Insurance County Championship match between Northamptonshire and Glamorgan. Match situation is that Glamorgan made 407 all out, bowled out in the morning session, and Northamptonshire since then have lost 5 wickets. Ricardo Vasconcelos for 8, Charlie Thurston for 1, Rob Keogh for 20, Ben Curran for 36 and Luke Proctor for 10. At that stage there was 76 for 5. They've rallied somewhat to 130 for 5, unbroken stand of 54 for the 6th wicket between Adam Rossington, Northampton's captain, who's in there on 38, and Saif Zaib, who's on 14. And we're going to see James Harris, who's going to start the evening session, bowling the first over from this pavilion end, bowling to Rossington with 2 slips in place, and he bowls to Rossington, who's across his stumps, plays it up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Michael Hogan, and there's no run. Harris into his 8th over, already has the wicket of Rob Keogh for 20. I'm Andrew Radd from BBC Radio Northampton, with me Nick Webb from BBC Sport Wales, and Ben Smith, former Leicestershire and Worcestershire player, now member of Ireland's coaching staff. I'll be keeping you company for the next couple of hours or so through this final session of the day's play. Still bright sunshine here at Northampton as Harris comes in, bowls to Rossington outside the off stump. Rossington lets it go through to Chris Cook, and there's no run. Ben, these two have done a decent job steadying the ship for Northamptonshire since that little flurry of wickets left them in trouble at 76 for 5, but still an awful lot of work to do if Northamptonshire to get back into this match, really.
Yeah, I think you'd say for Northamptonshire to get back into this match, they probably don't need to lose another wicket this session.
Well, that's the tall order. There's Harris in again, bowls to Rossington right across his stumps. Appeal for LBW as it takes him on the pad. Probably shading down, I would have thought. That's certainly the umpire Peter Hartley's view as he signals a leg by. It runs down behind square on the onside. One more to the total, 131 for 5. Rossington stays on 38, and Rossington having a chat with Saif Zaib as he prepares to face his first ball of the session from Harris. And it was noticeable before tea, Ben, when Zaib was just looking to get after the spinner, Callum Taylor, a little bit. Rossington was down the pitch, presumably telling him just to cool it.
Yeah.
Because he got bags of time. 2 slips in place, and Harris round the wicket to the left-hander, doesn't quite get the radar right, goes down the leg side. Zaib doesn't need to play at it, and he doesn't, and good take by Chris Cook diving away to his right.
I think the other thing for Northamptonshire batsmen to thrive off this, a great opportunity to bat for 2 sessions now. And if they set the stall out to do that whilst looking to score, you know, I'm not saying they need to block and not score, they'll be in a really good position.
Well, here's Harris round the wicket to Zaib, who runs that down nicely towards the third man boundary. It's a long chase down there, and it beats the fielder down in front of the indoor centre. It was a legitimate, determined shot. Dan Douthwaite having a long chase round the boundary, couldn't get hold of it, and it crosses the rope for 4, and Zaib goes up to 18, 135 for 5. Deliberate stroke, I think.
Yeah.
That, Ben?
Yeah,
Yes.
definitely. He played it with real control, didn't he? Both parties will be happy with that. Zaib, because of the control, he played it and it went exactly where he wanted to. But even Harris will think, well, he's opening in the face. I've got 2 slips in, maybe. Keeps me interested.
He's got a chance. 2 slips in place as Harris bowls round the wicket to Zaib, who cracks that away to backward point. Good tumbling stop there by Callum Taylor. End of the over. Zaib on 18, Rossington 38, and 5 runs off that first over of the session leaves Northamptonshire on 135 for 5.
Yeah, I think just going back to the way that Northamptonshire should look to approach this innings now, I think naturally Rossington will score at a decent rate, so it does take the pressure off Zaib somewhat. He will just have to battle with himself probably more than anything on this pitch, because if he can just play within himself for a little while, and then once he starts getting more familiar with the conditions, and the bad ball will come, he starts putting that away, scores the runs, like I've said before, more towards the back end of his innings. This could be a big partnership for the team.
So James Wheel into the attack from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and played out on the offside by Rossington. Saib, for some reason, thought there was a run there, but there wasn't. And they duly agreed on that. 135 for 5, having been at one stage 76 for 5, so this is something of a fight back by Northamptonshire, but they need to make it much more of a fight back, and ideally this pair bats, if not through, then deep into this final session. There's Wheel bowls, and that's driven nicely by Rossington away on the offside. Didn't time it quite as well as I thought originally, and they picked up a single out towards the cover boundary. 136 for 5.
Glamorgan have started with what we would call in-out fields, so they have got their 2 slips in. They've got fairly aggressive ring field of 2 fielders either side, but then they aren't giving Northamptonshire anything for a decent shot. Looking to bowl one side of the wicket and just protecting the square boundaries at the moment as well. So
Wheel steaming in, racing towards us, and that's on leg stump and guided away by Zaib for a single. Down to Taylor at backward square. Lots of changing round between right and left-handed batsmen still. Wheeler, right arm bowler, though he bats left-handed. Scored 18 this morning, and a couple of decent blows to suggest he's a useful lower order batsman, and 6 boundaries from Michael Hogan batting at 11. As Wheel bowls, Rossington drives to mid-off, and there's no run. Douthwaite with the fielding there.
David Gower, he batted left-handed and bowled right-handed. Right arm, sorry.
Yeah,
you see him bowl very often.
One rather more often than the other. Don't recall Gower bowling, to be watching him even on television, to be honest. As Wheel, nice purposeful run up, but Rossington's clipped that off his legs down towards backward square and fielded on the boundary in front of the signal box. Chris Cook says keep the throw down because he's peering into the sun, and just a single once more. So there's vast movements between right and left-handers.
Interesting with Zaib, I don't know if you noticed this, he bats left-handed, bowls left-handed, throws right-handed. You notice that?
That's a peculiar
now
combo.
you pointed it out, yeah.
Yeah.
138 for 5 in reply to 407 here on BBC Sport Online, as Wheel bowls and Zaib shoulders arms to ball outside off stump, possibly moving a little away off the pitch. So the home side have survived the first couple of overs of the tea interval as they look to build once more and develop this partnership.
Yeah, and I think Wheel's gone in with the same field placings that Hogan finished that middle session with. He's kept the 2 slips in, got a backward point and a mid-off, and left his cover area open with a deep cover, protecting anything that gets hit through the offside, encouraging the batsman to try and hit through that gap and nick off.
Harris starting his 9th over, running away from us, bowls wide outside the off stump to Adam Rossington, and Rossington having nothing to do with that. He's looking slightly quizzically at the umpire as though he thought it might be a wide. Chris Cook had to take it in front of first slip, but the umpire keeps his arms down, and that was very wide.
Was it? Did it swing after it bounced? It looked like
I think it probably did.
Got seam up after it pitched
yeah,
and carried on.
Adam Rossington, as I say, is looking a little quizzically at umpire Peter Hartley, but 138 for 5 it stays. Harrison again bowls to Rossington, again outside the off stump, not as wide outside the off stump this time, but once again Rossington doesn't feel inclined to play at it and lets it go through. There's one thing you're talking about, not just block, block, block. I can't see Adam Rossington doing that, to be honest. It's just not the way he normally plays. I say he had that long rear guard action against Warwickshire last year at Edgbaston when he batted all right the way through the last day to save the match, but that was very much out of character.
Yeah.
normally just looks to be pretty aggressive. Harris in again and bowls to him, and that's just overcompensating a bit there and trying to find a reasonably straight one. It goes down the leg side this time, and more work for Chris Cook to do.
Sorry, Radders. Yeah, I think you look at this situation we're in. We're not even really in with. So you could class it as wickets down halfway through the Northamptonshire innings, but there's still a game to be won here. So it's not a fact of block now. No,
absolutely not. Well, here's Harris in bowls to Rossington, who drives again. A bit of width outside the off stump, and just opens the face and runs it down to wide third man, and comes through for a single. One more to Rossington, 41 to him, 139 for 5. Rossington, decent nick with the bat, made 35 in Northamptonshire's opening match against Kent, and 49 in the first innings against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Missed out in the second innings on that last morning's caught that slip off the left armour, Luke Wood. Here's Harrison again, round the wicket to Zabe, who I thought at one stage he was going to leave it. In the end, it just ran off the face of the bat, wide of second slip, safely enough. It goes down to third man for a single. One more to Zabe, 19 to him, 139 for 5. I think he was thinking about leaving that, wasn't he? And in the end, it just bounced a little bit on him. Went down off the face of the bat. Yeah. 140 for 5, Northamptonshire. Still 267 behind. Harrison again, bowls to Rossington, who's in behind that, pushes it up on the offside, go through for a quick single, despite the fact that it went to Kieran Carlson, coming around from extra cover, one of the best fielders around, but Rossington safely home. Pinches the bowling as well, 42 to him. Zabe is 20. And Northamptonshire 141 for 5, with a partnership now worth 65.
Yeah, I think Zabe definitely has played the ball a lot later. Then I think watching him in the past couple of games when I have seen him bat, he's probably just gone a little bit harder at the ball now. Whether the circumstances of the innings suggest that he can't go hard at the ball because he has to be a little bit more. A little bit less expansive.
Here's James Will then running towards us and bowling, and Rossington a little tucked up, plays it to mid-on, and there is no run. Which way does this ground slope, if any? I can never make up my mind.
That way, right to left.
Right to left.
Yeah. If you look,
not up to down. Not.
No.
One end to t'other at all.
It's more right to. It's not a big slope, but it's just such as it is. It's just about right to left.
So I always have a vague impression from this end that it's sloping down away from us, but I don't think that is the case. As Rossington plays off his hip down towards square leg and goes through for a single, 142 for 5. I expect fielding in the final session every way feels like up.
That's right enough. It is noticeable though, and Phil Rowe will be with us tomorrow. Northampton's former assistant coach always says that the last few years it's tended to bounce has been a little bit more exaggerated, bowling from the top end, bowling from the indoor centre end. The odd one just goes through a little bit more.
We'll trying to find some of that, and it's allowed to go through outside off stump by Zabe. No shot played. Glamorgan just having to work a little bit harder to keep the bounce and the buzz going in the field at the moment. It's not as natural as it was when 5 were down for 70 odd.
No, it's a big part of the game. This is a really interesting period of this innings. The ball's nearly 50 overs old, and they've got to try and extract some sort of energy out of the wicket.
Wheel is running in with purpose and bowls wide-ish, and Zabe driving, gets it off the inside part of the bat. He was looking to play through the covers, ended up hitting it back to the bowler, who parried it in his follow-through.
Don't see Richard Levy doing any more running today, Radders. It's a young lad.
No, I think Richard's done his sprint work for the week,
the season.
don't think he's a great fan. Hits the ball very hard though.
Yeah. 4s, 6s and singles. That's the way to go. Wheel bowls, and Zaib cuts wristily but gets on top of it, and there's no run as he's played it straight to point. No sweeper on the cover boundary at the moment, with Wheel coming round the wicket to the left-hander, is angling the ball in, so it would take something off target for Zaib to be able to fully extend in that direction. As Wheel is in, bowls, and Zaib gets a full length ball that he drives gently to mid-off. So a quiet over from James Wheel, who is bowling far, far better than he did on debut against Sussex, when he went for over 6 runs and over. But today looks the part, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He's actually getting the ball to shape away from the left-hander, bowling around the wicket. So I wouldn't know if that's reverse swing or if that's just normal swing, regulation swing. They're still working hard on the ball to keep it either shiny or smooth. The shiny would be for regulation swing. Keeping one side smooth will be to try and get the ball reversing. 50 overs old, it's hard to know with the Dukes because sometimes they can keep swinging at 50 overs old, but it's fairly abrasive out there. It might be reverse swing.
It's James Harris starting his 10th over, running away from us, bowls to Adam Rossington down the leg side. Rossington shapes to try and paddle it around the corner, doesn't make contact, and good take by Chris Cook.
Talking about lower order comebacks, Lancashire, having been 190 for 6, 248 for 7, centuries from Luke Wood at 8 and Danny Lamb at 9. Wood out for 119, Lamb still there, 125 not out. Lancashire 516 for 8 against Kent at Canterbury.
Here's Harris in again, bowls to Rossington, is in behind that, pushes it up to mid-off. Carlson comes in, but they've judged the single well. Carlson was fairly deep. The way Rossington had weighted the shot, didn't hit it too hard, and Carlson had to come in, and there was plenty of time for Rossington to come through for the single. He goes up to 44, 143 for 5, so Rossington is not just a boundary hitter, he's looking to rotate the strike as well, which is good cricket.
That game, of course, in the same group as these two teams. Sussex against Yorkshire is the other match in this group, where
is Harris bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Zaib, who just runs that down to backward point, and there's no run.
Sussex got a first innings lead of 71 runs. They made 221 all out, with 86 from Tom Haynes, 4 wickets apiece for Dwayne Olivier and Steve Patterson. Yorkshire in their second innings, 96 for 2, but that's a lead of just 25 runs, so that one's interestingly poised, and Joe Root has just come to wicket.
Yes, he'll be hoping for a score, I'm sure. There's 2 slips in place. Harris comes in, bowls again to Zaib outside the off stump, and Zaib watches that one go past. It's taken by Chris Cook, and there's no run.
Gary Balance is back in action in that one. He was missing against Glamorgan because of concussion.
Oh yes, of course. Yes, well, Northamptonshire will be up at Headingley, Emerald Headingley next week to play Yorkshire.
So hope we don't get the snow that we did.
Yes, we could do without that. It's been lovely down here. Here's Harris in again, bowls to Zaib short, and bouncer, he ducks underneath it, goes through to Cook, and there's no run.
Last time I saw snow was at Derby about 5 years back, but Glamorgan always get terrible weather in Derbyshire.
I don't think they're alone. I think of a few games at Chesterfield. Northamptonshire famously had a match there a year or 2 back when they didn't manage to get on at all. Abandoned without a ball bowled. Round the wicket goes Harris, short outside the off stump. Zaib looking to hit it a bit squarer than that. It just goes down to third man and picks up a single. One more to Zaib, 21 to him, 144 for 5 at the end of the over. James Harris has now bowled 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 41. Zaib is 21, Rossington 44, 144 for 5, and the partnership up to 68.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Rudders. He was looking to hit that a lot squarer. I detected some reverse swing, I think, in that over. It does look as though both these bowlers are getting some lateral movement, bowling round the wicket as right-arm bowlers to the left-handed Zabe, and the ball is just tailing away from him, hence why he was aiming squarer then, and it did just sort of squirt down to finer to third man.
Here's Wheel round the wicket, fast medium, and nudged on the leg side by Zabe, but Douthwaite is in to prevent the single, even if he hadn't. Wheel was making very quick ground to his left to cut off that possibility as well. 144 for 5 then, Northants battling back, Rossington dominating the scoring and taking the pressure off Zabe, who can just nudge along in singles if he so desires at the other end. 2 slips for Wheel to Zabe, who leaves outside off stump, through to Chris Cook.
Yes, just looked in my magic blue file. 2016 it was. Northamptonshire had 4 days rained off at Chesterfield, not a ball bowled.
The game I did there were long periods off the playing field. In fact, I think there was one day when there were 7 rain interruptions.
Dear. But your notebook was fun that day, trying to keep tabs of it, or how many overs have been knocked off.
As that is forced by Zabe through the offside. There's a hand to it from Carlson.
How to be a groundsman on the day like that.
And they go through for a single, the half stop there, and the outfield. 145 for 5. And I was working with Ian O'Brien, former Test player for New Zealand, BBC Radio Derby commentator at the time, and despite the extremely dubious weather, he wore shorts every day. And a different pair of shorts every day as well.
So it wasn't as though he'd come with nothing else, just
no.
the one pair. Oh dear.
No, I think he tried to go through the season wearing shorts.
Good luck.
As Wheel bowls, and Rossington will take a single down towards square leg if he got anything on it. No, he didn't. Leg by called. 146 for 5. Don't see that sort of frivolity from Dave Fletcher, the current incumbent of the BBC Radio Derby microphone. I'm looking forward to seeing it, albeit only for a one-day game there, but always enjoy working with Fletch. Around the wicket comes Wheel. Can he break this partnership? Is not there. That's 4 runs.
That's a lovely shot.
That is Zabe leaning into the cover drive and timing it beautifully. Raced away to the boundary. And question of just go and retrieve it for Billy Root away to our left. That's 150 up.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot, wasn't it? Just transferred his weight into it. That's the type of shot I'd like to see Curran be able to play. Just turn his right side into it and time the ball through the covers rather than hitting everything really straight with no stride. Just went with it nicely there and adjusted his hands. Good blade control, would say.
Glamorgan having to work for it now as Wheel is into Zabe, down leg side, well taken by Chris Cook, tumbling to his right. The magically yellow gloves do their work for the Glamorgan skipper. 150 for 5. Zabe is 26. Rossington is 44. And these two have, give or take, virtually doubled the score now, coming together at 76 for 5 with their side in disarray. But Glamorgan's momentum has been halted as Northants have turned the tide either side of tea. If we can talk about turning the tide in the middle of England. No tides particularly nearby.
No, about as far away as you could possibly get, it must be said. Benny, talking about this this business with Ben Curran, and I mean, you just outlining it there, and actually you were talking about it when we were talking off air during lunchtime, and you were sort of demonstrating just that point, which you know later became entirely relevant by the way that that Ben Curran got out. Is it just a question of batsmen? Because obviously there's no shortage of advice. There's expert coaches around. Is it just sometimes batsmen cannot get out of the habit of something? They've been with something that they know that they want to do, a sort of muscle memory thing. They know they want to do it, but they can't adapt. If Harrison starting a fresh over to Rossington, who drives back to the bowler on the bounce and there's no run. And I just find it difficult to change something that's perhaps become ingrained.
I think what it is, it's having the ability to let yourself go a little bit as a batter, and it obviously means so much to him as an opening batter to be tight and well and have a good defence and well organised and be have a good technique, but just do that little bit more into the ball.
Here's James Harris, comes in again, bowls to Rossington, who's right in behind that. Get past that, he's saying, goes down the pitch, and Harris himself fields.
Yeah, and just be prepared to try something instead of going back to default. A lot of the time you can train it as much as you like, but if you're not convinced and comfortable to do it, it's very difficult to do it in the heat of the battle. It's trying to change your default and feel comfortable with something before you can use it in a game.
Here's Harris, 2 slips in place, in again bowls to Rossington, wide outside the off stump, again barely carries through to Chris Cook, who had to take it in front of first slip, and he'd only he just got there. And as often is the case here at Northampton, when the ball goes a little bit soft, hardness goes out of it, it can be hard work. And now it's a question of the batsman just cashing in a little bit. And certainly, as Ben was saying earlier, looking to try and bat through the day if possible. Harris in again, bowls to Rossington down the leg side. Rossington shapes to turn it away. It goes just to the left of Chris Cook. It was off the pad anyway. He didn't take it cleanly. It ran down towards fine leg, and they're able to come through for a leg bye, signalled by umpire Peter Hartley. One more onto the total, 151 for 5. Rossington stays on 44. Harris in his 11th over on his comeback match for Glamorgan, on loan of course from Middlesex for this match and the following one. Picked up the wicket of Rob Keogh earlier. Round the wicket he goes to save Zabe, who clips that one away nicely down to mid-wicket, coming in off the boundary in front of the west stand, and they're through for a single. One more to Zabe. He moves up to 27, and Northamptonshire to 152 for 5. Partnership now worth 76, which means it's doubled the score. Came together at 76 for 5. So, valuable job done by these two so far, but a long, long way to go to get Northamptonshire really back into this match. Still the 2 slips in place. Back over the wicket goes Harris to Rossington, who drives back down the pitch. Zabe makes sure he's got his bat down, because it was one of those that's ripe for the flick back onto the stumps, but he was well into his ground. And so Harris didn't bother. End of the over. 11 overs, 1 for 41. Zabe is 27. Rossington 44. And Northamptonshire 152 for 5.
And I also think on that, Radders, is that you, as a batsman, you have to try and be adaptable even during an innings. You know, the wicket does change, the bowlers do change, the ball changes, things change through your innings. It might be that Ben Curran on a pitch like this thinks, right, I'm going to bat out my crease, but just play the way I play. On a rapid, flatter pitch, get back in the crease.
Wheel to try and find some life from the pitch with a shorter ball that Zabe ducks underneath. It's going slightly down leg side, so no real danger. I wonder if we might see a little twirl from Billy Root as the second off spinner in this side. He's bowled a few overs now and again this season, including against his brother. And Billy was brought on to bowl as soon as Joe got to the crease in one innings. Wheel bowls, and Zabe gets more runs down to third man, just a single on this occasion. Harris is the fielder down to our left. 153 for 5.
Taking them back to the back garden cricket.
There was a big LBW appeal from Billy against Joe. Joe also bowled to Billy when he was just short of a century, so the two captains were obviously very aware of this factor. As Wheel goes back over the wicket for the right-handed Rossington, down to one slip now, which is David Lloyd, but that hits the middle of Rossington's bat and he plays to mid-off.
I think I'm right in saying Mr. Root and Grandfather Root were both there as well, watching. So there's like 4 Roots from 3 generations, I think, watching at the match. Somebody was telling me who was covering that game.
153 for 5. As Wheel probing away, trying to break this partnership. Rossington driving to square leg. Maybe not quite timed. Root is the fielder there. 154 for 5. Rossington to 45. Looks likely to be the first Northants batsman to reach a half-century in this innings at number 7. Batsman to come. Parnell next or Berg?
I don't know, to be honest. It's an interesting one because, of course, Parnell's making his debut, so yeah, could be either or.
Not a lot in it?
I don't think there's an awful lot in it.
No,
No,
I wouldn't have said so.
Buck and Sanderson also to come. As Wheel is into bowl to Zaib. It's a no ball. First of the innings?
I think it is.
Just striving for a little bit extra, isn't he?
Yeah, he's trying to get some life out of this pitch somehow.
Yeah, I think talking about the sort of like lower orders there, Merchant de Lang is batting 11 for Somerset today.
They obviously weren't here a year ago.
Well, that innings was from number 10. As Zaib works away on the leg side, goes through for single. 157 for 5. Zaib 29, Rossington 45, and this partnership have rather quenched the Glamorgan ardour of the first 30 overs of this innings.
Well, you've got Lewis Gregory going in 9 in that, and Josh Davies obviously now batting 10 at the moment. But again, it just reinforces there doesn't seem to be many tails in some of these teams now.
Here comes Wheel to bowl, and off the back foot Rossington plays to mid-off. That is the end of the over. 157 for 5 in reply to Glamorgan's 407 all out, so the deficit is a mere 250 runs at the moment, but Northants making good solid progress in this evening sunshine as Glamorgan look for the breakthrough. I wonder if they might bring David Lloyd back. He hasn't bowled much, having opened the bowling. First time in Championship cricket.
No, that's right. He hasn't been on for a while. He had that little carried on after lunch for a while, but he's had quite a long spell out of the attack.
8 overs, 1 for 21.
Yeah, bowled well. Well, it's James Harris starting his 12th over, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Zaib, who drives, and it's fielded on the half volley by Harris, who gets down well with his right hand. Good stop. Just flicks the ball on to Kieran Carlson at mid-on. 2 slips, third man, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Deep mid-wicket, just a really deep square, just in front of square, in front of the west stand, that short boundary that side, and a deep backward square. Seats in front of the County Hotel. Around the wicket comes Harris, and it's driven up on the offside by Zaib, who might have got a run, but for a tumbling stop by Nick Selman at extra cover, saving. Well, I don't say saving Michael Hogan the run. If Selman had dived over it, then Hogan would have had to set off in pursuit, which I'm sure would have pleased him enormously. As it was, Selman did the job himself. Zaib on 29, facing this ball from Harris, who drives nicely and straight to Selman, who finishes up on his backside after fielding it. I doubt quite with the ferocious power of the shot. It didn't hit it that hard, but He's having plenty to do, keeping himself in the game at any rate.
Just making sure.
Yeah, well,
everything behind it.
Everything behind it. That's good. Zabe.
Played a bit of Aussie rules, did Selman?
Did he really?
As a young man, yeah.
All right. Well, here's Zabe facing Harris, and he drives again. This time up to Michael Hogan at mid-off, who sends in a fierce throw in the general direction of the striker and wicket-keeper Chris Cook, who has to dive away to his right. Fortunately, I think there were two fielders backing up, so even if he hadn't got hold of it, I don't think they'd have got a run. Zabe, plenty to drive away into the offside, but he's just not beating the field at the moment. And what he needs to do is just keep patient. And here's Harrison again, bowls to him, and he's back foot this time, plays it up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Kieran Carlson, and there's no run. I just wonder, I think Carlson's not in the covers at the moment, if that perhaps that hand injury we saw, he had a bit of plaster on one of his fingers. It's still on there, I think.
Is that him down at fine leg?
No, he's at mid-on now, and he's just got a little finger taped up, and he then got a painful crack on it earlier on, and perhaps they're just trying to take him out of the firing line a little bit. Short goes Harris over the top of Zabe's head, ducks underneath it, doesn't even have to duck very far, goes through to Chris Cook. End of the over, Zabe 29, Rossington 45, and Northamptonshire 157 for 5, so they trail by 250. We've got 23 overs left to bowl in the day, and just coming up to 10 minutes to 5, so we shall be a little bit late tonight, but I don't think there's going to be any problem with the light. Beautiful evening, a bit more hazy than it was this time last night, but still very pleasant. Nice breeze. Most of the fielders out there in shirt sleeves. As you were saying earlier, what a difference a fortnight makes when it was a question of counting the layers out on the field. Not too many of them today.
Yes, snowing during the post-match interview as well as during the third day up at Headingley, and indeed as I started my drive home.
You've got your change of bowling as well. Lloyd's back.
There we are, just keeping the batsman thinking with a little bit of a change of pace. Lloyd opened the bowling, but he's not as fast as Wheel, and the first ball is punched hard out into the offside by Rossington, and there's another diving stop by Selman at point, looking to prove that he can be as agile as the likes of Carlson or Taylor.
I thought they banned those earpieces. It's twice today you've just said that they should put such and such on, and such has come straight into the attack. They're obviously listening very closely to
I doubt it.
every word you say. Hanging on your every syllable, Nick.
Well, I've been watching Glamorgan for full time for 6 years, so I guess I can read things occasionally. As that's pulled away hard by Rossington, and
what a great stop.
Just kept inside the ropes. Is that Harris down there?
Yes, it is. Terrific bit of fielding.
Yes, he flung himself full length and just looked down to see where the ball was left, and it was about a few inches inside the ropes. So
that was outstanding.
4 is turned into 1.
Outstanding bit of fielding. He sort of went goalkeeper reverse cut to keep the ball in. It killed it dead on the ground. Any roll back, it looked like it would have rolled into the rope. Up he got, flung it in over the top.
So 4 runs turned into 1. 158 for 5. Lloyd, who earlier opened the bowling for the first time in Championship cricket, as far as we can check, as that's driven by Zabe to cover, and there's no run, and dismissed Vasconcelos. Caught it slip before lunch for 8. Thurston was run out for 1. In the afternoon session, Northants losing Keogh leg before to Harris for 20. Curran caught Cook bowled Wheel for 36, and Proctor caught Cook down the leg side off Douthwaite for 10. That was 76 for 5. It's now 158 for 5. Northants back in the game, as that's dispatched away on the leg side with a big pull shot through mid-wicket. Very firmly struck by Zabe, as Lloyd just can't afford to drop short at his medium pace. 162 for 5. That's the most attacking shot Zaib's played for a while.
Yeah, and if he has waited for this moment in the innings, then fair play to him as well, because Lloyd's come on, he's a yard slower than he was, he hasn't got the new ball to skid on. He's a skiddy bowler along the wicket, so he won't get extract bounce, and if Zaib's looking to be more aggressive, probably he's the one to do it to.
Under 33 as the number 6 batsman, and stays there as the next ball ends up at point, fielded by Root, no run.
Good comeback delivery, that. Right on the money.
Glamorgan needs something from somewhere in this fine lower, because Northants have battled back bravely. Glamorgan still in the better position overall, but certainly Northants have given themselves something to work with so far, as Zaib drives to mid-off, thinks about it, but in the end goes back to his crease. 162 for 5, Zaib 33. Rossington is on 46, and I'd better leave the BBC Sport Online commentary for a few minutes to go and update the BBC Radio Wales listeners on the top of the hour, pop pickers.
Passing the tea table, well, there are probably some raps left. I'm sure that's entirely coincidental. 162 for 5 it is. Rossington 46, Zaib 33. Partnership up to 86 now for the 6th wicket. And yeah, as Nick says, Glamorgan will be looking to break this partnership and possibly think about even bowling Northamptonshire out today. Here's Harris starting his 13th over. 2 slips in place. Bowls to Rossington, who's forward, plays it up to extra cover where Carlson fields, and there's no run. Still a pretty similar field. Man at wideish third man, point just behind square. The umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy on the offside, because square leg now be looking straight into the sun. Man on the boundary at extra cover. Mid off, mid on. Deep mid wicket. Long leg on the boundary. As Harris comes in, bowls to Rossington. That just kept a little bit low, jagged back in at him. And Rossington just managed to get a thickish inside edge on it. Rolls out on the onside. And he comes through for a single. 47 to him, 163 for 5. But playing back on this pitch, with the bounce now being fairly low, is an enterprise fraught with danger, as they say.
Yeah. Just looking at the replay of that as well, and that is that little bit of reverse swing.
Yeah,
does tend to shoot in late and keep low.
There's Harris bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Zaib, who plays that out onto the offside. It's fielded by Callum Taylor at point, and there's no run. Sun just starting to lengthen the shadows. The floodlight pylon immediately behind the west stand, one of 6 here at Wantage Road, and that shadow now just starting to stretch very close to the pitch. Saying yesterday the old cobbler's floodlights occasionally used to stop play when the shadows. That's very full length, driven by Zaib, but just back to the bowler. Harris fields in his follow through, and there's no run. I think when they removed those, I seem to remember, and I'm sure somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, that they finished up going to Africa. Ghana comes to mind.
Really?
Because I think the joke was that there's, adapting the Rupert Brooke poem, there's 4 corners of a foreign field that are forever Northampton. But I'm sure somewhere out that way. Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong. I'm certain. Here's Harris in again. Bowls to Zaib. That's a lovely shot. Just leant on that, drove it away, bisected the fielders at point and cover. Nice shot from Zaib, and 4 runs accrue. 37 to him. 167 for 5, and that's a long chase. Callum Taylor, because it's the long boundary that side, and it crossed the rope and ran all the way over towards the covers and the bowls pavilion, the main scoreboard now. And that was a lovely stroke from Zaib. Just
really
waited
nice.
on it, leant on it. Beautiful.
That's exactly what he did. Just waited for it. The ball was pretty much adjacent to him, and he just leant on it and hit it square of the wicket.
37 to him now. 167 for 5. Here's Harris again, round the wicket to Zabe, down the leg side. Again, shaped as though to turn it down. Bit of a free hit down there because long leg's fairly wide. Didn't get anything on it in the end. Goes through to Chris Cook. End of the over. 37 to Zabe. Rossington is 47. The total 167 for 5. The partnership is worth 91. And Harris has bowled 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 47.
Yeah, I think that shot just sort of epitomises spending time in the middle, and it might. I think Glamorgan have actually bowled really, really well to Zabe here today, and it might have done him a favour. I'm just thinking, you know, the fact that they've been at him every ball, he's had to leave well just outside the off stump. They've used the reverse swing against him pretty well straight after tee. He's had to be watchful, and now he's in a nice rhythm to keep going.
Well, here's David Lloyd starting a fresh over, bowling to Adam Rossington, who's in behind that, plays it up to mid-wicket for a single. It's a bit tight, but I think they were always going to be there. And one more to Rossington, goes up to 48, 168 for 5. Interesting field for Rossington. They've got one slip in, but he's not a first slip, he's almost a sort of 2.5 slip, I suppose. Fairly wide for the only close catcher in there. And now for Zabe, they've got a gully, well at the moment they've got more or less a gully in there, but no slip. And other than that, 1, 2, 3, 4, saving 1. As Lloyd comes round the wicket, bowls to Zabe, chops that away down through backward point, fielded on the boundary in front of the west stand by Billy Root, and Zabe comes through for another run. He goes up to 38. And the total up to 169 for 5. Northamptonshire having lost in the innings. Vasconcelos for 8, Thurston for 1, that was before lunch. This afternoon, Keogh for 20, Curran for 36, Proctor for 10, 76 for 5 at that point. Here's Lloyd in again, and Rossington punches that away off the back foot, and he's going to pick up 4. Crosses the rope now. And that's another nice shot from Adam Rossington, again just waited on it, and that's 50 to Rossington, first half century of the season for him. He came close in the first innings against Lancashire at Old Trafford when he was out for 49, but made no mistake this time. 72 balls for him, so made in good time. And more importantly, in terms of the match situation, he made them just when his team needed them. My goodness, they did at 76 for 5.
Yeah.
Rossington 52, Zabe 38, 173 for 5. Partnership now worth 97 for the 6th wicket. And here's Lloyd in again, bowls to Rossington, plays it up to extra cover, comes through for a single as Nick Selman has to make a bit of ground round to his left. And they come through for one more, 53 to Rossington, 174 for 5. And pitch, we were saying about it, just as so often the case, just starting to die a little bit, as the ball gets softer. But as Ben said, reverse swing is a threat,
especially when it's staying low.
Yeah, and Northamptonshire need to be watchful still. With Gully in place as the only close catcher, as Zabe comes right across his stumps. Played that almost from outside off stump on the onside, plays it up to mid wicket. Selman fields, flicks it on to Douthwaite, who's fielding at mid on. Just again a little word from Adam Rossington, comes down, and which is good to see. Zabe on 38, and again he's had to work hard for these runs, but all part of the learning curve, as they say. Here's Lloyd in again, bowls to Zabe, that's a much more convincing stroke. He's just onto the back foot, punches it up to extra cover off the middle of the bat. End of the over. The players take their sanitisation break, and I think it's Jack White, I think, coming on in the yeah, it is. No, it's not. It's Amrit Basra, who's sharing 12th man duties with Jack White today. Comes on in the blue tabard. And Zabe taking a breather. Rossington likewise. Zabe 38, Rossington 53, 174 for 5. And the partnership 98.
What I was meaning about the fact that it's done Zabe a world of good, facing this attack and how well Glamorgan have bowled at him, because they've bowled really well at him, but he's been equal to the task. They've not managed to prize him out, and I think whatever he does now should be a lot easier than what it was from the start of his innings to where he is at the moment. I can remember one of those occasions when I did get to 100 in my career, one of the most satisfying, funnily enough, and the one I remember the most was down at Essex, where it took me 40 minutes to get off the mark. I made 100, just 100, and got out, but it's the one I can remember and I use as an example of how patient you can be at the start of your innings.
Change of bowling. Dan Douthwaite returning to the attack with one slip in place and a short extra cover. Bowls to Rossington, who drives up towards extra cover. They come through for a single as it's fielded by James Wheel, I think, coming in off the boundary. One more to Rossington, 54 to him, 175 for 5. Rossington's 50, yep, 72 balls, 2 sixes in the same over off the off-spinner Callum Taylor, and 4 fours. And yep, Zabe, a young man making his way in the game, and this is good experience for him. Faces that ball from Douthwaite, drives it up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Roman Walker, I think, is on the field as 12th man at the moment. They've got a slip in and a gully. Again, the slip is not an orthodox first slip, it's more or less second slip, and a gully. And riding, sort of sweeping on the cover boundary as well. As Douthwaite comes in over the wicket to Zabe, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Douthwaite himself fields, and there's no run. Douthwaite having picked up the wicket earlier on of Luke Proctor, important one, of course. Proctor, the hero of Northamptonshire's long rearguard action against Lancashire at Old Trafford when he made 93 in just over 6 hours. Today he's in nothing like as long, just slightly strangled down the leg side, little glove on it. Shaped to play down on the leg side, and Chris Cook taking the catch. Douthwaite in again, bowls to Zabe, who tucks that one away off his legs, down to deep square, and again there's a run for him there, and that's the 100 partnership between these two.
Very good.
Zabe goes up to 39, and 100 partnership between these two. They've been together. They came together in the 29th over at the fall of Luke Proctor's wicket, it's now the 57th, so yeah, 128 overs. So they've not, as you said, Ben, it hasn't been block. They've gone at nearly 4 and over. It's a very valuable partnership. There's Douthwaite, comes in again, bowls to Rossington, and Rossington drives down the ground. That's a nice stroke. It's coming down towards the boundary in front of us, crosses the rope, and that's 4 more runs to the Northamptonshire captain, signalled by umpire Peter Hartley. And Northamptonshire 180 for 5. So there's 6-wicket partnership between Adam Rossington and Zabe flourishing at the moment. Adam Rossington just adding 4 more to his total with a lovely straight drive back past the bowler Dan Douthwaite. He's on 58, Zabe on 39. Rossington having reached his half century just a few moments ago off 72 balls with 2 sixes, both of those in the same over off Callum Taylor, and 4 fours, and the partnership now worth 104 for the 6th wicket, coming together with Northamptonshire in deep trouble this afternoon. It's 76 for 5, having lost the wickets since lunch of Rob Keogh for 20, Ben Curran for 36 and Luke Proctor for 10. But a good recovery act being staged here by Messrs Zabe and Rossington. Zabe's 39, Rossington 58. Northamptonshire 180 for 5. They still trail by 227.
Yeah, they're just changing the ball now by the looks of it. The ball got thrown from one umpire to the other, and it's Shaughnessy. Is it O'Shaughnessy?
That's Peter Hartley.
Peter Hartley is
coming down to
umpire that couldn't fit the ball through the gauge, so he's going to replace it.
Well, this means a delay because they have to come down to the Spencer Pavilion where the umpires are located, and so there's no third umpire here to sort of come out with a box of balls that you usually see in international matches. So presumably Peter Hartley's got to go in and have a rummage around and see what they can find. So the players, not surprisingly, taking the advantage of a moment to have a drink. Zabe certainly is. I don't know whether Adam Rossington partook there, but this really has been a terrific effort by these two. And you know, looking at it from a Northamptonshire point of view, you see a young player who's clearly learning at the crease, and you thought the same about Charlie Thurston last year when he came into the side and proved that he could triumph in adversity with that 96 at Edgbaston in the first game of the Bob Willis Trophy season in the second innings to help save the match, and then go on to make his maiden championship century in this corresponding fixture last year, and finish as leading run scorer. It's always good to see a young player starting to play a significant role in the game, and that's what Zabe's done. He was picked up 2 wickets and 2 balls yesterday, and it's pleasing because he just had that fairly dismal experience at Old Trafford of going up there, not bowling, getting out cheaply in the first innings, and then given out cheaply in the second innings, and again, the risk of labouring the point. It's a decision that's caused a certain amount of discussion, one way or the other. But these two have really battled hard, and they've done a good job. So 180 for 5 it is. Dan Douthwaite now is going to resume his over, which started, it seems, some time ago. He's got 1 ball to go with a ball that's been changed from Peter Hartley's box of tricks. Douthwaite in, bowls outside the off stump to Rossington, who probably puts that one out of shape as well. Cracks that to backward point, who doesn't field it cleanly, and they're able to come through for a single as it goes to the man sweeping on the boundary. 1 more to Rossington, who nicks the bowling as well. 59 to him, 39 to Zabe. 181 for 5. Northamptonshire trailing by 226.
Well, Glamorgan had worked hard on getting that ball. They just actually started to bounce the ball in from the boundary on a couple of return throws, although there is only one abrasive pitch. That's the one they've been netting on it at the break, Northamptonshire, to land the ball into. But see, with the ball out of shape that much, and obviously big enough not to fit through the gauge, then they've gone for a replacement, and it looks as though they're quite happy with it, looking at the way they've responded to the ball that Peter Hartley threw to them.
So it's David Lloyd back in to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and Rossington working on the leg side for a single out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Century partnership for this 6th wicket. Coming at a reasonable rate as well. They came together in 29th over or thereabouts.
Yeah, 128 we reckon, so nearly 4 and over.
Morgan were on the attack for the early stages, but have now been pushed back on the defensive, as this one is I think a bye, as it bounced short of Chris Cook. The batsman slashed at it. They've gone through for 2 runs, and indeed they are called as byes. Wideish delivery from Lloyd, and an awkward one for the keeper.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It died off the pitch, and it's bounced twice, I think, before it got to Cook, and actually hit Cook on the thighs, limping a bit. Yeah, just very wide. The pace wasn't on the ball either. It's quite flat, I think. Cook.
First byes of the Northamptonshire innings, as Lloyd round the wicket sees Zabe pinch a quick single. As a throw at the stumps at the non-strikers end, and it's missed. Through safely for a single as James Wheel, who early effected a fine run out from side on, this time having to turn and throw. It's always an awkward motion.
I'm surprised I didn't throw at Rossington's end, actually, just because. I'm not saying anything against Rossington being slow, but he was running onto the ball, and I thought the fielder was in line with the stumps, the target.
It would have been an easier throw.
I think so.
185 for 5. Lloyd to Rossington, leaves through to Chris Cook.
This could actually work in Northamptonshire's favour a little bit. If that ball was out of shape enough not to fit through the gauge, then it would have been very soft. And now you're talking about a 50-60 over ball. It'll be a little bit harder, but it will come off the bat nicely as well.
Yes, they keep it in reserve, a selection of balls of various ages, as Lloyd is in, and that's played comfortably on the leg side by Rossington to square leg, slight misfield, but still just the single. 186 for 5. I think they're approximately every 10 overs, I believe, from the box I saw a couple of years back.
Yeah. It's a good idea when the ball is finished with at that stage of an innings, just it goes back to the umpire, and then it can be used as a spare or replacement. Sorry.
Labelled as 40, 50, 60 overs used or whatever.
Yeah.
As Lloyd into Zaib down the leg side, nothing on it as it goes through to Chris Cook. 186 for 5. How did Glamorgan make something happen? Northants quite happy to see nothing happening much.
Yeah, I was just thinking that myself at the end of last over. One issue Cook's got here is he's got Douthwaite and Lloyd bowling. Now you'd say in this attack they're probably the two sort of like lesser bowlers than Hogan and Harris. So he's got them bowling in tandem. Now whether he can get one of his frontline bowlers on with one of these guys or go spin and rotate his bowlers, which I think he'll have to go to next, I think would be a better option for him.
Here's Dan Douthwaite running at the start of his 7th over, one slip in place, bowling to Rossington, who cracks that away off the back foot, and he's going to pick up a single as it's fielded by James Wheel coming out from in front of the west stand, and they go through for 1, 61 to Rossington, 187 for 5, Northamptonshire.
One thing that is noticeable that just shores up how short that boundary is on the left hand side is when the ball's hit hard out to the sweeper, both batters are sprinting.
Yeah,
because
come through for the single.
If they dawdle to get run out going for 1.
Yes, it's a short boundary on that side, as we've been saying. Slipping a gully now in for Zaib as he plays that one carefully off back foot back down the pitch. Douthwaite fields and there's no run. Douthwaite into his 7th over. Figures so far of 1 for 34. Zaib has gone up to 40. See, Joe Root has missed out today in that match against Sussex. Out for 5 in the second innings. Yorkshire 134 for 3 as Zaib drives at a ball of full length and misses. And big applause for Douthwaite from his captain. Chris Cook almost made the breakthrough. It was a bit of a loose shot from Zaib, who I would imagine will have caught his captain's eye down at the other end, who will have suggested, I'm sure, that discipline is still needed. Long way to go yet. Douthwaite over the wicket, bowls to Zaib, who plays that out into the covers, fielded by the ever lively Kieran Carlson, and there's no run. Yorkshire 134 for 3 down at Hove in their second innings. That means they're 63 runs ahead. And in the other match in Group 3 down at Canterbury, Lancashire, that big total 525 all out, and Kent 19 for 2. Douthwaite over the wicket, bowls to Zaib again in behind that, pushes up towards Hogan at mid-off, but it doesn't get that far. Carlson comes across and intercepts.
How many did you say Joe Root made?
5.
Oh dear. So had 5 innings back then in the English county game, and hit a century, and the other 4 innings have been fewer than 20.
Well, here's Dan Douthwaite running in bowling to Zaib, who's pushes forward in the offside, fielded by Kieran Carlson. End of the over. I'm sure that news won't have filtered out to the field where his brother Billy is fielding. End of the over, 40 to Zaib, 62 to Rossington, 187 for 5. Northamptonshire 220 runs behind. The partnership, dreaded Nelson 111. Feet off the floor.
And absolutely goes without saying that Northamptonshire don't need to change a thing at the moment. Glamorgan have just upped the ante. They've become a little bit more vocal. I think they've identified this is a period of play now they need to break.
Here is Lloyd, and that's defended to mid-wicket by Rossington. Actually, Root's low scores are 5 out of 6 rather than 4 out of 5, because that of course was the second innings for Yorkshire. He was caught behind off the young Northern Irish spinner Jack Carson of Sussex.
And Yorkshire just lost another one. Harry Brooks gone, and they're now 134 for 4, so effectively 63 for 4.
As Lloyd bowls. Rossington's hit on the pad, and they'll take a leg bye down to backward square. Those shadows that we were remarking on yesterday, just stretching behind the wicket at the moment, at the far end of the ground. The floodlight pylon. 188 for 5. So this stand significantly turning course of the match that had been very much Glamorgan's for the first session and first part of the afternoon, as Zaib nurdled a single down to backward point, and the umpire by this stage of the day is not swapping between right and left-handers, citing of course the low sun.
Is that Roman Walker on, Nick, in front of the west stand at deep square now? I'm just trying to work going on the numbers.
37?
Yeah, that's him.
That'll be Walker. Tall young man, seam bowler from North Wales, like David Lloyd, who is in the action now, and seeing Rossington playing off the back foot to cover Selman Field's no run. Yeah, it is possibly significant that Carlson is at mid-wicket rather than cover. We'd expect to field rather fewer deliveries, having had a knock on the hand earlier on. 189 for 5. As we come into the last hour or so of the day, and Rossington is getting another single out towards square leg mid-wicket once more, as Yorkshire actually got through, I think, 5 reserve fielders during the course of their game against Glamorgan. It's probably too cold for anyone to do more than a shift at a time. 190 for 5, and having to ask Jonathan Deutsch, is that down there? Lloyd to Zaib down the leg side, more buys. Chris Cook looks to the heavens. It may just reach the rope in front of us as it disappears from view. The ball comes heading back to Cook at a rate of knots, so I can deduce from that it didn't reach the boundary, but Cook looking rather disgruntled, and not easy going for wicketkeepers when the ball is dying on the pitch and bouncing twice before it gets to them. 192 for 5, Rossington 63, Zaib 41.
Yeah, I think that's the case, isn't it, here now? There's 60 overs gone. There's still 20 overs until that new ball.
And they won't get it tonight.
No, so this is a period of play where I think maybe spin and then rotate the seamers into the end of the day. Just try and hold the scoreboard as much as possible so Northamptonshire don't get away for Glamorgan, and I hope something happens or the pressure they build creates an opportunity.
Packed offside field now as Dan Douthwaite starts his 8th over from this pavilion end. Bowls to Adam Rossington outside the off stump, lets it go through to Cook, and there's no run. They've got one slip in, I would say it's just a little bit wider than first slip, more or less in there at so 1.5, I suppose. Third man fairly wide, then a backward point, short extra cover on the boundary, and a mid-off, and then a mid-on, deep square on the boundary and long leg on the boundary on the onside. That's driven by Rossington, beautiful stroke, that's 4. Just timed that to perfection. It was in the slot, not a great deal of no follow through at all. It was a punch rather than a drive, I think, check drive. It beat Selman at mid-off and ran away over this quick outfield for 4. It takes Rossington up to 67, beg pardon, and Northamptonshire to 196 for 5. Partnership now up to 120. Douthwaite in again, bowls short to Rossington, who tries to pull and makes an awful mess of it. It's just more of a swat than a pull, and it just jams it down into the ground and bounces out onto the offside. No, when he's rehearsing the shot again.
Bit of tennis.
It was, I was going to say, it was something like a sort of double-handed return of serve, but net, yes, first service, not the best. Here's Douthwaite in again, and bowls to Rossington full length, and he drives once again up towards mid-off, doesn't time it as well as the previous one. 2 balls earlier, and it goes up to Selman, who fields. And there's no run. And Glamorgan now just having to think about trying something. I quite like the idea Ben was saying about possibly a bit of spin and just rotate the seamers. Douthwaite in bowls to Rossington, who's playing that up towards mid-on, and they come through for a tight single as Michael Hogan fields, and for one moment there was a feeling of déjà vu, the last ball before lunch.
Rossington was running in treacle for a moment there, wasn't he?
It was a bit like the opening titles to $6 Million Man. Those of you of a certain age will remember We Have the Technology, We Can Rebuild Him, Steve Austin running in slow motion, or Chariots of Fire or something like that. Anyway, the upshot is that he got through okay. 68 to Rossington, 197 for 5. Slip and a gully in place now, bowling to the left-handed Zabe. Short, not that short.
No.
And Zabe sways out of the way of it. It goes through to the keeper. End of the over. Zabe 41, Rossington 68. 197 for 5. And we've had 61 overs in the innings, 15 to go today. And Douthwaite has bowled 8 overs, 1 for 39.
I'm just struck by the fact that Michael Hogan has bowled fewer than David Lloyd, James Harris and James Wheel, which is not usual. So chuck the ball to Hogan is usually the answer to a lot of questions for Glamorgan over the last 8 years.
Exactly that. And I remember captaining Worcestershire, I had Matt Mason and Gareth Batty in the team. If ever I wanted to get control back, I'd throw the ball to those two.
Lloyd is in to bowl, and Rossington will get runs here. 4 of them down to the signal box at backward square as he just helped that one on its way.
A point.
A point. A batting point. 201 for 5. Northants having been 76 for 5.
I suppose if Northampton, the way they look at this, they don't have to do anything different. If they continue in this vein, they'll be 250 overnight at this run rate, the 3.2 that they've been going through the innings. So there really isn't any need to try and force the issue or get too twitchy going into the day, end of the day.
No, it's far too soon to start worrying about how many batting points might be collected, as that's jammed away on the offside by Rossington. Single taken down to Joe Cook at point, the substitute fielder. Played in this game last year as an opener, just getting a feel of Glamorgan first team 4-day cricket. Got a century against Lancashire earlier in the week in his only innings at Crosby. So he's putting his case as Lloyd is in to bowl, as that's hammered to mid-on and out, as Zabe has hit, I think, a full toss straight to mid-on. 202 for 6, and that was frankly a dreadful delivery, and Zabe has managed to get himself out to it.
That's hang the head in shame, walk off type of dismissal. Unfortunately, he's not executed that at all well. I'm surprised he's actually played such an aggressive shot at that, because the mentality and the mindset he was in was playing pretty well, tight, and letting the bowlers bowl into his areas and pick them off. He's got his feet all crossed over. He swung across the line in the end at that one. I think you won't want to watch that on the replay. You won't want to be going up and having a look at that on the feedback cricket or whatever they use now.
Well, that was eyes light up, wasn't it? Nice juicy full toss, but it wasn't quite as juicy as he had hoped, and just managed to maybe get it off the lower end of the pad.
Yeah, I just think it
certainly wasn't the middle.
No, I think it's one of those in this sort of situation where if that's wide, if that's down the leg side or wide outside off stump, then fair enough, you lean on it and put your hands through it. But anything straight, it's just to play the ball back up the pitch. If you time it and get it right, it runs away for 4. If you don't, turn around, pat the wicket down and get back on with it.
Good catch.
A bit of a gimme.
James Harris was the catch.
It was a good catch actually, because it was just sort of dying on him, wasn't it? But oh dear, what a way to get out.
Caught at mid-on then. Saib off a Lloyd full toss, and it Yes, Harris had to dive to get to it. Dive sideways and forwards rather than back, so certainly didn't get much of it, Saif Saib, as he is replaced at the wicket by Wayne Parnell, playing his first innings for Northants and getting one up in the block hole from Lloyd that is played out on the offside. No run, so Glamorgan get, well, it's not quite a freebie because I'm sure they've sweated blood, sweat and tears in the last hour or two, but an unexpected way to make the breakthrough.
Yes, yeah. Oh no, credit to Glamorgan, they've just kept plugging away, waiting for something to happen, and they've been on the ball, he was focused, Harris took a good catch.
As Lloyd is into Parnell, is the door open? Parnell drives to point, no run.
So looking at those trends going through the innings, in 2 wickets, 4 sort of 2 together, one's brought 2.
Cricket cliche number 93.
Yeah. Come on lads, 1 brings 2, 2 brings 3. When do you stop? But if Northampton want to stop that, they won't want that trend continuing.
202 for 6. Lloyd round the wicket to the left-handed Parnell, who fiddles at that. Oh dear, that's a nightmare for Chris Cook. That one he really should have taken, and it has gone through for 4 byes, was it?
Yes.
Umpire waits some time to signal. Yes, it was. Callum, he's disappeared from view in front of us, in case you're wondering about our hesitancy. I generally can't see that area of the ground at all. It's hidden from us by the sight screen. And well, Cook was rather unfortunate with the previous lots of byes, but that was probably just tiredness, I suspect.
I think so. But what an over! I mean, he's run in and bowled decent areas, Lloyd there, and then sort of slipped out a full toss, which got him a wicket after a dreadful shot, and then the next couple of balls he's run in decent areas again, and then Cook's just missed a ball that's gone straight through. So there's a bit of fatigue later on in the day setting in, maybe.
Yeah, he did bat all the morning session, to be fair.
Give him that.
There's Dan Douthwaite coming in for his 9th over of the innings, bowling to Rossington, who drives nicely up to mid-off, fielded by Selman, and there's no run. Partnership between Saif Saib and Adam Rossington worth 126 in 33 overs for the 6th wicket. Came together at 76 for 5 in the 29th. Partnership broken in the 62nd with a total on 202. Here's Douthwaite in again, bowls to Rossington, who works that away through mid-wicket. He's going to come for 1. I think they'll come back for 2. Yes, they will. As Callum Taylor sprints round the boundary. Good energy. But they're through for 2. Rossington up to 75, and Northamptonshire up to 208 for 6. So deficit drops below 200. 199 runs behind now. Zaib out for 41. Valuable contribution, but he will feel, I'm sure, that he's left a few runs out there. And Rossington drives out to extra cover, hits it hard. James Wheel fields in front of the West Stand, and as Ben said a couple of overs ago, it's such a short boundary out there that even though he hit that hard and it went out to the boundary, they had to not exactly sprint through for the single, but they had to be purposeful. It wasn't a jog. A jog for sort of 18 yards and then wander the last 4. There's 1 more to Rossington, 76 for him, 209 for 6. Parnell, the left-hander, takes strike with 2 slips in place. Parnell's made a first-class 100 in South Africa, his highest championship score, as Douthwaite comes in, bowls to him short. He just sways out of the way, lets that go through to Cook. Highest championship score, 90, during his spell with Kent. So he can play. Northamptonshire will just be hoping here that he can build another partnership with Adam Rossington. Gareth Berg to come, who we know is a more than capable batsman than Nathan Buck and Ben Sanderson. Here's Douthwaite over the wicket to Parnell. Parnell back foot plays it up into the covers, fielded by Carlson, and there's no run. A little bit more breeze. I think as yesterday, the breeze just freshening later in the day. The flags on the indoor centre at the far end just billowing at the flagpole now. You're talking, Nick, about substitute fielders, and quite a lot of them in the match at Headingley as Douthwaite comes in, bowls to Parnell, who drives beautifully. Well, that's a nice way to get off the mark for a new county. Hits it away through extra cover. Nice timing all along the carpet, and it crosses the boundary for 4. 4 to him, 213 for 6 to end the over. Douthwaite 9 overs, 1 for 46 now. 213 for 6, Rossington 76, Parnell 4. Up at Old Trafford, Gareth Berg, who had been left out of the game, then seemed to spend almost more time on the field than he would have been than if he was actually playing. He was on and off with all the various things that 12 men have to do. Then he also had to field for the whole of the second innings, so Simon Kerrigan was injured batting. So he had a busy time of it one way or another. And at one stage they had both substitutes on because Wayne Parnell was up there with the 13-man squad, and he was on the field. And we were speculating on commentary what would happen if somebody else went down, and thought presumably David Ripley or somebody himself would have to, John Sadler or Chris Liddell or somebody would have to go out to field.
As we will see Michael Hogan bounding back into the attack, and there's big appeal, and Rossington has gone for 76. Hogan with the first delivery of a new spell, and it is Glamorgan's Mr. Reliable who's done the business as Adam Rossington makes his way back. A valuable innings, but his team now back in trouble at 213 for 7. Did I call that?
You did, yeah, you did. And we thought that maybe just getting the more experienced Hogan on, and you quite rightly pointed out, Nick, he hasn't bowled as many overs as any of the other seamers. So, good call. That's good delivery. First ball, right on the money, just dead straight into Rossington. And I think what the difference is there is the difference in the two bowlers, the trajectory, the angle the ball's coming into the pitch at. Hogan's obviously got a yard more on Lloyd.
6'5" compared to 5'9" or thereabouts.
Yeah, so Rossington's probably okay playing Lloyd a little bit more from the crease because of the speed and that he can react off the surface. But when it comes to Hogan, no, you've got to be right on the money there. As a batsman, you've got to be into the ball. So, but they'll be delighted with that, Glamorgan. That's another one of those 2 wickets together situations there. And now there's 2 new batsmen in, which is even more going to be even more of a battle for Northamptonshire. But I suppose their biggest challenge is now, what are they, 44? Is it 44 to?
Yes, that's right.
Avoid the follow on, yeah, the trail by 194. So another 44 is their must target now for this lower order to rustle together.
New batsman Gareth Berg joining Wayne Parnell at the wicket. Berg not troubling the scorers, if I can read my scribbles correctly, in the opening match of the season. Is that a 0 or a 6? I can't read the writing. Hogan is in to bowl, and Berg does not get his first run of the season as he thought about it. Ball played towards mid-wicket, but in the end they decided they left it too late to set off for a snappy single.
Yes, it was a late flurry of wickets after the whole bonus point thing had been sorted out, and the innings just sort of rather petered out, and yeah, Gareth Berg was out for naught just before it snowed.
How frustrating. Hogan into Berg, 2 slips now back as that's played to mid-wicket, and there's no run. The batting to come, Nathan Buck and Ben Sanderson for Northants. Buck, who is celebrating our birthday on Monday. Let me see. Is he 30?
I think that's right, yes.
I make these notes and I can't really read them. 213 for 7, 194 in arrears are Northants, and Hogan with his tail up bowls, and that's driven by Berg, who will get off the mark for the season there with a single out to a wideish mid-on stroke mid-wicket position, where the lanky figure of James Wheel does the fielding, and is just going through a few contortions. to be potentially ready to bowl. Fancies to go at the lower order.
30 on Monday.
So Parnell on strike. Buck and Sanderson to come. And Glamorgan with visions of a substantial first innings advantage, and Hogan bowls a rare short ball that Parnell sways out of the way of as it fizzes past his chin. Not at express pace, Michael Hogan, but fast enough to cause evasive action. 214 for 7, with Zaib 41 and Rossington 76 falling in quick succession as Hogan runs towards us. Bowls to Parnell, who's forward, watchfully, defensively. Can't remember a whole lot about his batting from his T20 season with Glamorgan. I don't think he had to do a whole lot of it. So if you want to tweet us at NickWebb2017, at OldManRad, to keep us company through the last few overs of today's play. Yes, I didn't pick up Emir Evans in time because he's got the curse of the... I'm not sure what the equivalent on Twitter is of the curse of the commentator, but Emir has sort of unfortunately presaged a number of wickets in this game. These two are batting well, he wrote 35 minutes ago.
Well, thanks, Emma. Very, very much indeed. We're very grateful. Here's James Wheel, who's going to come back into the attack. Bowled very well early on. He's bowled so far 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 28. Got the wicket of Ben Curran, caught behind the 36. Having made some handy runs down the order earlier on in the day, and running away from us now at the start of another spell, and bowls to the right-handed Berg, who works that one away through mid-wicket straight away. Nice shot by Berg, running out towards the boundary. Is it quite going to get there? It's not. Super bit of fielding by Callum Taylor, I think, chasing down towards the boundary, flicks it back. Douthwaite completes the fielding rather, and they come back for 3. Nice shot from Berg, good bit of fielding towards the end of the day. 217 for 7, and Berg up to 4.
How long is it ago since this relay fielding became the norm in the outfield, with one player chasing it and the other running 5 metres behind?
I think ever since you sort of like started to throw yourself around running towards the boundary.
2 slips in place as Wheel comes in, bowls to the left-handed Parnell, who fishes that and is dropped at second slip. Flew off the edge, it was travelling. It was just away to his left, and it's Selman, I think, Nick Selman, is it, on the floor at second slip?
I don't recognise him from his rear.
Yes, it is. It's Nick Selman. It was a chance, not, I was going to say an easy one, but he had to dive away, didn't manage to hang on. It flew, but an escape nevertheless. Parnell on 4. 217 for 7. Wheel in again. Bowls to Parnell, who's in behind that. Plays it up on the onside. Only as far as mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, James Wheel could have had 3 today. Well, he's got 1 and a run out. Curran should have probably been caught when he lobbed one up, and Cook lost sight of it.
Made 25 at that stage,
but eventually did fall to Wheel 11 runs later.
Yes, that was an extraordinary one. Chris Cook just seemed to lose it, didn't he? It was just dropped harmlessly. Here's Wheel in again, bowls to Parnell, who pushes at that ball, plays away from his body, it goes behind square, this goes to backward point, and it's fielded by Callum Taylor. As you talk about the relay fielders, I can think of a few professionals of the last 30 years or so who would have said yours as it goes past them, and they wouldn't have bothered running side by side with the other fielder,
or the relay man would be halfway back from the boundary for the old pro whose arm had gone.
Yeah, we've seen that a time or two. Here's Wheel in again, bowls to Parnell outside the off stump, just lets that go through. Still decent carry. Been really impressed with James Wheel today. He's Bearing in mind it's now, what, 20 to 6, local time, as we say. And still 11 overs to go in the day. But he's running now. He's only bowled, what, 12 overs. Chris Cook's marshalled his seam bowling resources shrewdly, I think, today. But Wheels now able to start a fresh spell from the pavilion end and really running in and getting a decent carry. Wheel in again, bowls to Parnell, is on the front foot, plays it out into the covers where it's fielded by Kieran Carlson, back in his more accustomed position in the covers, who sends in a low return to Cook. End of the over. Parnell is 4, Berg is 4, 217 for 7, Northamptonshire still trailing by 190.
Yeah, just looking through my notes there and going through all the innings. Apart from the 2 LBWs, which obviously was the last wicket, and that one of Keogh's, Harris, decent balls, pitching on the stumps, challenging that front foot defensive shot. It's been a run out, a flash at a ball that's pushed across, a push at a wide ball off the front foot, a full toss and a glove down leg. It's been a real mixture of wickets, hasn't it? And I get the pressure that the bowlers build up before those wickets can create them, but just the 2 LBs really for me have been
Hogan's bowls.
Sorry, have been the deliveries which have probably beaten the batsman off the surface, nipping back in Keogh's and then just beating him for pace off the surface. Rossington there, the last LBW off Hogan.
Top ball played out on the offside by Gareth Berg. That last delivery. I don't like coach phrases like units and groups, but Glamorgan have bowled quite well as a unit today, as Hogan bowls and Berg drives on the offside, and there's no run. There's been no real outstanding individual performance, but Lloyd the only one with 2 wickets to his credit, Wheel with a wicket and a run out, and Hogan the most economical of the 6 used.
They have bowled very well together, Nick, though, haven't they? There's just that period not long ago.
Rossington's eye both back in the pavilion after that stand as Berg is hit on the pad looking to work down the leg side. Ball rolls back towards Hogan.
But it was a situation of what nearly could have been, because when Rossington and Zabe were playing away nicely, I mentioned that Cook's dilemma was who is he going to bowl in partnership here to try and, you know, even hold the scoreboard for a little while to create some pressure.
As Hogan is in to bowl, and it's defended on the leg side by Berg. No run. Plenty of applause from the infield, and now it probably is genuine enthusiasm rather than the faked enthusiasm you get after a century stand. Still a very pleasant evening with just a bit of high wispy cloud, blue skies above us, and Hogan pounding in with the old ball and Berg driving but not timing, right up in the block hole, played back to the bowler. No run. 217 for 7 as the deficit is still 190 runs, and Northants with Buck and Sanderson to come in the pavilion. Hogan in bowls, and Berg off the back foot, defends comfortably enough to mid-off. There is no run. There are 10 overs left in the day's play, so we're looking around about 20. It's drifting a little, isn't it? 25 past 6 maybe.
Yeah, well, I wonder if I suppose that the only thing that's going to change that is if Callum Taylor comes back into the attack, who does whip through his overs, but at the moment Glamorgan well on top through the seamers. This is James Wheel just starting out on a spell. 12 overs he's bowled so far in the innings, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 31, and he's going to be bowling now to the left-handed Wayne Parnell. 2 slips in place, wide third man, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Bowls to Parnell's on the back foot, plays it up to extra cover, where it's fielded by Kieran Carlson, and there's no run. Yes, I can just imagine some of the fast bowlers of old, especially Ben, who wouldn't have been terribly keen on the whole business of relay fielding. We're talking about, touched earlier on the football pitch at the far end. I remember dear old John Dye used to play here for Northamptonshire, left arm pace bowler in the 1970s, formerly with Kent, came up here to Northampton in 72. As Wheel comes in, bowls to Parnell, cracks that away through the covers, punches it away off the back foot, running out towards the fence. It's another long chase down there for Callum Taylor, who flicks it back this time. It's Kieran Carlson, who's
the young gun.
I know, and he's intimating, I think, to Callum Taylor that his flick back wasn't exactly where it needed to be, which I think is somewhat pernickety. Nevertheless, it saved a couple of runs. 2 to Parnell. He goes up to 6, 219 for 7. I think that's picking holes, really, isn't it? There's Wheel once again driven into the covers, and Taylor and Carlson converge. Carlson that completes the fielding, having a bit of fun out there, those two in the covers. Two real live wire fielders, and can't take liberties. Brief consultation between Berg and Parnell.
Yeah, stick Andrew Salter into that offside mix for the white ball games, and they're really hard at it.
Yeah, it's
good competitive.
Well, it is, and
it's
good to see plenty of energy out there. His Wheel in again, bowls, and sort of driven up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Dan Douthwaite, and there's no run. Still plenty of encouragement for the bowler. Glamorgan know if they could nip one of these two out, then it's really the two fast bowlers to come. I was talking about John Dye, who always seemed to be fielding down at the bottom end of the ground in the early part of the season, when the football pitch was still hadn't been sort of levelled out particularly. It was bobbly, and gave anybody fielding down there a good excuse. Here's Wheel in again, bowls to Parnell, again plays that flowing extra cover drive straight to Carlson, and there's no run. It's funny things you remember. I also remember Nick Mallett, of course, who later great figure in the world of rugby union, playing for, I think it was the old days of the combined universities in an early season Benson Hedges Cup zonal match, and having an absolute shocker down there, bobbling all over the place, and he just looked as though he'd rather be anywhere else, and I think everybody rather felt for him. Here's Wheel again, round the wicket, bowls to Parnell, who drives. It doesn't quite, I think, get all of it, but he still gets enough of it to run away through extra cover for 4. Once it had beaten Carlson, who's fairly tight in at extra cover, the ball just running away over this very dry, very quick outfield, considering it's April, and that's 4 to Parnell, and he goes up to 10, 223 for 7. It's unusual, Ben, to see, especially here at Northampton, to see that the outfield quite as quick.
It's rapid, isn't it?
At this stage of proceedings. Second home game of the season. We're still in April, and it's starting to look a bit like July.
Yeah, it was very quick on that first game as well.
Yeah, no, that's right enough.
But it has been dry. It's been unseasonably dry, I think, hasn't it?
Well,
the last 2 or 3 weeks.
It has been very dry. The only precipitation we've had in the last couple of weeks has been the snow, and that didn't really settle very much. Apart from on me when I was trying to do a post-match interview with Ricardo Vasconcelos, he was probably enjoying it even less than me.
As the first delivery from Hogan is played to mid-off, and there's no run. 223 for 7. Can these two... Well, I suppose it's too early to play for the close, isn't it, with 9 overs left?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, they might be they might be in the back of their minds.
As Hogan comes bouncing in, and it's driven by Berg to mid-on, where the ball bounces off some part of James Wheel's anatomy, and they've gone through for a single that possibly shouldn't have been there.
It did just look like it popped a little bit in front of me, hit on the chicken drumstick. area there, the fat part of the thumb and the palm.
224 for 7. Parnell under strike. And Hogan coming round the wicket. And Parnell is squared up slightly but squirts it away on the offside for a single. These two would have opened the bowling together at some stage in 2015, I think it was, in the T20 competition. 225 for 7. Parnell 11, Berg 5. Main contributors of this Northants innings have been Rossington 76, Zaib 41, and then Curran at the top with 36. It's fourth out. As that edge just wide of slip by Berg, and you hear from the sharp report of the ball on the advertising boardings that it is a boundary, but just fractionally wide and maybe sort of half volley length for second slip there. As David Lloyd looks ruefully down at the ground, says, why on earth didn't that one carry properly?
Just leading edge, wasn't it? He was through the shot early, looking to play straight. Looked like it's just held its length and bounced, hold its line and bounced a little bit. But they do look quite tight, though. They've become quite tight, the slip cordon. Narrow.
Hogan in, and Berg defends. Yeah, there's not exactly social distancing between them, is there?
No, but I just wonder whether it's because we can't tell, being behind the bowler's arm, how close they actually are. But normally, the closer you go, the sort of narrower you get to each other as well. But yeah, it looked a little bit too narrow. That ball looked so it was in the air for a nice amount of time. Is that Lloyd at second?
Lloyd at second, yeah. Would it have carried? Not sure. Hogan bowls and Berg clips to mid-wicket where a slight misfield. 229 for 7 in this 60 after 68 overs. There have been a few have bobbled round and not been claimed quite as cleanly as they would have hoped.
Yeah, I think that last ball there just caught the edge of the old and the new wickets and just bobbled a little bit. I don't think there was much excuse for Wales' misfield at the top end earlier.
Well, here's the aforementioned James Wheel, who's back at the end of his mark to start another over, his 14th of the innings. He's going to be bowling to Wayne Parnell, who's on 11, with him Berg on 9. These two coming together at 213 for 7, now 229 for 7, outside the off stump. Parnell just lets it go through to Chris Cook.
It's one of those frustrating days where, for headline writers, where the man who's scored the most runs is on the side that's not on the ascendancy, if you see what I mean.
I was just, funnily enough, while you were commentating on that last over, I was just sending a message to the communications manager here at Northants, who just handles the post-match interviews for us, saying, I don't really know who to go for today. I think it'd probably be Adam Rossington. Here's Wheel in again, bowls to Parnell, who just jams down on that. Doesn't look very attractive, but gets the job done. Keeps the ball out of his stumps and plays it back down the pitch where Wheel fields and there's no run. Yeah, I should imagine probably Adam Rossington, who played well for his 76 off 95 balls, 2 sixes, 7 fours, and got, as I think Ben made the point earlier, it was one of those that were actually got out today. One or two have got themselves out. Here's Wheel in again, bowls to Parnell on the back foot, punches that away through extra cover. He's going to get runs here. It's a long chase back for Douthwaite, and in the end it's Callum Taylor running round from the cover boundary who completes the fielding, sends in a good throw to Chris Cook, but not before they've come through for a couple of runs. 2 more to Parnell, 13 to him, 231 for 7. Lovely evening. A little bit of high cloud, sunshine, quite hazy but beautiful light. Painter's light, this I think they call it. There's this sort of golden touch to everything. Really is lovely. Here's Wheel in again, bowls to Parnell again. In behind that, pushes it up to mid-off, fielded by Dan Douthwaite.
It's probably the Instagram hour now, or something like that these days.
Is it? Oh,
filter.
Yeah.
It's got a filter on it out there, isn't it? A natural filter to it.
Oh, take your word for it.
Not that I'm on Instagram, I hasten to add.
Well, yes.
But you're on Twitter.
Yeah, quite a lot on Twitter, I'm afraid, more than I should be. But
that's how I find out what's going on in the world. Let's follow Nick. Here's James Whelan again, bowls to Parnell, drives again nicely out through extra cover. Once again, it's Callum Taylor who has to come in off the boundary to field, but just a single there to Parnell, who's studying the bottom of his bat. Just came off the toe end a little bit. We'll have the bat salesman out in a minute with a handful of them. One more to him anyway. 14 to Parnell. 2:32 for 7.
Won't find much on my Twitter feed apart from Glamorgan cricket, Welsh rugby, and the odd middle-aged grumble.
What else do you need to know?
Perfect, I'll follow you then.
Sympathise with middle-aged grumbles, that is for sure. Here's Wheel in again, 2 slips in place. Bowls to Berg, good ball, Yorker, and Berg has to jam down on it, keep it out. Rolls up to Dan Douthwaite at mid-on. That's the end of the over. Parnell 14, Berg 9, 2:32 for 7. And Wheel is now bowled 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket for 40, and Northamptonshire trailing by 175. We have 7 overs left in the day as the clock ticks round towards 6 o'clock.
Probably going to be a 25 past finish, maybe, with the seamers running
That's a nice evening. As Parnell faces up to Michael Hogan. Now 13 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 25. Could have been 2 in that last over as Parnell fishes at one just outside off stump. Could have been 2 there.
Just canter through the scores in the other games as we're coming up towards close of play in a number of them. At New Road, Worcestershire 436 all out. Nottinghamshire making a strong start in reply, 79 for no wicket. At Edgbaston, Essex 295 all out. Warwickshire 226 for 8 in reply.
As Parnell fishes that down leg side. Oh, Chris Cook's conceding another bye. That one not his fault as it bounced twice and ricocheted up into the air off the gloves down to fine leg, and Cook just threw the ball to a teammate in utter disgust.
He gave it as a leg bye, actually.
It was a leg bye?
Yeah, they did.
Really?
He did give it as a leg bye in the end. So it must have hit. Yeah, so it must have hit something. It must have hit something, flicked something on the way through.
Surprised about that. Well,
it didn't look as though it.
Perhaps the umpire was having
took pity on
mercy on him. Hogan bowls outside off stump. Berg plays no shot, and Cook is, for a mild-mannered man, is looking somewhat grumpy with life at the moment, which is not good news because I'm due to interview him later.
Not to be confused with middle-aged grumbles.
Yes.
At Chester Street, Derbyshire 129 for 3. Responding to that big Durham total of 475. Another big total at Canterbury, Lancashire 525 all out, Kent 69 for 3.
Hogan bowls, Berg drives, Hogan gets hand to it and they'll pinch a single. Oh dear, Hogan did well to get down to it, but just took all the pace off the ball, and Berg was able to dash through for a single as it went to Harris at mid-off. And Hogan was down on hands and knees.
He saved 3 though. I think that would have gone for 40 if he hadn't got a hand to that. He struck it really firm, Berg did. Actually, I've been slightly surprised with how well Berg and Parnell have started individually here.
Yes, they haven't looked too much like tail enders so far, or lower order, as Parnell allows that one to go through outside off stump, no run. But as you were saying, people expect runs to some extent from 7, 8, 9, if not 10 and Jack these days.
And I think the actual players themselves in those positions are now more driven to score runs as well. You know, there's that little bit of a competitive edge. I don't want to be 11, so who can be 10 then get themselves up to 9.
3-dimensional cricketers.
Yeah. And I hasten to add as well, I think the sort of like the shorter format of the game as well means that all batters need to be more dynamic.
Hogan To bowl to Parnell, who will get runs here towards the boundary. Roots unsure for a moment when to dive, and he timed it well in the end as he picks it up in the shadow of that small stand away to our left. They just picked up a single. 235 for 7, so this pair just steadying the ship slightly, but they've still got a long way to go in reply to Glamorgan's 407 all out, with 6 overs remaining of the day's play.
Yeah, 6 overs remaining and 22 needed to avoid the follow-on now. So I think we'll know that fate by the end of today. Whether there's enough time for 3 wickets, just looking at how these 2 batsmen have settled, they've settled really quite well. And one thing that has sort of like worked in Northamptonshire's favour here today is the left-hand right-hand combination. On a couple of occasions when batsmen have got themselves in, it has just made life slightly more difficult. I think that's what I mean by for the Glamorgan bowlers.
Well, we are going to see a bit of Callum Taylor, who's coming back into the attack. Bowled some tidy overs earlier, apart from one over Adam Rossington took a liking to him and landed him for a couple of 6s, but he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Wayne Parnell with a slip in place, bowling round the wicket from this pavilion end, and he bowls to Parnell, who's forward, plays it up to mid-off, fielded by Dan Douthwaite, and there's no run. Let's try and finish off those latest scores I was giving you a moment or two ago, but Callum Taylor doesn't give you a lot of time. Round the wicket again, bowls to Parnell, stretches forward, plays it up to extra cover, and there's no run.
Do you want to do it until you're in the next over, Andrew? You can do it between balls and the next over.
I think that's probably quite a good idea. There's some interesting ones. Leicestershire in trouble. Here's Taylor bowling round the wicket to Parnell, who plays that one just behind square on the onside, goes out towards the boundary, and they just amble through for a single. 16 to Parnell, 236 for 7. These two coming together at 213 for 7, so 23 added. Useful little partnership. Northamptonshire could really do with them extending it well into tomorrow. That would be handy. But they've got to get through another 5 and a bit overs tonight. Just going to be updating BBC Radio Northampton listeners in just a second, as Taylor comes over the wicket to Berg, who just looks to steer that one away through the offside, goes down to backward point, and there's no run. Berg stays on 10. And Northamptonshire looking to rebuild once again. They've moved up to 237 for 7 with 5 overs remaining in this day's play. A useful partnership between Adam Rossington and Save Zabe pulled the county out of trouble at 76 for 5. They put on 126 for the 6th wicket, but then both partners falling in quick succession. Zabe hitting a full toss to mid-on, he was out for 41, and then Adam Rossington trapped LBW'd by Michael Hogan for 76. Good innings by the captain off 95 balls with 2 6s and 7 4s. In there at the moment, Wayne Parnell making his debut for Northamptonshire, 16 not out. Gareth Berg on 11. 5 overs to go in the day. Northamptonshire 237 for 7, trailing by 170.
There we are. I think there are going to be some longer pauses between deliveries, if you've got any of those, that county scoreboard left, Andrew.
Just wrap up the rest of it at the Rose Bowl. Hampshire 470 all out. Gloucestershire 104 for 1 in reply. At the Oval, Surrey in their second innings 96 for 3, which means they're still 18 runs behind, 7 wickets in hand against Middlesex. And at Grace Road, Leicestershire 233 all out. Somerset recovered to 318 all out, and Leicestershire now 31 for 3 in their second innings.
As Berg works away on the leg side, and we'll get a single down to fine leg. James Harris coming back for a new spell. Let's see if he can write himself into the headlines, which I'm currently trying to compose. Glam on top despite Rossington resistance.
Well, it's poetry. That's a Pulitzer Prize winner if ever I heard one.
That's alright, it'll probably be changed by the time it reaches the website. It usually is.
And there's just a break where they're sorting out the field. I'll just give you the other game I didn't mention there. At Hove, Yorkshire in their second innings struggling a bit, 158 for 5. against Sussex. They're 87 runs ahead, 5 wickets in hand.
Could be a 3-day finish there then.
Yeah.
As Harris bowls and Parnell jabs it away on the leg side, and we'll get a single square leg. Root is the fielder. 239 for 7. So the second batting point is just 11 runs away. Morgan with 2 bowling points. Remember, the bowling points are after 3, 6 and 9 wickets, so you can have a maximum of 3. The batting points 200, 250 etc. up to 400, so you can have a maximum of 5 batting points. Harris in to Berg, who again gets one on leg stumpish and turns it down to fine leg for a single. 240 for 7, so a maximum of 8 bonus points, 8 for a draw still, and 16 for the win.
I don't think you shouldn't envy people's jobs. I mean, we have a super job and we're very grateful for it, but I was just looking at the ground staff down there. Obviously they'll be busy shortly, but they're having a lovely bask in the sun, full sun down in front of the old scoreboard.
As Parnell slaps one through the offside. It's travelling pretty quickly out towards Taylor on the cover point boundary, but just the single.
They're in the dugout that's usually used for the 2020 games, and right in the full sunshine. That must be lovely down there at the moment. Fear by the time I get home it'll just be a little bit too chilly to sit in the evening sunshine in the garden.
Yeah, just a bit too cool.
Temperature goes down quite quickly, doesn't it, at the moment? The sun, you lose the sun.
241 for 7. Harris to Berg, who will get runs here, or just the single in fact, because it is a good tumbling stop. Full marks for effectiveness, if not for elegance, from James Wheel. That mid-on position, single taken, so
it's a great bit of fielding to know when you're a big, your tallest bowler is just going to throw himself around and dive to his right and stop that. You're really helping your mates out when you're doing that.
Here's Harris to see if he can help his mates out with a second wicket. As Parnell gets one on leg stick, clipped down to Selman at fine leg, single taken, so Harris just finding a little bit difficult to adjust his radar to right and left hand combinations, and there have been plenty of them in this innings. 243 for 7, Parnell 19, Berg 13, 4 overs left.
Yeah, it was just that angle coming back into Parnell from around the wicket has just fed Parnell a little bit more on that leg stump. I think the way Northamptonshire are just pushing along here, they obviously they feel now you'd say they'll take this 250 batting point and then avoid the follow on the way things are going. It'll be interesting then to see how the passage of play goes once they have avoided the follow on.
Yeah,
because it will coincide with coming back tomorrow morning as well.
Here's Callum Taylor bowling his off spin round the wicket to Parnell, who slashes at that one. It runs away past backward point out towards the boundary. Long chase down there, and eventually they managed to claw it back in. Sends in a return to Chris Cook. It's a good bit of fielding. I'm just going to see what it is down there.
So only get 2.
They only get 2 runs. It's 2 to Parnell, goes up to 19. 245 for 7.
That was in the next county, that one, virtually, wasn't it?
Yes, it's a very long way away. And send it back by mail order, I think. Is Taylor in again. Bowles just homes in on the off stump, and Parnell's playing it cautiously back down the pitch for Taylor to field, and there's no run.
It's not Balburney out there, is it?
It might be actually. Yeah. And there's Parnell once again
grazing,
pushing it up there back down the pitch. Yeah, Balburney with a long chase. In the end had to claw it back almost in the shadow of the indoor centre. Kept it to 2. Taylor in again, bowls to Parnell, drives back down the pitch. Taylor fields, and there's no run. As we've said a number of times today, nips through his overs very quickly, already back at his mark. Bowls again to Parnell, short. Parnell cuts, and he's disappointed because I think he felt he should have got more with that particular delivery. It was an inviting short ball, and he cut it, but managed to just find Balburney out there on the cover boundary, and they just come through for a single. 22 to Parnell, 246 for 7. Deficit now 161. 3 overs to go after this one. Over the wicket goes Taylor, drives the balls to Berg, who drives up to mid-on, or it's fielded by Dan Douthwaite. End of another over for 22 to Parnell, 13 to Berg, 246 for 7. Deficit 161, and Taylor, his figures now 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 23.
Yeah, just saying then, I think they'll probably coincide with maybe, even if they're just a 1 or 2 runs short of the follow-on total, coming back tomorrow morning to start again. I think that's where Glamorgan will feel now that they've got their best chance to finish this off and get out there and bat again while the surface is still pretty respectable. It hasn't deteriorated as much today as I thought it would do.
Lead of 100 would potentially be significant as Harris bowls to Parnell, and he defends that to mid-on, and there's no run. If Northants can get it to less than 3 figures, then they'll be pretty satisfied with this comeback, having been 76 for 5 at one point. But the loss of Zaib and Rossington in the space of 3 overs has tilted it back towards Glamorgan. These two trying to shore up the damage as Parnell sends a wide one outside off stump, scudding out the point boundaries, laid into that one, and Callum Taylor had to get everything behind us in the shadow of the stand.
Yeah, it's hit him just as hard there as it would have done if he'd have slightly mistimed it in the 30-yard ring, I think.
246 for 7. Short boundary is no place for any slouches or dozers today.
No.
247 for 7. Berg on strike on 13. Harris probing away. Can he find the right line? Not quite, as Berg's got one on leg stump that he's turned down to Taylor at backwards square. 248 for 7. Bonus point alert for Northamptonshire.
Perhaps there should be a klaxon on top of the scoreboard, do you
It'd be
think?
fun, wouldn't it?
Something like that. Well, yeah. Don't suggest it.
Well, it could jazz up county cricket, gotta move with the times.
As I say, don't suggest it.
Harrison to Parnell, wide of off stump, going wider. Parnell leaves it well alone.
Chairman of ECB was here earlier. You should have mentioned it to him.
Yeah, so a little blast of a tune of the home skipper's choice, or the bowler's choice for taking a wicket. They did have that at one point, didn't they? In
the T20,
in T20,
yes.
when players chose their entrance music.
That's right.
As Parnell plays to point, and there's no run.
I think Jack Russell rather nailed that one when he used to come out to bat to How Much Is That Doggy in the Window, wasn't it?
Were you in that period of the game, Ben?
Yeah, in the T20.
What did you have?
I can't remember what there was. I can't actually.
Did you choose it, or was there like a sort of a selection?
Made up I think the time I came out in it, mostly we had a team theme that played for everybody.
Is Harris to Parnell, who defends to mid-off, no run. There is the Glamorgan did have I Love Glamorgan Morgan anthem at one point, which is a sort of advertising jingle come PA blast.
My daughter was born 2005. I think we've called her Ruby, so I think there was that Ruby 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 song.
Kaiser Chiefs?
Yes, that's the one. So I think that might have made an appearance on a couple of years of that. But we tended to have more team songs than just played for every batter going out.
Can you steer us through the last couple while I do a bit of typing, please, Andrew?
Well, very greatest of pleasure. Yes, Nick, it's Callum Taylor is going to start the penultimate over of the day with a slip-in-place bowling to Berg, who picks up a single as he plays that just through square leg, and it's Harris who comes round from backward square to field. One more onto the total, 15 to Gareth Berg, 249 for 7, one run away from second batting bonus point. for Northamptonshire, although still, as we say, a long way adrift. Taylor in bowls outside the off stump, and Parnell just lets that go through to keeper Chris Cook, who earlier in the day was out for 136 last out in the Glamorgan first innings. Taylor in again, bowls to Parnell short, and Parnell's going to pick up a run. He plays it out to Andrew Balbirnie out there on the cover boundary, and that's 250 up for Northamptonshire, so a second batting bonus point. And Parnell up to 24. Handy runs these, 37 they've put on the 8th wicket so far. Taylor in again, bowls to Berg, who's forward with almost exaggerated care, just drops it up on the offside, on the onside rather, and it's Taylor who comes round to field. Slip in place, ring of 6 saving 1, 3 on the off, 3 on the on. Taylor in again, flights that one up outside the off stump to Berg, who's not to be tempted. Lets it go through to Cook, and there's no run. 1 ball's go in this over, and then it will be the last over of the day. Here's Taylor in again, bowling to Berg, who's in behind it, plays it up to Carlson at mid-wicket, end of the over. With Berg on 15, Parnell 24, 250 for 7, the deficit 157, and we arrive at the last over of the day.
Well, just again looking through the scoreboard, when you look at the actual scorecard, scores of 36, 41 and 76 have been the highest scores today. It's hard to see where Northamptonshire have got the 250 from, really, or the 250, but it's I think it's basically now with Parnell and Berg just making sure they can get through this over and come back and hang in there tomorrow morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's going to be James Harris to finish up, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Wayne Parnell, who just lets that one go through outside the off stump to Chris Cook. 2 slips are in place for Harris bowling to Parnell. Balbirnie has come back into the fold after grazing out on the boundary. He's at first slip. And David Lloyd at second. Lloyd, of course, opened the bowling this morning and picked up the early and very important wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos. Good catch by Billy Root at first slip. Here's Harris again, round the wicket, bowls to Parnell, who fiddles at that down towards the third man boundary, and they pick up just a single because there is a man back. 1 more to Parnell. He goes up to 25, and Northamptonshire up to 251 for 7. Deficit 156. Thinking about what happened at Old Trafford, Lancashire all out for 305. Again, Northamptonshire slightly contributing to their own demise on that occasion, all out for 177. Deficit then was 128. Northamptonshire really just playing catch up then for the rest of the game. Here's Harris in again, bowls to Berg, who drives up towards mid-on, but Harris himself comes across to field, and there's no run. 3 balls to go in the day. Still just a beautiful evening. Ground staff from their eyrie down to our right, soaking up a few rays. Just starting to get ready to come on and do the necessary, bring the covers on. Protect against frost, I think, rather than rain at the moment. Here's Harris, and again bowls to Berg, who drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. These two have played pretty well. 2 bowling all-rounders, I suppose you'd describe them as.
Yeah, and they've shown some experience, haven't they, and some sort of level-headedness and calm.
Yeah, I think that's been the thing, isn't it? They've just, the runs have been there, and they've just picked off, not looking to do anything terribly extravagant. Just picked off a few runs here and there. Parnell being dropped early on, determined to make Glamorgan pay. Harrison again bowls outside the off stump to Berg, and one of those he's able to leave on length as much as anything else, going well over the top of the stumps. And that brings us to the last ball of what's been another fascinating day's play. Glamorgan all out for 407 after resuming this morning on 324 for 7, so they added 83 for the last 3 wickets, losing Harris for 17, Wheel for 18, and Cook last out for 136. That ball finds Berg on the front foot, plays it up to mid-off. That's over and time, says umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. So the players start to leave the field. That's the close of the second day's play, with Northamptonshire reaching the close on 251 for 7. So in that particular session of play they added 121 runs, lost a couple of wickets, the two partners in that excellent 6-wicket partnership, with Zabe out for 41, Rossington for 76. But Wayne Parnell and Gareth Berg have dropped anchor. They're 25 and 15 not out respectively. And then Glamorgan certainly on top, but Northamptonshire still with a bit of hope going into tomorrow, as long as these two can take their partnership on.
Yeah, I think so. You'd say Glamorgan's game so far, to be in the position they're in, and day today, but Northamptonshire show glimpses. That partnership of Zabe and Rossington, over 100 partnership there. That really was the time that when Northamptonshire needed to stretch. If they could have stretched that partnership and one of those two still be there by this evening, Rossington would have possibly been past 3 figures, Zabe into the 60s, 70s. It would have put Northamptonshire maybe in a bit more of a settled position for them coming back tomorrow, 5-6 down. But as it stands, 251, they've got another point, they've got another target tomorrow morning, first thing, of avoiding that follow-on score. And I'm sure that after that they'll be looking to push on and be relatively positive, because now they know they'll have to be batting last on this surface, so they'll need to get as close as they possibly can to the Glamorgan first innings total.
Well, Nathan Buck and Ben Sanderson, the two batsmen to come. Nathan Buck won't hang around whatever happens. He just tends to play pretty possibly and use his long levers to good effect. A happy hacker. And Ben Sanderson, of course, as he proved at Old Trafford, can hang around. So plenty to look forward to in this match. 2 days gone, Glamorgan 407 all out, Northamptonshire 251 for 7. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage from Wantage Road for today. From me, Andrew Radd, from Nick Webb and from Ben Smith, have a very enjoyable Friday evening, and I hope you'll join us again just before 11 o'clock